sac fly. Gavin Williams on the hill tonight. He is 8-3, a 3.07 ERA. Garrett Cole goes for New York. We'll see if Aaron Judge is back in the Yankees lineup tonight. Judge did not play last night. Been dealing with a bone bruise in his upper right ribs, which has led to issues with his right shoulder. Judge set to see a specialist today. Judge has played in every game for the Yankees this season. That was until last night. NBA Finals get underway tonight. San Antonio Spurs playing host to the New York Knicks. Knicks swept the Cavaliers in the Eastern Conference Finals. They've been off since last Monday. The Spurs needed 7 games to come back and beat Oklahoma City to reach the NBA Finals. First time since 2014. Knicks playing for the title. First time since 1999. When they would lose to the Spurs in 5 games. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
We also ever going to find out what happened down here at East 9th?
What?
Now that he's no longer a Brown, are we going to find out what really happened there?
He got socked in the face in traffic and the guy ran off. What are you talking about?
You don't think that's the most bizarre story? Like one of the more bizarre stories? That somebody looked at Myles Garrett and said,
I wish they could see him.
I'm going to take my chances. Here we go.
Why is that a thought?
I don't know. We always get these true Hollywood stories when it comes to, celebrities or whatever. I feel like we've never gotten a real story out of that one.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. Are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Well, the new look Browns continue to roll out in Berea with their OTAs, chilling out there. So new look for whatever it is, for whoever showed up. Jared Verse will stand by and wait for him to come to Cleveland and talk to us because we're looking forward to that as well. Guess what? Myles Garrett spoke yesterday in Los Angeles, and we'll get to some of that. He wasn't the only guy speaking yesterday. How about Jim Schwartz was on in a show in Brooklyn yesterday, former Browns defensive coordinator, so we're going to get to some of that. We'll talk to Ben Broussard. Great win last night for the Guardians over the Yankees. Just got timely hitting, great pitching. Everything was good last night.
Timely.
Chris Rose will also join us at 1 o'clock today. Speaking of timely.
When is hitting untimely? Isn't hitting good, period?
A clutch hit is a timely hit. Is that fair?
All right, I'll go with that.
Okay, good. Did I actually change your mind to start the show?
No.
Oh, I thought for a minute there life was good. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin.
Hello,
Dan
sir.
Manigan is here. Good morning. Meredith Kane is also here. I believe I've not seen her, but I'm sure she's here. And you will be here, too.
She sends her best.
You will be here today at some point during the show at 216-474-0092. I want to, we walked out of the building yesterday, and we kept, I think we spent a lot of time talking about Jared Verse and what he will mean to the team and why this could be a really, really good thing for the Browns, the trade of Myles Garrett to the LA Rams. But there was a little thing that was kind of sticking in the back of my mind, and it was after Mike Florio said, and we'll play for you in a second, talked about, well, why would the Rams get rid of Verse? And it was just one of those moments I think we both, maybe I had the epiphany and you were along for the ride. Yesterday when we walked out of the building, why would the Rams trade an up-and-comer like Jared Verse?
Want to hear it?
Yeah, let's hear it.
I just wonder what the Rams really think of Verse. The Rams know him better than anyone. They've had him for the last 2 years. They don't think he's going to become Myles Garrett anytime soon. They think 30-year-old Myles Garrett is better right now than Jared Verse, and they're willing to take Myles Garrett in a spot where he's never getting any better. He's just going to begin to diminish over Verse, who is on the trajectory upward. That, I think, is a coup for the Browns, assuming that Verse is a guy who can blossom. But I think if the Rams thought that, they wouldn't have let Verse go. They would have come up with some other way to get Myles Garrett.
Okay.
I don't think they were getting Myles Garrett without Jared Verse. Do you?
Well, not according to what Andrew Berry said and what his little parameters, which included a young player under control at a premium position. If he was going to stick to that, I would think that Verse was the guy to get. I am surprised the Rams traded him only because how much of an upgrade do they think Myles is going to be over Verse? obviously an upgrade. But you traded, it's not like you added to your team and just gave up picks. You upgraded at a position that you were already pretty good at.
Right.
And to me, the only reason they get rid of Verse, because it kind of worked for them before. And that is when they had a young quarterback. They don't like guys named Jared, by the way.
I'm assuming, yes.
That's what it is. They got rid of Jared Verse after they got rid of Jared Goff. Jared Goff was a good young quarterback, Andy. It took him to a Super Bowl. Good young quarterback. And they traded him for Matthew Stafford because they thought that Matthew gave them a better chance to win a Super Bowl. And to me, and I mentioned this on the show, to me, this is the defensive version of the Jared Goff-Matthew Stafford trade. And they gave up additional compensation to the Lions to get Matthew Stafford. And then Sean McVay yesterday in his press conference when Miles was out there basically said the same thing. Hey, it's the defensive version of that trade. It worked for him once. We'll see if it works for him twice.
There were two other teams that were trying to, as much as what we heard yesterday, but it seems that there were two other teams in play. And Mary Kay had written about this too and said, hey, look, there are suitors for Myles Garrett, and one was Philadelphia. But the Browns, to make that deal happen, it sounds like they wanted Jalen Carter, the defensive tackle, which I think it was interesting too that they were going after a young, contract-friendly, right, player in Jalen Carter. And then Dallas, and I read a really good article out of one of the Dallas, I don't know, it was like a blog, but they just talking about how Dallas would have loved to have had, but it was a pipe dream because I think they were feeling that here's a guy from Texas that could come back to Texas and have that, that whole, I'm coming home feeling for LeBron James, and so, but they did not have anywhere near the assets that the Browns wanted to get into it. I also thought it was interesting in reading some other stuff about this first trade that, when we initially said, okay, here is the deal, you were right there saying, well, Verse is like getting a first rounder. Plus,
because you already know he can play.
Yeah.
Well, you already know he can play. First rounders are any NFL draft pick, any draft pick period is a crapshoot. You hope that he becomes what you think he's going to become. And Verse already has. So that's like you cashed in a first-round pick and you got a little more because you know he can play.
So it was like getting two you did get two, if you want to look at it that way, and it's what you said, this is like getting two first-round picks.
Yeah, they got two firsts, the second and the third.
So I wonder, like sometimes we just associate.
But I think more than two firsts because Verse has already shown he's a good player.
A first and a half, you know what I'm saying? Like a first plus?
Let's go
because
with
there's
that.
a name that goes with it.
A 1+.
Yeah, because the 1, 2, 3.
And 2 Pro Bowl trips for a position where you actually have to do something to get to the Pro Bowl.
It's true. I just I didn't feel immediately after the trade that the Browns got significantly worse by not having Myles Garrett.
That's weird. It's a weird thought, isn't it?
Yeah, because
I feel the same way.
Okay, good. I didn't know how.
I feel the same way.
Dan, did you think that too? That they got significant? I didn't think that the drop off was so significant. That obviously you have an emerging player because he's only in the league for 2 years. He doesn't have Myles Garrett's numbers. Myles Garrett's going to Canton.
Will probably never be as good as Myles Garrett.
Right. But what does that mean? I'm like, Verse could be. I'm just saying,
pretty dang good.
Maybe I don't know, better against the run, or like this amazing pass rush, or just
maybe his vibe plays better in the locker room.
That's a good point too. And so I think I didn't feel devastated. Like I think you should feel devastated when you're trading a Hall of Fame player. And I'm just going back on my youth on this. Like I remember when the Indians traded Joe Carter. Like I was like, oh my God, we just traded Joe Carter. Well, in the end, that turned out to be one of the best deals in the history of the franchise.
Chris James rocked.
Chris James was not the guy I was looking at. The guy who's standing at first base every day is one of those guys that I look at.
Maybe Carlos.
Yeah, Carlos. It was Carlos or Sandy. But
both of them.
Like when I was a kid, I was devastated by that. And by all rights, you trade a Hall of Famer, you should feel devastated by that. Like, and I think there are Browns fans that are extremely depressed about it and bummed out and like, who is this Jared Verse guy and why? Although if they're football fans, they already knew who he was. But I didn't feel that way. I felt like we downgrade?
But
but
Andy, if they had not picked up Verse, then you could sit here and say, well, they're clearly building for the future and tanking. You could say that.
Is it the tanking word here then because they didn't get Verse? I mean, because they did get Verse.
If they didn't get Verse, you would think, well, you really hurt your team.
Yeah.
I mean, significantly hurt your team for this year and your chances of winning. They didn't necessarily do that. You know, you get Verse, well, there's your starter.
Yeah.
He's stepping in, and he's been to the Pro Bowl 2 years. In 2
was
tries.
Rookie of the Year.
In 2 tries.
Yeah.
And you got this draft capital on top of it. Okay, I understand the thinking. You know, again, we're going to have to see how this plays out. I personally can't sit here and say absolute slam dunk trade. But I love getting a guy who's 5 years younger. I love getting a guy who can step in and play the position. And I love getting draft capital for a team that I think needs a starting quarterback.
What'd you think?
Until further notice, anyway.
It's a weird feeling. I normally would be, I'd be devastated. I'd be like, the hell are they doing? I don't feel that way.
Because you traded the defensive player of the year for a guy who is probably one of the 10 to 15 best pass rushers in football.
Yep.
Mixed with the fact that you got a first, a second, and a third in 3 consecutive years. I mean, it seems like it is a good trade for both sides now that the dust has settled and the shock has worn off of all of them.
They're each getting what they need and want.
Mm-hmm.
And I keep going back to the Rams are getting what they need now, like now. And the Browns are getting, for lack of a better term, a player with an opportunity to ramp up towards the future, right? Right?
Andy, he's going to come in and will there be a drop-off? Sure, I would think so. If not, then, boy, did Verse pick up his game even more. And he's already good.
Yeah, I don't know. Where's your point? I look at it, and again, I feel like I should be devastated, but I'm not. And I feel
it's because the trade makes you think.
Yeah,
really does.
And most times you get into a scenario like this where you've got the fan favorite, and when you trade the fan favorite, everybody hates the front office. Everybody hates ownership. It's a percentage. It's not the entire fan movement or the entire fan base hates ownership for this. If they did, they probably hated him for something before already. Or you hate the front office on this one. Why would you do that? I don't like. That's not the vibe I'm getting at all from anyone I'm talking to.
Well, and it's going to bubble back up in September when you actually see these guys put on uniforms. And for the first time, you look at the weak side of a defensive line and go, oh gosh, 95's not sitting there anymore. Like that, it's going to bubble up one more time. Because we're right in this part where we're not going to see any of these guys in uniform for a good period of time. Maybe training camp, all that kind of stuff. Okay, the diehards will be there for training camp. Preseason, the diehards will be there watching preseason. But week 1 again, when you look on that side of the line and don't see 95, it's going to bubble up a second time. But people going, oh yeah, that's right.
I went to a game last night.
But then you want to see what it's going to look like on the field.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I know I do.
The very first thing that happened to me, I went to a game last night, and the very first thing that was said to me as I walked in and sat down in the stands was, man, I cannot wait to buy a Verse jersey. And I was like,
Are you serious?
I was like, are you joking? He was like, no way. This is going to be awesome. This is going to be awesome. I was like, wow. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. I know a couple of you were hanging on the line there. Come on back, and we'll get you on the air. 216-474-0092. Again, ask yourself, why would the Rams do this deal? And now the other part of it is when you look at this Browns defense, there's an age factor going on. We're going to talk about that. Ben Broussard's going to join us at noon. We'll talk a little Guardians with him. Chris Rose a little bit later in the show. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Hi, Bernie Kosar.
Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Head over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Mary Kay Cabot had a great nugget on the trade. I don't know if anyone... this is the first time you've heard it, right? First time I heard it.
Yeah, I had heard this. Dan just said it moments ago.
Dan just said that as a part, and this is Mary Kay's reporting this, as a part of the trade, that if, for some reason, the Rams decided to turn around and trade Myles Garrett again to an AFC North team, that third-round pick that the Browns would have in, 28? 29?
Yeah.
Becomes a first-round pick if they decided they wanted to trade him to an AFC North team.
That's beautiful.
Wow. I like that.
That's good general managing right there by Andrew Berry.
Well, that's slick, don't you think?
Yeah, that's a really...
I love it.
If I'm the Rams, I'm thinking, yeah, okay, we're going to keep him.
But Jeff, let me ask you.
He's going to the Carolina Panthers.
What is wrong with people? Dan, you want on this one, right? There's video of Jared Verse now in the building.
I mean, we only have 4 hours, Andy. I don't know if we can completely dissect what's wrong with humanity.
What do you mean, what's wrong with people?
Wait till you hear what I have to say. So Verse is walking through the hallway.
Yeah.
And he's just, he walks in. It's probably his first time in the building. It's his first time in the building.
Cafeteria is?
No, he's talking to somebody and he's just listening.
We have a nice weather day for him. That's good.
He's walking down the hallway. Andrew Berry's waiting in the hallway for him. Somebody has their back turned, so I can't tell who that is. And they shake hands and he smiles. And then they hug.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, so the comments afterwards, and I know better than to do this, right?
Oh, no. You're going to comments?
Bro is not happy to be there. He hates his life going from L.A. to Cleveland. L.A. is not a good place. I won't say the word they use. And at least going to Cleveland, you don't have to worry about never mind. It's a bad one. But anyway, I'm just like, what? I just like, come on, man. You're watching 30 seconds, not even 30 seconds of video. The guy is smiling and hugging Andrew when he sees him. And it's like, he's not happy to be here.
Andy Andrews, the guy who's going to give him about $35 to $45 million a year.
Yes. He's mad moving from L.A. to Cleveland. Come on, man. What is wrong? How can you actually say that watching a guy in a 10-second video going down a hallway who's listening to somebody who's clearly not telling him a joke, he's explaining something to him because he's not laughing, so what? And then you meet the general manager, you smile, you're happy, you hug. That 14-second video, and these people know exactly what he's thinking. I'm done.
Pay attention to me economy, my friend. You put that out there, and people pay attention to you.
Well, you just read it on the radio.
Hey, welcome to Cleveland.
Yeah, I did.
Nobody
I paid
pays attention to you.
He got you.
Yep, that's all that is. That's just pay attention to me economy. Bait that hook, and then have everybody start retweeting it and yelling at me on the internet so more people pay attention to me.
These people are just hemorrhoids, man.
Yep.
They're just irritants.
That's why I tell you, man.
I wish I had a giant
window.
spray-on bottle of Preparation H.
I thought
that'd be great.
Did.
I don't. Do they make spray-on Preparation H?
Window into your kitchen.
Specifically for you.
New and improved basket size Preparation H.
Okay.
I see that stuff and I'm like, you must be miserable 24/7.
Why do you even look?
Because I wanted to see the video.
Okay.
I thought the video was cool.
Then you kept scrolling.
Well, that's the problem. When you have fat thumbs and you accidentally move the thing. Jeff, one of the things about Verse not only now being here in the building gets younger. With Myles being 30, does it not?
I don't know. That baby's been around since the 90s, Andy.
Have you seen next door what they've been doing?
Yeah, that's not the building, though.
It'll be the new building. But let's
it's great.
Kind of look at this team now defensively, Jeff. And as you do, just clearly they got younger. And I'm thinking about, wise veterans like Denzel Ward being on one side of the ball, but they really don't have a lot of guys that are, I don't know, plus 26? Is that
Right now, if you're penciling in this starting defense, Malik Collins would be one of your defensive tackles.
Okay.
But remember, Mike Hall's there. Right now, the defensive line, you've got Alex Wright, who turns 26 in September. You have Jared Verse, who turns 26 in November. You have Mason Graham, who is still only 22 years old. He's 23 in September, and Collins is 31, and Mike Hall is still 22.
That's all he is?
Yeah.
Wow.
He turns 23 on June 13th. So he'll play this coming year at 23. If you average that out, your defensive line, let's say Mike Hall eventually is a starter, who knows, 24 and a half years old on your D-line. If it's Collins, your D-line averages, your starters, 26 and a half years old. That's a young D-line. And the thing about it that's nice, it's a talented D-line. Alex Wright yesterday, we mentioned the Pro Football Focus rankings. He was the 18th ranked defensive end in the NFL last year, according to Pro Football Focus. And Jared Verse was, I believe it was 13th. So you've got two pretty highly thought of young defensive ends, a young defensive tackle who's on the up, and Malik Collins, who did a great job last year until he was injured, and Mike Hall with him. That's pretty good. Your linebackers, Schlesinger's only 23. Now, Quincy Williams you brought in, the obligatory veteran linebacker who the Browns seem to bring in a different one every year. He turns 30 in August. So he and Collins are over 30. And then your DBs are pretty young. Denzel's 29. So, okay, he's 29. He's pushing 30. Tyson Campbell's 26. Miles Harden is turning 25 in December. So he'll play this year at 24. Delpit turns 28 in September, and Ronnie Hickman's 25 in October. So your defense is young. Your defensive line, again, averaging with Collins even, 26 and a half years old. You have only 4 guys over the age who will play this season over the age of 26 on that defense. Only 4. And only 2 guys who are over 30.
Which is pretty normal for
the Browns. And
yeah.
it's not like they're 35. They're 30 and 31.
I don't know how that doesn't give you hope for the future. Like, you've got a young team, and so where does that put you in the window now? The window, just even by moving. Again, I know the how good Myles Garrett is, but the window of opportunity because you bring in Jared Verse expands that window out a little, doesn't it? I mean, it's just a little. It's one player out of 11, but now you've dropped some age down, and you're making it. You're giving yourself a little bit of a wider ramp.
Okay,
I don't want to make a big deal about it.
He is only 5 years younger than Myles, which is because Myles came in, really young, and Verse redshirted for a year when he went to school, so that he was a little older when he came into the league than some of the guys. But it's just a young group, Andy. I think this is a statement that I want your thought on it.
Okay.
If the defense regresses this year, I don't think it's going to be mainly because you traded Myles Garrett and put in Jared Verse.
I can tell you another reason why.
I think if there's regression on the defense, it's because your defensive coordinator maybe didn't do the job that the former one did. And I'm just saying, hey, if there's regression here, I personally think they can be better.
I do too, especially when you look at
younger defensive linemen, Andy, who are maturing. Mason Graham should be better this year, shouldn't he? Jared Verse is going to be steamed. Even if he loves, let's just say, hey, I've got family in Ohio and Pennsylvania. This is great. I get to go back. Who knows? Maybe he didn't like L.A. traffic. Maybe he didn't like, paying triple the rent. Who knows?
Well, they were saying this morning the taxes for Myles Garrett went up like $2.5 million.
Yeah, Myles is losing money.
Yeah.
Maybe Verse didn't love living in L.A. Maybe he loves this. Great. Regardless, he's going to be steamed. You guys traded me, huh? All right. He's going to have something to prove to everybody.
You really think that's... I see what you're saying. I wonder sometimes.
Don't you think, though?
Yeah, but at some point you got to turn the page because you got to play football and you can't. I mean,
exactly,
it might drive,
but don't you know
like that's the kind of stuff
he's going to be inspired, don't you think?
Yeah, I think that's the kind of stuff that maybe gets you going in the weight room, maybe a little bit more than maybe even.
Well, which could lead to an even better season.
He's another Superman specimen.
Sure.
Look at the video of him walking through. You're like, whoa, this guy's big. Chuck is in Rocky River. Hello, Chuck. How are you?
Yo, hey man, what's up, guys?
What's going on with you?
Yeah, that guy's huge. When I seen him get off the plane, I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I would say 7.5 sacks last year, I believe. On an already good defense, I mean, maybe along with our line, it seems like maybe he'll get a few more sacks. Might be 10 this year. I really called because Phelps, man, are you psychic, man? You call a lot of stuff. Like, remember when you wanted, I think Hoskins' name on the Guardians, and they went and got him?
Yeah.
Then the other day when the Miles trade stuff was coming up, you said, well, we have been getting a lot of edge rushers. Then right before the show ended, you said, also in L.A. is where his girl lives. Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
You said that, and all of a sudden, boom, the next day he's traded. So my question is, what lottery number should I play tonight?
Chuck, I can tell you.
Man.
I buy an occasional lottery ticket downstairs at the little convenience store, and my friend JJ enjoys ripping up my ticket in front of my face every time I lose. So I am not the guy to help you with lottery tickets.
Are you related to Sylvia Brown? That's my question.
And one more quick thing. About
John Edwards, maybe.
Nice.
Yes.
You also did it with the Guardians, too, when it came to Bazzani. You were saying, hey, he's getting walked, but the guy need to make hits. And that very same night, he started hitting. He started going on a run. And, thanks for taking my call, man. Love the show, man.
All right, thank you. Appreciate
Thanks,
it,
Chuck.
Thanks.
That was nice of Chuck.
That was. All right, we'll take some of your phone calls here coming up in a little bit, too. You got to hear what Jim Schwartz had to say yesterday because you brought that up. Like, if the defense regresses this year, who's everyone going to point the finger at? Where are they going at with that? And so you'll hear that in a little bit, what Jim Schwartz had to say on a show in Baltimore. But, the defense is now younger, and does that make a difference, and does that make you more optimistic about what they could be? We look at it and we say, well, Myles Garrett will cost this team X amount of wins. We won't get those wins next year because Myles isn't here. I don't know if that's a good way to look at life. 216-474-0092, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
championship for the first time since 1999 when they would lose to the Spurs in 5 games. Listen to The Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Still talking about the trade. How could you not be? Everyone's talking about it at work. They're standing around like, Myles Garrett doesn't play for us? Oh, did you see Myles Garrett standing there yesterday with his Rams jersey on? It was weird, wasn't it? A little weird?
A little different, yeah.
A little different.
A little different.
We're going to hear what Jim Schwartz had to say on Ryan Ripken's show in Baltimore. Ryan is Cal's
son.
So he was on that. We're going to hear that coming up at 11 o'clock, so we're about 17 minutes away from some of that stuff. Also going to talk a little high school football going on this week. We're going to get to that later in the show. Ben Broussard, former Indians first baseman, now covering the Guardians. We'll check in with him. Chris Rose at 1 o'clock. All kinds of cool stuff. And we'll talk a little bit about something near and dear to one of our old friends' hearts and very important to the station. So we'll get to that in the 1 o'clock hour. Again, still, like some topics that we're kind of just diving into here. Like, okay, why would the Rams want to do this deal in the first place? Mike Florio talked about that. And for them, it's about getting better now for
Super Bowl window, right?
Yeah, Super Bowl window. Or what does Mary Kay always call it for the Browns? She always called it
Super Bowl window 2.
Yeah, something like that. And Mary Kay had a great little tidbit
I'm still
about
waiting
the
for
trade.
one.
Mary Kay had a great tidbit about the trade that I'm not sure. We didn't know about it until she
That's
had
really
it this
cool.
morning, that if for some reason the Rams wanted to trade Myles Garrett back to the AFC North somewhere along the line, that third-round pick in 29 would become a first-round pick for the Browns. So a little forward thinking there, don't you think? That would have been aggravating to see him come back.
It's interesting to me that I can imagine this going down. Okay, are we set? We get Verse, a first, a second, and Les Snead says, yep, and you get that third in 2029. And Andrew says, hey, you know what?
Let me get a safeguard on this
How
thing.
about this?
It's not about you. It's about what if you get fired and someone wants to
It's
blow
the next
up everything.
guy.
Yeah, it's not about you.
Well, you're doing TV and that cushy gig. What if little Cubby comes in and wants to trade him to the Ravens?
Or the Steelers. Right? I love it. I love it. Good job. Nice safeguard.
Yeah, I think that's really good. I've never heard of something that specific in a trade. I'm sure it's happened. I can't recall anything that specific in a trade before. If you trade him to one of 3 teams.
In some ways, it's kind of the
That's
no
great.
trade clause, too, right? In some
Yeah.
way, it's a trade protector.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see more of those, or maybe we'll hear more about them.
I think it's really cool.
It's got to be a major trade, though, to hear about stuff like that, right?
It's really cool.
I don't know. So that and one of the other things we talked about, and Jeff Brett made a great point about this, about the age of the Browns defense. Like, if you already felt good about the Browns defense, yes, you've taken a step back. I mean, you'd have to be blind not to say that they haven't taken a step back by not having
we're assuming that.
Yeah.
And it's a safe assumption because to say otherwise, Andy, is to downplay the greatness of Myles Garrett. But
by the way, blind's a bad word. Probably a better word, but just oblivious.
I'm anxious to see Verse in this defense, Andy. It could be fun, man.
I think so too. I'm optimistic about it. I've been optimistic since the beginning of this. Could it fall flat on its face? Yeah, it could. You know
why I'm optimistic about it? And again, I'd love watching Myles. I think this team, and hopefully, Shedeur or Dylan Gabriel or Taylon Green come out and are so phenomenal this year that you think, wow, that's your guy. That would be phenomenal. But I'm optimistic because the Browns now have even more ammo to try and go get their quarterback in the upcoming draft that is supposed to be, and supposed to be, a good one for quarterbacks.
What if they already have theirs? Cool Ray in Bedford.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Cool Ray in Bedford.
What if?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Cool Ray.
Hey.
Hey, so the Myles Garrett trade, I had to sit back and digest. I like it and I don't. I don't like it because it sends a message the Browns are impulsive. But, but I do like it.
Wait, you think the message is that they're impulsive?
Yeah, because it's like if you knew you was going to trade him when you restructured this contract, you could have did that in the offseason and really got some assets for Myles Garrett.
Wait,
So
they did
that's the
restructure.
thing
But they did restructure that in the offseason. Is that what you're saying?
Right. So you could have traded him then. But like I said, we replaced the piece.
Okay.
So I don't think the new player we got is feeling a certain way because with a trade, you're literally looking at a trade going, who did they trade me for? He got traded for a Hall of Famer. So he is feeling like, really good. But by this team going young, that gives me more hope that they're going to go with Shedeur because now you have a young team, a young quarterback that can all grow. And we've seen the way Cincinnati and how those young players develop around a young player around their age. So I do like what they're doing, but I don't like the fact that it just sent a bad message. Like we didn't get all we could from Myles, but I do understand the process of trading, which is you only can trade with the people who want to trade with you.
Gotcha, Coolray. Thank you, Coolray. Have a great day, man. What do you think of that? I don't think the trade was impulsive at all.
No, I don't either.
Yeah.
And the fact that, according to Andrew Berry, it wasn't going to get done unless you had Jared Verse in the trade. Jared Verse is the guy in the – if you traded Myles for the 3 picks, Andy, and let's even say another first, or 2 firsts and 2 seconds. If you had done that, I'd be sitting here today thinking, I don't know, man. It sure sends the signal that you're not planning to try and win games this year.
So that was the scenario that I brought up in the beginning where in most trades you think, oh, my God, our front office is so stupid. Why would they do that?
Or a brilliant trade, one or the other.
Yeah. But in this, and you will blame the front office and never blame the player or like in a free agent situation where like, oh, he left for the money. I don't care. That guy didn't want to be here anyway. Like this is just unique in, pointing the finger and blame. I think for the general public, I do think that there are fractions of fans that are like, I can't stand the front office. They just traded a generational player. I mean, even they called him a one-helmet player. They did.
Which they did.
But the upside, I think, was now. And by the way, if this trade would have happened a year ago, people would have been like, good riddance to Myles. Sorry, I hate to say it because Myles was demanding a trade. Myles wanted out. By staying another year, it really softened the blow on saying, okay, well, I'll blame this person. I'm blaming the front office. I can't stand Myles. I hope he never wins that. That's where you get the animosity is when the player demands a trade. And you're sitting there, you're going like, well, I understand it. They only won previously. They've only won 5 games, or they've only won 3 games, and I get it. But in this scenario, it kind of feels like a win all the way around.
You have trades in the NFL. They do happen. Mm-hmm. But trades in the NFL aren't like trades in the NBA very often. This Myles deal is an NBA trade. Where the superstar gets traded and the other team gets a boatload of assets. And that it has that complete NBA trading a superstar feel to it.
Brett is in Florida. Hi, Brett. How are you?
Doing great. Hey, guys, I really like the trade. Hard to replace a Hall of Famer player, obviously, on the field.
Right.
But I have to think we're gaining a leader in the locker room.
It's all we've
when
heard.
Myles signed that new contract, they asked him to step from a leadership standpoint. Didn't really do it. We had Rodney McLeod leading the team on the field, Jacoby Brissett. Myles was rarely there. And now we're hearing talk that he didn't like Monken and he was behind Schwartz. So I got to believe we're gaining leadership.
Yeah, we'll hear from Schwartz. Thank you, Brett. By the way, everything that we've heard, right, Dan, we've talked about this too, that Verse is a leader. Like, this guy is loved in the locker room. They
called him, this could be good or bad. We mentioned yesterday, Chris Shula talked on one of the ESPN pregame shows during the season and said he's our Draymond Green. Now, with that comes some really good things.
Yeah,
and a few that might make you think, well, okay.
As long as he doesn't step over anybody, we're good, right?
Hey, Draymond can flat out play. Or could. I know I wanted him on my team. So
he's the guy you hate, but when he's on your team, you love.
If Verse brings that kind of an attitude to the Browns defense, and this isn't against Miles. Miles didn't bring that to the Browns defense. Miles brought other things, like maybe one of the greatest defensive ends of all time.
Yeah, that's
really good. But if Verse brings a little more attitude and a little more spunk maybe than Miles did, I don't know, Andy. I just think the Draymond Green comment from his defensive coordinator was kind of interesting.
I'm interested in this one. Dominic is in East Rochester. Dominic.
Hey, hi, guys. How you doing? Been a while.
Yeah,
good friend of the show. You've reached friend of the show status. Keep going.
Good. Yeah, listen, I called about Miles, but first, could your baseball team take it easy on my Yankees?
Sorry about that. Hey, again, don't forget the one time they went in there with Jake Westbrook, and he had they won 20-0, and then they ended up losing the series. 22-0, that's right, and they lost the series, so I wouldn't get too bummed out. They only play, 6 times in the next, or 6 of 9 games, so you got plenty of games to go.
I don't think you really got to see this kid for us pitch last night, but maybe you'll see him again next week. I think we're playing again next week. I'm not sure.
Maybe we won't, and I'll be happy about it.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Yeah.
Listen, on the Myles Garrett, I've been around for 132 years. I mean, I seen it all.
Good resume.
We traded Paul Warfield. I remember that morning, and I don't know if you guys remember, we traded Bobby Mitchell to get Ernie Davis. Of course, who never played a game.
Unfortunately, did.
Yeah, that's
so. You know what? I love Myles. We all love Myles, as far as that goes. But guys, I just want to win football games. That's all I care about. Is just want to win football games, and I'm sick of hearing that this may not be our year yet. How many times can I hear that?
120?
How many years can I hear that? Yeah, 120. I mean, I do want this to be our year. I'm ready. And if this helps, that's fine. I got high hopes for this quarterback from, where's he from, Arkansas?
Keep your fingers crossed, Dominic. Again, I'll go. I'm with you. He's so intriguing, and I'll repeat my words. You don't draft quarterbacks in the 3rd, 5th, and 6th round and think you found your guy.
No, Taylor Green's who you're talking about too. So, hey, Dominic, have a great day.
Thanks,
man.
I understand that. He sounds a little cocky, but I'm okay with that.
It could be fun. It could be fun, but I don't know if we'll get to that point. Dominic, thank you. All right, what did Jim Schwartz have to say? Because a lot of people want to correlate, Myles Garrett not having the chance to play for Jim Schwartz, and maybe that was one of the reasons why, he's not real happy. Although Myles didn't say a whole lot in between about what was going on with the situation. Maybe he didn't like the coaching staff here before, but we did know a year ago he did want to leave. But what did Jim Schwartz have to say on Ryan Ripken's show in Baltimore? And what about the defense? And what about him not getting the job? You're going to hear some of that coming up next right here. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Now stream the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092. Interesting morning to get things going here. Talking a little bit about what Mike Florio had to say to us yesterday about why the Rams would trade Verse and how they got into this situation to get Jared Verse. And, obviously there's points of it to, Myles Garrett ending up with the Rams and how we got to this whole situation and all those things. What's interesting, though, is yesterday, Jeff, Jim Schwartz, who was the runner-up for the head coach's job in the offseason. If by chance
the head coach is not able to fulfill his responsibilities.
That is correct.
Okay.
He did not win the Miss America pageant, so Jim Schwartz then decided to just walk away from it. He walked away, not coaching anywhere else.
From about $5 million.
Yeah, I mean, it's
significant.
Put your money where your mouth is, that's for sure. So Jim Schwartz walked away from all that money. And then we never really heard from him again until yesterday, the day after arguably the biggest trade in Browns history.
It's good timing.
Is that fair? Paul Warfield always seems to come back, but
I don't know.
Give me another trade
I don't know.
in
We'll think
Browns
about
history.
that.
Think about
that.
Anyway, he was on Ryan Ripken's show in Baltimore, and Ryan is Cal's son.
Cal Jr.'s son.
Yeah, Cal Jr.'s son.
Yeah,
sorry.
I thought he might be Cal Sr.'s youngest son, but I didn't know.
Well, God, Billy's got to be. I'm just thinking.
I didn't know.
Yeah. Anyway, so it's his.
Looked it up, double checked.
So senior's grandson, Cal's son, and so he's got his own show, and then he got Schwartz to talk on his show yesterday, and we were all ears about what he had to say. So here's your chance to hear it.
The Browns made a change at head coach. They passed over me with all the success that we had and the ability to develop players. Our best players had their best years. And that was the decision they made. They wanted to go with an offensive guy. They chose Todd. I'm fine with that. They can make decisions that they want to make. They can't expect me to stay on board for that. Anybody that's in any business, you get passed over for a promotion when you've done a really, really good job in your job. It's time to go. Todd deserved his own guy. A forced marriage isn't going to work in the NFL. Having command of the players and having command of the locker room, all those things are extremely important. I didn't feel like I could do my job after getting passed over for the head coaching job. Put me in a tough position. Hey, we want you to listen to this guy, but we didn't want to make him the head coach. I made the decision to resign. As a result, we weren't one of the best defenses in 3 years. We were the best defense in 3 years. The decision they made, that's their decision. But expect me to stay and to be on board for that, that's just a tough situation. And it wouldn't have been good for me, and it wouldn't have been good for Todd. So it was best for him to get his own guy in there as opposed to just having an arranged marriage and maybe having some players more loyal to me than him. I'd never been around that before. That all went into decision. I wasn't upset about it. I was disappointed about it. My experience told me that wasn't going to be a situation that was going to work.
Huh. As I listened to it in the beginning, I was like, you could have stayed. And then I started listening more to what he had to say. And I'm like, maybe that makes sense.
I agree with absolutely everything he said.
Still, I would have liked for him to stay.
Sure, I would have too.
For all the reasons that he had laid out, I don't think the respect factor was going to change. And I do think players would have still respected him. The key would have been that Todd Monken would have had to have trusted him, like he was, there is a way to make that work. And the awkwardness can, look, when you're winning, Jeff, and you see that the guy that didn't get the job can respect the guy that did get the job, but more importantly, the guy that did get the job respects the guy that was there before, I think it can work. I understand everything he said was right. Everything he said was right. Especially for $5 million.
What if Jim was steamed the whole time?
Steamed the entire time. Well, that was it. That Jim would have had to let that go.
Which is difficult to do. I mean, he wanted a second chance to be an NFL head coach. Will he get another one? Unlikely.
So
unlikely.
Would his path to being a head coach, would it have been better if he would have stayed as the number 2 guy here?
You could make the argument that it would have been unlikely had he stayed. If the team that benefited from his great work as a defensive coordinator didn't promote him, why would anybody else? Now, somebody might, and somebody might hire him, but he's at the age where in the NFL you would think, okay, do you want to hire a veteran coach who, I mean, certainly if Monken wanted to, he could coach into his 70s if he wanted to, and he's successful.
Right.
I mean, the age isn't a thing other than will a team hire a 60-year-old head coach for the first or second time? And I get it. Schwartz thought he deserved the job, thought he earned the job, thought it should be his. He didn't get it. This wouldn't fit real well. And maybe he and Todd, I don't know what kind of a relationship they have. Todd's, we've learned a little bit about Monken, haven't we? He's pretty much a straight shooter.
Yeah.
I wonder if they would have rubbed each other the wrong way or if they would have been exactly on the same page. Who knows? But certainly Jim Schwartz had the right to walk away, and he did.
Mm-hmm.
And the Browns shouldn't care, Andy, because they hired one guy over the other.
Right.
So, okay, if you really wanted Jim to be here, you should have hired him. And apparently you really didn't because you hired somebody else.
It's just interesting, though, the perspective that he said is they wanted an offensive guy. Well, they needed an offensive guy. The defense can be great. If you can't get more than 14 points a game, it doesn't matter that you are the best defense. You could be the best defense, but teams are still going to get, at the end of the day, you're going to get worn down in the fourth quarter, and all it takes is a couple field goals to beat you. I mean, you could be the best defense and give up, 70 yards in every drive and not allow another team to get into the end zone. But if your offense can't score, it just takes one drive to field goal range and you've lost. They had to improve the offense. And again, could they have with Jim Schwartz, and maybe they bring in another offensive coordinator that would have been better, that could improve, that could make things happen. But yeah, I think it goes back to the big question that even Charles Robinson said on our show. If you don't have a quarterback, you don't have a team. And they've got to be able to score. I just think that I would have loved to have seen Monken and Schwartz together. I'm not going to lie. I think it would have been a pretty good tandem. Or it would have been the greatest or the worst.
All right.
And I'll buy into what you're saying.
Just for the sake of argument.
Okay.
All right, they needed an offensive guy. Okay, I agree.
Schwartz did too.
And, Schwartz said it. He didn't say they needed an offensive guy. He said they hired the offensive guy.
They wanted.
2 of the 3 highest scoring teams last year were led by head coaches who have a defensive background, New England and Seattle. So if the Browns wanted to, they could have hired Jim Schwartz and then just gone and brought in an offensive coordinator.
True.
And the offensive coordinator could have done, the job. And then that guy, be in line to be a head coach down the road. But the key to having a great offense isn't necessarily hiring a head coach with an offensive background. It's hiring a coach to run the offense, maybe it's the head coach, who is good and good players. The Browns certainly didn't have enough talent.
They didn't have good players either. Yeah. Do you have, now that we're a couple months into this thing, I think Todd Monken is, they haven't played a game yet, so I don't even know why we're saying this, but
go ahead and say it.
But Monken has grown on us, all of us. I kind of feel like
we
some
like
of the
his
things
personality.
The things that he's saying.
He's like grumpy Uncle Todd.
Agree?
We love the fact that it's a lack of BS. We know he's going to come out here, he's going to tell us what the hell's on his mind at any given damn time, and you're going to listen to it loud and clear.
Wait, is he Todd Monken or Jim Ignatowski from Taxi?
Is there a difference?
No.
Super Dave Osborne.
No.
That hurts after a while, by the way. I don't know if we can do that very often.
Yeah, but Super Dave, that was his real voice.
Yeah, well, that's what he sounded like.
Him on Comedians in Cars getting coffee is an all-timer. Bob Einstein on those 2 episodes is so good.
Can you just give me a Great Scott?
Great Scott!
Back to the Future? You feel it? I don't feel it. Did they make the right move? You're not going to be able to answer that question until season starts.
Schwartz did a great job here, Andy, but they chose to go another direction. We'll see, but I understand why Schwartz said, "Okay, thanks." And as opposed to others, he was in a financial situation where he could pull that move.
That's key.
I'm done. Thanks.
By the way, speaking of Todd Monken, he'll be on Afternoon Drive today, and so will Jared Verse.
Oh, hey.
So both of those press conferences will be on Afternoon Drive today, so make sure you're sticking around after our show. Todd Monken press conference, Jared Verse press conference, all coming up on Afternoon Drive when we are done. Let me go back to a question that I thought you brought up earlier today, and it's if the Browns' defense goes backwards, is it because Miles isn't there, or is it because Jim Schwartz isn't there? You're returning, again, if you look at what Ourlads has for a depth chart, 9 of 11 starters on defense next year. And you heard what...
And you're plugging in a replacement who's one of the better guys in the league at that position.
Yeah. Whose fault is it if it goes backwards? Man, that seems to scream...
Remember, the year number 3 with Jim Schwartz wasn't as good as year 1 or year 3. Excuse me, year number 2. Remember that middle year? Yeah. They regressed a little bit. Things happen.
Guys get older, injuries, stuff like that. I get it. Jeff is in North Olmsted. What do you think of this defense?
Hi, Jeff.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call. Andy, real quick sidebar. If Game 1 was an indication of the Stanley Cup Finals we're about to get last night, that was a heck of a game. Not sure if you watched it, but I figured I'd touch on the hockey real quick.
No, I know. I was reading all about it this morning. I did not see the game last night, but I've got a text chain of buddies that they're all into it, and they're on me every day about the NHL playoffs. But, it sounds like it was a great game last night. Yeah.
Oh, it was a heck of a game. So, anyways, after these past couple days, each day I feel like I've gotten a little bit more receptive to this trade. And one thing is clear now is we now possess the back-to-back defensive rookies of the year at the first and second level. That's intriguing. You know, getting rid of a player, obviously Miles' stature is tough to digest. None of us were ever going to be fully satisfied with what the return was going to be. Everybody's going to have a difference of opinion on that. But with that being said, I'll miss Miles, the talent, obviously the double-digit sacks, but I got to tell you guys, I'm not going to miss talking about speeding tickets every offseason. There's certain things I'm not going to miss that are part of this equation. At the end of the day, this trade was made for the future, right? And to get a quarterback in place by the time Jimmy's World opens in that dome. And at the end of the day, that's what's going to need to happen. And the offense is going to need to complement the defense at some point because we haven't seen complementary football in years, guys. So I'm hopeful for it. I think it's the right move. It addresses the future and gives us way more flexibility. It's tough to see great players go, but that's the nature of the business. Have a great day, gentlemen.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Jeff in North Olmsted.
Jeffrey.
Huh. So a lot on the table there. You heard what Jim Schwartz had to say. When you're looking at the defense next year, now are you going to say, hey, this defense better be as good as it was with Myles Garrett? Because I don't think that's fair. Or this defense better be as good or as strong because you're returning 9 of 11. And if it's not, why did you get rid of Jim Schwartz? Why didn't you try to figure out a way to try to make this work with Todd Monken? Because as he said, it's a forced marriage, and there was no way that he was going to stick around for this forced marriage. And then, Schwartz, I think the timing of it's interesting. Also that he spoke yesterday, too. So all of that, we're going to touch on a little bit of high school football going on. Ben Broussard's going to join us. Chris Rose is going to join us a little bit later in the show. All kinds of good stuff. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. 216-474-0092. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Liberty Mutual customize this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
Hey,
Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. You're Jim Schwartz. What he had to say. I kind of over it. I hate to say it. I was bummed when he didn't get the gig. But, you all have to turn the page at some point, and your head coach is going to be your head coach. So Todd Monken, who, by the way, you'll hear his press conference today coming up. I'll be interested to hear when he's asked, so how long did you know this deal was going down? And how awkward is it for you to not be able to say anything when you know something's actually going down? And then we get the speech. I can only coach the players that are here.
I knew when I took the job we were trading him. We just didn't tell anybody.
Yeah, I knew. I don't care what Andrew said yesterday. Here's the truth. I took the job knowing that Miles wasn't going to be here.
I wasn't coming here without extra draft capital.
Yeah. I have a feeling for the first time we will hear Todd Monken do a Kevin Stefanski impression.
That's really
and it's
true.
just going to be a full Stefanski answer on that one.
In other words, well thought out, and you listen to it and you think, he didn't tell us anything, did he?
That was noise-filled air.
Who is getting blamed if the defense goes backwards this year? I don't want to be negative about going into next year, but who's getting blamed? You can blame the front office for trading Miles.
Our new buddy Rudy.
Rudy gets blamed. Dan, who are you blaming?
Boy, that's a good call, Jeff, because it's back to the whole thing of what happens when the baseball team doesn't hit.
Yeah.
Fire the hitting coach.
Yeah.
It's kind of back to that whole idea. I wonder if you might be onto something on that one. To me, it'll be on the fact that you just don't have the gravitational pull of Myles Garrett. You know what? I don't even know if it's that far. I wonder if there will be a chunk of Browns fans that will just throw their palms up in the sky and go, defenses are fickle. Like, it's just the truth of the matter.
Defenses are like bullpens, Dan.
Yeah, you could be the best defense in the league, and the next year you could be the 7th best, and then you could be the 4th best, and then you could be the 10th, and it moves up and down. And so it might just be palms to the air. I don't know. Defenses are fickle.
I think when it's said and done, the front office, if for some reason they go backwards, the front office will get blamed for trading Miles, and ownership will get blamed for not taking the right head coach. Ownership will come back.
You're throwing it around, Andy.
Well, I'm just saying, people are going to come back and say, that was stupid that they didn't hire Jim Schwartz. Why didn't they do that?
Blaming everybody.
What's Jim Schwartz? And then people will be like, well, what's Jim Schwartz doing now? And they'll be like, why didn't you get another job? And you're like, well, he's still under contract from the Browns. It'll be interesting to see how that plays.
It'll be that constant talking circle of the people who want to make their point will make their point with the way of welcome. You didn't get a head coaching job anyway. And we'll see what this Browns defense looks like under Mike Rutenberg. It sounds like it's going to be relatively similar. They're going to keep the same concepts and ideas. It's just a matter of messaging. And will the guys buy into what's there? Or does the league make an adjustment to what Jim Schwartz and the Browns defense does? And can they adjust back?
Would you guys agree with this? If Verse wasn't in this trade, people would be screaming about this trade.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because
I think that
you got a
completely.
known versus an unknown. And
and a replacement.
And people will say, go back. I know Andrew. Now, and then people will be questioning the last two drafts, right? They'll say, like, well, I know Andrew had a good draft last year, 2 years ago, and I mean, this one looks good on paper, but look at all the other drafts. I mean, they have just sucked. It's his fault they didn't have those first-round picks anyway. I mean, he did pull the trigger on the Deshaun Watson deal. Ugh, they got nothing back in that, right? That's where that would go. We all know it. Dan's in Cleveland. Hi, Dan. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Hi, Dan.
Hi. You had a caller from Rochester.
Yeah, Dominic. He calls all the time. Yeah.
And I think you guys know me. I'm an old-time Browns fan. Okay. So
yes.
I was living in present when they traded Bobby Mitchell for Ernie Davis, and unfortunately he died, and we got nothing in that deal. Okay.
Yep.
The way it turned out.
The Express.
Bobby's a future Hall of Famer. On Paul Warfield, we traded him for for the rights to Mike Phipps because we needed a quarterback.
Right.
Another Hall of Famer who was around 28 or 29 at the time. He went on to play for 2 Super Bowls, but we didn't get a Rookie of the Year receiver in that deal. It was just straight up, and it didn't work out. Now in this deal with Garrett and getting Verse, he's Rookie of the Year at the same position. So I'm very positive, and the Browns fans should be in this deal at this particular time because of the draft picks. But we replaced Garrett with a really great young guy. And I'd just like to bring to your attention very quickly that in the I was at the 64 championship game.
You were at the 1920 Indians champ, the Spiders champ. Was that Spider?
He's a wise guy, Dan.
You said
Wait,
20.
The 64 championship game.
Yeah.
We beat the Baltimore Colts, who at the time with Johnny U and Raymond Berry and Don Shula, they were considered one of the greatest teams of all time at the time because they were averaging 34 points a game. And if anybody's worried about our defense this year, that team did not have any Hall of Famers on defense. We won 27-0, and we didn't have Garrett or Verse kind of guy. So just think about that and feel good about this defense this year and this trade.
Dan, thank you. Very optimistic call from
Dan. It was a very
today.
positive call.
It was very positive. I still
see, and that it's funny because I just asked you if Verse isn't in this deal, are people hot? You said yes. Dan said yes. I agree. And Dan just called, hey, you got a guy who's
it's a tangible
good.
trade. That's why, right? It's tangible.
Well, this year, last year, the last 2 years, did you take a step back from Myles Garrett? Yes. What if Verse comes here and he becomes he plays the next 10 years here in Cleveland and makes 7 Pro Bowls?
Worth it.
Which is not outrageous sounding because he's made 2 in 2 years.
Yeah. Got to stay healthy.
And then they turn the draft picks into, say, their franchise quarterback.
Do you trust them to do that? Only the last year and a half has made you trust them on draft picks.
I trust them to do that for this reason. They have a lot of assets to move up now. They have a lot of assets. They have 11 picks in this draft.
But those are not tangible players at this point.
No, they're not.
And speaking of not tangible players, you take that first-round pick they have now, and all of a sudden, we're starting to talk quarterback.
Or Andy, draft a quarterback or trade for one. If a team has a quarterback who's a veteran and has been out there, let's say the guy's closing in on 30, and that team thinks, man, we got to rebuild, and it's not going to work with fill in the blank. Cleveland, you have 2 number ones. Would you give us 2 number ones for fill in the blank? And we've seen the success that veteran quarterbacks have had in the league lately. Sam Darnold is still polishing up that Super Bowl ring.
Again, going back to this quarterback situation, I think my favorite moment of this week, beyond trying to figure out what's going on. And by the way, I don't know that trading Myles Garrett gives me a favorite moment from that trade. It was what Todd Monken said the day before about Brendan Sorsby. That was the highlight of the week for me so far. I know that
was
we had
concrete, wasn't it?
Yeah, I love the fact that he kind of put his foot down and said, and he said, I haven't talked to the front office about this, and they came back.
Well, maybe you should have.
Well, and then they talked to Andrew yesterday. Andrew just kind of gave some kind of vague gloss over on Brendan Sorsby because
we've done our research, and we'll do research on everybody who's coming out.
Yeah, there was talk that Andrew did like
the team.
Sorby. I hope they stay a million miles away from this. Please stay away from Brendan Sorsby. Just stay away from it, Jeff.
Drama at quarterback is us.
Yeah, that's why I don't want it. Can we just get a quarterback in here with no drama?
We have one, but he's 5'10".
That's drama, Jeff. If you're not tall enough, that's drama.
That's not drama.
If you're drafted in the 5th round, that's drama. Right? It's drama. If your dad's one of the best players to ever play the game, that's drama. If your dad went into Colorado and changed the whole world out there and wasn't scared to ruffle a bunch of feathers, that's drama. If you bring in a quarterback that's involved with the NCAA over gambling violations, and we've seen it before where the NFL will impose suspension on players based on NCAA actions, not even NFL. Is Jim Tressel still suspended from the NFL? God, was that stupid. whole tattoos. Look at where they are now. And Tressel got suspended from Ohio State for that. And then he got suspended from the NFL for that.
One rule, gentlemen.
Terrell Pryor suspended. To me, it's all stupid.
One rule.
Mm-hmm.
There's one rule.
And that is?
Don't bet on your team.
Yeah, I agree.
One rule. I mean, it is amazing the things that professional sports will allow you to get away with in life if you're good at what you do. And I'm not here to go down that road of if that is right or wrong or anything else, because that's not our place to be the morality police.
Mm-hmm.
But we know one thing for sure. There is one rule in professional sports. Don't gamble on your own team.
Actually, the rule should be don't get caught gambling on your own team. Right?
Don't gamble on your own team.
I agree. Don't gamble on your own team.
Well, you're not going to get caught if you don't do it.
That's true, too.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
That's my thing. It's why I don't want Sorsby. Run as far, run fast.
I agree. Can we stay away from anyone that's got to be suspended or in court before they even get here? Can we please stay away from that?
I don't care how talented he is. One rule. That's a really simple rule.
You want Sorsby? You want them to draft Sorsby?
If he were the number 1 overall pick considered in 2027, you're dang right I do.
You think he's the number 1 overall pick for next year?
What did I say?
If he was.
What did I say?
You planted the seed. Anvil time right there. Boom. Hit it.
I said.
No, that's not.
I said that's an anvil.
Him.
I said if he
was.
I'm
not going to side on him. I'm typically on your side.
If he was considered the number 1 overall pick, you're dang right I'd bet him. But
Jeff,
guess what? He might not even be a first-round pick next year. So why would you bring in all that drama?
All right, good. All right. At least the answer at the end was.
There you go. You cut me off before I had a chance to go there.
Because I hear where you're going. 15 years, man. This is a bad relationship. I know where everything's going.
Yeah. You don't love me anymore.
I never loved you in the first place. You wouldn't hire me when you were at 43 20 years ago. I'm not still mad about it.
I didn't have hiring power.
I know. That's all right.
It was just a cog in the machine.
You were actually the only honest guy I think I ever met in this business when we first started. You were honest, and I'll never forget that. I appreciate you for that, even though I don't love you.
Yeah, I know you don't.
Oh, man, we got a lot more coming up, too. Hey, NBA Finals, you want to talk about that? We also have a little bit of high school football I want to talk to you about coming up, plus Ben Broussard's at noon and
Benny.
Chris Rose at 1. It's all straight ahead right here, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
When you're
on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. All right, we'll get back into talking about the Browns, what's going on here. Jim Schwartz talking yesterday. Mike Florio, kind of looking into why would the Rams, even trade Jared Verse. So, and by the way, Verse, you'll be able to hear his press conference a little bit later today. Todd Monken's press conference, that's all coming up on Afternoon Drive as soon as we are off the air. So all this cool stuff we'll be talking about, we'll continue talking about. But I do want to get to something that's going on in town, and John Carroll is the place to be on Friday night as Don Shula Stadium will open its gates at 6 and kickoff is at 7 for the Greater Cleveland Football Coaches Association's 54th annual East-West All-Star Football Game. Rob Senor is the man with the plan and knows all about what's going on with this game, and he joins us on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. Hey, Rob, how are you?
Hi, Rob.
Hey, guys, how you doing today?
We are doing fantastic. Tell me a little bit about the game this year and how excited is the crew out there at John Carroll to get these kids ready to play a little bit of football before as they say goodbye to high school.
Lost you here. You guys still there?
Yeah, we're still here. Yeah, just tell us a little bit about how excited everybody is about this game coming up on Friday night. Still there? All right, we're
not sure if you guys can hear me.
We can. Yep, we lost him. All right, we're going to try to call him again. I always find it interesting, these high school football all-star games, because I think they were a lot bigger, 10, 15 years ago. It's a tough call, man.
You mean before many players had dollars on the line?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I always remember going out to was it Ken Duke Stadium out in Medina, covering the game they had in Medina County every year.
Yeah.
That we
big 33 game.
Yeah, that was always fun too. But there's still all-star games going on, and Rob is behind this, and this is second year in a go. They're welcoming kids in from Lake County and Lorain County schools too. So you got your East and your West, and Rob is back on the line. Hi, Rob. How are you?
Hey, guys. Sorry about that.
No worries. All right, tell us a little bit about the game, who's involved, and how excited you guys are to keep this tradition alive. 54 years.
So, like I said, the 54th annual Tyler County East-West All-Star Game, the longest-running All-Star game in the state. You guys mentioned some other All-Star games. Some of them have gone by the wayside, like the Big 33. Yep. But our game is still going. It will pit East Side versus West Side of Greater Cleveland. The East Side is made up of teams from Cuyahoga County and now Lake County, and the West Side is made up of teams from West Side of Cuyahoga County and Lorain County.
It's a good group to pull from. Who plays in this game, Rob? What kids?
So it's outgoing seniors that have just recently or will graduate in the next couple days. Some are going on to play college football. Some are not going on to play college football. But we've really found, coaches nominate and help us choose the best of the best. They're always great kids and kids that just want to get one more chance to put on those pads sometime and to just give it another go. And it's really great to get to know some of these kids and watch them and see how excited they are for Friday night.
If you go, there's a chance you could catch a future star there, too, because you've had so many good players come through this game that have gone on to play in the NFL, too.
Yeah, we don't know who we're going to see out there on Friday night and what the future holds. Back in when Travis Kelce played, we certainly didn't know Travis Kelce was going to be Travis Kelce, or Jamie Meter was going to play for the Browns someday, or Najee Good from Benedictine was going to have a fairly long NFL career. We just don't know, and that's part of the exciting part about this. As you guys know, Northeast Ohio just breeds so many great football players, and some of them might be out there Friday night.
Who are the coaches in this one, Rob?
Yeah, so coaching the West Side is Sean Rance from Fairview Park High School, and coaching the East is Mars Porcello from Wycliffe High School.
Tell me a little bit more about the Greater Cleveland Football Coaches Association and their role.
So our organization, a longstanding organization that our main goal is to give scholarships to outgoing seniors that are going on to college to play football. They might be playing at some non-scholarship schools. So this past spring at our Hall of Fame Golden Deeds banquet, we gave away 8 scholarships to outgoing seniors who are going on to college. And, that's our mission. And it's also an opportunity for coaches to get together and build camaraderie amongst coaches and professional development amongst coaches. It's a great organization. I'm really, really proud to be a part of it.
All right, Rob.
And that's where the proceeds go.
Yeah.
To the scholarship fund.
And so, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on both of you guys. Yes, that's where the proceeds go, towards the scholarship?
Yes.
Okay, so let me ask you 2 questions before we let you go here. One, how do kids find out about those scholarships while they're senior, or the kids that are juniors, I'm assuming now, that will be seniors next year? How do those families find out about trying to become one of those kids that wins a scholarship?
Yep, so there's a couple great places. So first of all, their high school coach, gets notified through our organization every, after the fall season, but also our website, gcfca.org, has scholarship applications on there for kids that are interested.
And then last question, just give us the lowdown on tickets. Again, it's at John Carroll. Gates open at 6. Kickoff is at 7. But how do folks get tickets, and how do they get to enjoy the game?
Tickets are available at the gate for $10, cash, credit card, Venmo, Zelle. We'll take any form of payment. $10. Again, all the proceeds go towards our scholarships. Great night. Supposed to be great weather. If you love football, I highly suggest coming out on Friday night and just seeing a good old-fashioned football game.
Yeah, it's really actually cool just to even get out to Don Shula Stadium. If you haven't had a chance to see that place, it's immaculate, man. It's great, and John Carroll's got a lot of cool things going on. They just built that new indoor track facility there too, so really cool stuff going on. Rob, congratulations on another year, 54. Let's talk to you again next year when we hit 55, my friend. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob.
Great. Thanks. I appreciate you guys. Have a good day.
Right, we'll talk to you soon. Rob Senior from the East-West High School All-Star Scholarship Football game. It really just cool. But like we were talking before, you would watch the Big 33, you'd watch all these things when we were younger, and it's just good to know that some of these games are still going on. And sometimes it's you can make a difference in some kids' life there too. Just $10 by heading over to the game, and some kids are going to be able to maybe perhaps play football in college. And it sounds like 8 individuals will be honored to have a little bit of scholarship money just to play one more time in high school football. I gotta tell you, it's hard, especially for any high school football parent, that you watch your kid play high school football for 4 years and you hit that last game probably sometime in, if you're lucky, you get past you get past Halloween now to keep them watching and see them playing football. And sometimes it's hard to walk away from it. You get one more shot. I think that's kind of cool and that's fun. And then hopefully most of these kids are going on to play college football too and representing our area. So again, that is Friday night. Gates open at 6. Kickoff is at 7. It is at John Carroll University, located in University Heights. Real easy to get to on the east side. Okay, so Jeff, let's go back to what we were talking about as we kind of wrap up the hour, and we're going to turn towards a little bit of baseball next hour. We're going to talk to Chris Rose at 1 o'clock. The whole dynamic of the trade, and we've had a couple days now to digest it, and you're going to get a chance to hear from Jared Verse and Todd Monken during afternoon drive later this afternoon. We've kind of let it settle in. It's unique in the trade itself because you are actually acquiring a real person. It's not leaving it up to the front office.
Look,
you're
it's
not leaving it up to the front office.
This is not an AI trade, Andy. This is the real deal.
It feels like it. Feels like it's a real deal.
Wow, we got a real boy.
We did. Human. Who was I? I was on the phone yesterday with a major hotel chain, right? And I'm talking, and I got to tell you, the AI there sounded so real. But then you would ask a question, and you get this weird pause, and then a click, and I'm like, and so at one point, Tropical Storm was in this car with his buddy, and I'm like, "Are you a real human?" And then I heard a click, click. Yes, I am here just to help you, like I'm the front desk. And I wanted to punch my dashboard when I heard it. I was like, "This is crazy."
It's not good.
Great. Even the robots are lying to me now.
Yeah, it's
fantastic.
Weird.
That's what I need. It's bad enough people are doing it.
Sucks. Just sucks. All right, so
I'm with you. We're so done for with all this AI.
All right, so again, you've had like 24, 48 hours to digest this. when you run into people and you're talking to people about the trade, this is the whole water cooler conversation. Dan, what are they saying to you? Happy? Sad? What are they saying? I'm all in on the Browns. Like, I'm all out on the Browns.
Heartbroken. Heartbroken to lose Myles Garrett, somebody that you, for 9 years, have turned on your television and knew right where he was going to stand and the impact that he could make. Heartbroken for the fact that we are sending out a Hall of Famer, and wait and see on everything else. There are still people out there who distrust this front office a little bit. I know they've had one draft that looks like is really good and a second draft that everybody tells us is good. Again, we won't know until games are played on the field.
Everybody tells us is good.
Well, but it's the truth. We're not going to know until we're sitting there watching it on Sundays to see if Casey Concepcion can catch the ball and Denzel Boston can get separation and E-Man can find his way to being an impact player on the defensive side of the ball. Like,
that is all correct.
We have a long way to go until we get those Sundays. So it's kind of this mix of bummed, but also kind of hopeful. Jared Verse is really good. Especially if you've watched the Rams, you've seen Jared Verse just wreck game plans.
I'm in. Jeff, you in? I mean, we don't have a choice. You're in.
Really. Andy, I understand the thinking of this trade completely, and that's kind of my stance on this. Let's see what they do with those draft picks. I'm Verse will come in and be a very, very good defensive end. Probably won't be Myles Garrett, but he'll be very good. I'm not worried about that. The trade becomes something if these draft picks become something really good, really good. And to me, it just screams trade up and get a quarterback in 2027. And it would be wonderful if Shedeur, Dylan Gabriel, Taylor Green made that not necessary. I'm not expecting that to happen.
Quick caveat too.
Yeah.
A lot of the texts I've gotten is, "Are we really flushing another season?" That one is also.
I'm wondering that too.
That's a tough way to go.
I don't know. On defense, I don't feel like we've flushed the season. At least you have the personnel out there to say they haven't flushed the season. The problem becomes the offense. It's a brand new offensive line. You're relying on a couple of really young wide receivers to help you out. You're also looking at a second-year immersion of a tight end that you are now putting a lot more pressure on for Harold Fannin, and running backs that you're hoping are both healthy. We can sit here and talk about defense all day long. I'll go back to what I said last segment. If you can't score more than 14 points a game, you are looking at another year where you're trying to find a quarterback. I hate it. And Jeff, when you talk about some of these quarterbacks that you're looking at, I know I want to get to it more. And, I've talked about what I don't want them to do because I think we're all kind of hesitant on going into the supplemental draft and taking a guy that's got, NCAA accusations about gambling. It's kind of heartbreaking. And
you don't need that on top of what we already have here at quarterback.
No, you don't. Can we avoid the drama? How's that sound? Let's avoid the drama.
Fine.
Big win last night for the Guardians. Let's talk to Ben Broussard, former Indians first baseman. He is with us next right here. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092.
quarterback that's middle of the road will call them better because they'll have more of an impact on winning potentially, but they'll never be in the same stratosphere as Myles Garrett. I'd be stunned if in my lifetime there is a better player.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Guardians in the Big Apple. That's right. Last night, nice win against the Yankees, and they'll do it again tonight at 7:05. Let's bring in friend of the show, longtime friend of the show, dating all the way back to our days when we would sit down with him on television. He is Ben Broussard, and right now he is on the Weishart Right. We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hey, Ben, how are you?
Hey, man, how's it going?
What's going on with you? How are you enjoying doing a little bit of TV this year? Fun?
Man, I love it. Yeah, it's great. It's really cool to kind of see it from this side, and then also just to give that perspective to people to kind of hear what, players think and how they prepare, and, try to just make it more and more like attainable, I think, for the audience.
Yeah, you thought Jeff and I were just goofing around when we interviewed you, but we had to put a lot of work in.
We were actually, Ben.
Yeah, we actually were.
Don't
we had
tell
fun.
anybody.
Yes.
You're on the team.
You guys were always good to me, man. I think I come off as very tolerant, because I still remember how hard it is, and I remember what those sleepless nights are like. And so, when I'm sometimes up there and I hear people around me, maybe frustrated, I'm like, hey, it's really hard. Believe me, they're working at it. So I think I'm still working on that player side, and also I'm just a positive person. So that's kind of where I feel like I had the most success, is when I could stay positive and try to figure out what I did good that day, what I needed to work on, and then, show up the next day and reset and get ready. That's kind of that's the routine for a player. It's really hard.
Yeah, Ben, it's one thing when you get to the league, right? It's another thing when you're there and you're trying to stick. And the Guardians have a lot of young guys right now on this team that are making an impact. But as well as I do, I hate to say it, when you're young in the game and you just got called up, you can't take anything for granted. And you got to work even harder when they give you the call to tell you to come up to the bigs, right?
Yeah, your whole life you're training and dreaming about this thing, and then you get up there and you feel like your swing's in a good spot and you're handling certain pitches really good, and then you have a little success, and then it's like the league adjusts to you. It happens every day. So you watch it with Travis Bazzana and how they started off pitching him when he first got to the league, and they were trying to see. They're like, hey, let's see what he does. They're trying to figure out what sequence gives him a better chance to get him out more times than not. And I've just watching the young guys having to adjust, and you just got to be aware of it. It doesn't necessarily mean that you always have to hit that pitch that they're trying to throw to you. It's more like taking other pitches. So I feel like on the hitting side, pitchers, what they're hoping to do is get you to worry about something that kind of exposes you to other things. And then maybe you'll swing at a pitch that most people can't do much damage with. And so if they can make Bazzana worry about fastballs in, and they're pitching him up and in a lot, and he's up there worrying about fastball in, then he doesn't stay on soft off-speed stuff away. And so they know that. So what they're trying to do is they might throw in there a few times, not even really trying to throw a strike, more just trying to stand him up, make him feel aware of it, because they know they're going to try to get him out another way. So those are all kind of things you start learning when you get up there. You're able to put it together. It's not so much that you're guessing what pitch is coming. It's almost like you really understand what you do well and where you do well. So Bazzana crushes balls middle, and he crushes balls middle up, and he crushes balls out over the plate and away from him, but not fringy black pitches on either side. So if I'm him, I'm hey, I'm looking in the middle of the zone, and I'm either looking up or I'm looking maybe down a little bit, depending on if they're facing a guy that has a really good riding fastball, and say the whole league's only hitting 100 off of this guy's four-seam fastball. As a veteran hitter, the way I would have approached it, I would go, okay, I'm not going to try to prove to the world that I can hit this pitch that's elite. So I'm going to like look down in the zone, and he's got 3 other pitches that I can hit and I handle well. And I'm going to try to say no to that one that's borderline up, because that's the one that the guy that has the really good riding fastball. It's because he can throw those pitches like right around the edge of the strike zone and make it like right above the strike zone, and it fools the hitter and they get under it. And, you know, it's always a fly ball. They can't really square it up. So there's this like chess match going on back and forth, pitch to pitch, that I think the Guardians do a great job preparing the guys, you know, in batting practice, and then what they do before. And then also just on the mental skill side, you know, like not attaching your identity to like the failure you might have that day. You know, so what? You went 0 for 3 or 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts, but you had great swings on these pitches. You know, let's make an adjustment for tomorrow. Instead, you know, young players without good leadership around them would be like, oh, I'm terrible. I can't make it here at this level, you know, and then the monkey gets on your back and I'm going to change my swing now. I'm going to try something I've never done before, you know, at the highest level in the world. Like, that's not what you want to do. You want to have an idea of like who you are when you get there. And then you really lean on your coaches, and there's just a lot of smart people in the room that can kind of break it down. And that's what I was really impressed listening to some of the younger guys talk, like interviews with Travis. When he's talking about that, he's like, I want to understand what pitches I'm supposed to swing at, what pitches I'm supposed to take. And then just really, I'm concerned with the process. So he's not really concerned with, hey, you've had a great month. Like, he's not thinking that way. He's thinking today, you know, this next at bat. And that's a real advanced, mature way to think. So I think we've got some really good young players that they're not just going to have a good week or two and not do well. It seems like they've got that, you know, that foundation mentally and that fortitude that you need to really make a difference and make an impact in the game.
Ben Broussard joining us, former Indians first baseman, DH, and you see him now on Guardians pregame, postgame shows. Bazana has been terrific, Ben. There's no question about it. Stephen Kwan moved out of that leadoff spot. Is Bazana making that permanent, not temporary? And do you like Travis as a leadoff hitter?
You know, I think of Bazana a lot like what it was like when Grady Sizemore came up. I don't know if you guys remember that time, but he comes in and he's like the 9-hole, and then he's the leadoff pretty quick, and then all of a sudden he's in the 3-hole, you know, and he's like that guy. And I'm not trying to put pressure on Bazana, but like to be the 3-hole guy. But I just see a lot of – I just remember watching like a young player like Grady come in, and he seemed like an older player, even though he was really young. And he was explosive, and he always had good at-bats. And so I don't think the organization probably – I mean, I haven't talked to him about it, so I wouldn't know. I'm just speculating, but I would think that, you know, Kwan is their guy, and, you know, he's working through some things with his swing and getting comfortable, and he's like a great leadoff guy. So I don't know necessarily like there's some competition between Travis and Kwan. I think more of it like they want Kwan to get comfortable and feeling good again, and then, you know, they want to see what kind of the adjustments Bazana is going to make. And, you know, you just never know. I think there's lots of spots that Bazana can help the team, but I think Kwan has such a proven track record that he gets on base, he walks, he's a big, you know, he's really good in big situations. You want a veteran in that role too. So I don't see it as a competition. I think it's just a great opportunity for Travis to get in and get more at bats, see a different kind of role for the team, and it also gives a little space for Kwan to kind of get locked in.
Ben Broussard, former Indians first baseman, now working television too as well for the Indians Broadcast Network. Listen, I know it's 1 of 162, but for a guy especially like Bazana, because he had such a great night last night, what does having a good game in New York do for your confidence? I've got to believe. I mean, yes, you're playing Major League Baseball, and every stadium you're playing in, you know, maybe with the exception of Oakland, is really Sacramento is really, really cool. But when you can pull off a game like you did last night against the Yankees, and, you know, you're only going to be there for 3 games during the regular season anyways, can that do something a little bit more for your confidence than, say, I don't know, winning in Tampa or winning somewhere else?
Well, I definitely think it's that big game feel, that atmosphere. I don't want to say it's comparable to being in the playoffs, but it's pretty close, especially when you're a month in like he is. And so I think everything that he's accomplishing along the way is building into that foundation. The big picture is for us to get in the playoffs and really do some damage, right? We've got a great team. You can see this team going far in the playoffs. So I think when they're looking at everybody's performance, the bullpen, the starters, the defense, they're thinking like October, they're not just thinking about like right now here in June. And so for Travis, he's got a lot of season left. He's going to have a lot of big moments, big opportunities. And I just think that just adds to like his confidence when, he's dreamed about doing this. And then when you actually do it, it just brings that like excitement meter down a little bit. So the next time you get up there, you're like, I've been in Yankee Stadium before. I've hit big hits after big hits. I'm good with runners in scoring position, or who cares? This guy's the best pitcher in the league. I've seen a bunch of best pitchers in the league. I can compete. I think all those things it's cumulative, so it's just a little bit. And there's like a big picture. We want everybody to be healthy and locked in going into September. That's when you want to be. And you want to play good baseball, but we got a great team and we play and pitch well. And these hitters are really learning more and more about themselves. So there's a lot to be excited about. I know it's a long season. It's a marathon. And I think the organization just does such a good job of kind of being able to, switch lineups around and put guys in different scenarios, keeping the bench always kind of locked in. Those are all things you've got to have when you start getting towards the end of the season. And we were talking about the American League Central, and, we've got a few teams that are struggling that normally aren't struggling. And then you got the new team, the White Sox, that are really kind of finding their stride. And it's one of those things that we can't be comfortable, because I think we have a tough league with a lot of teams that can get on a roll, and all of a sudden we could be in August and a team's doing what we did last year, So I think the guys look at it that way. They go out there like, let's take care of business today. Let's win this series. And like being in New York, I think for the younger guys, it's just a great sneak peek to what it's going to feel like whenever you're in that playoff atmosphere.
Ben, thanks as always. What's next up on your agenda? What do you got going on with television? How often will we see you here?
I'll be back in July, so I'm coming back for another week in July. So
Fabulous.
I'll be back soon.
All right, you're here. You're always welcome to come in studio too if you're chilling.
Bored.
You got nothing else to do.
Awesome,
really bored.
You don't have any friends. And
Thanks for having me on, guys.
See you, Ben.
Bye, Ben. We'll see you soon.
All
right, Ben Bruce.
Talk to you later. See you.
All right, peace. Former Indians first baseman. And, of course, you can catch him on the Indians television network now. On the Guardians television network now. Would have been the Indians television network, I guess, when he was playing. But
gosh, it would have been, Andy.
Yeah. But why do you give me such sarcasm when I say that?
I was just agreeing, right?
It's a tinge.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, stop. 216-4. Oh, again, he was on the Wise Out Right. We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. The number for you to get in, 216-474-0092. That was an amazing win last night for them last night. They went up against one of the best young pitchers in baseball, and they did it in the lot next to the house that Ruth built. So I thought it was a great game for them last night. Let's talk a little bit more about the Guardians when we come back. Plus Chris Rose at 1. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Last heating bill, did you just...
with a 3.07 ERA. Garrett Cole getting the nod for the Yankees. First pitch from the Bronx is at 7:05. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play us right here at 92.3 The Fan. And now, of course, YouTube. Here we go. 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. It includes Ken, Anthony, 6 to 10 a.m., Andy and me, 10 to 2, Nick, Jonathan, Afternoon Drive, 2 to 7. It's each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. You can subscribe to that channel for free. You can watch all the best content from your favorite shows right here on The Fan, live and on demand, and you can do it right now.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-00. 92. Impressive win for the Guardians last night, 9-4, against a hot, young pitcher who is, probably one of the best in the league. And they were able to jump on him for 4 earned runs, 5 total runs, 5 hits, and knocked him out after 4 1/3 innings. And then Cantillo yesterday came back, and, he gave up 4 earned runs too, but, the bullpen – lights out again last night. Did not give up a run, and it gave the Guardians a chance to kind of come back in it. Travis Bazzana, as we were saying with Ben Broussard, came up with 4 RBI in last night's game. He was, he only had 1 hit, but they were timely. And then Ramirez is just percolating with the sun. He came up with 3 hits last night, 5 at bats,
all doubles.
And so he crushed it, and ended up with 2 RBI in last night's game. And the Guardians were able to beat the Yankees in the first of 6 out of 9 games against the Bronx Bombers. 3 there, and then they have another series, and then they'll play the Yankees here at home right after that. But let me ask you this, because I asked Ben the same thing, and I'm really curious your answer, because you could either go one way with this or the other way, and I think you're going to go one way. But is a win at Yankee Stadium more valuable than a win somewhere else? I think I know where you're going to go with this. What's the answer?
No.
Okay. I say yes. I think it is, because it's something Ben says.
Does it count too?
No, it doesn't. But it's more. Okay, let me ask you the question this way then. Psychologically, can it mean more than 1 win?
No. It's a win. What it can mean psychologically is a confidence boost for you. It's the showcase of Major League Baseball, one of them, and usually the Yankees are a very good team, and so
they are this year.
From a confidence standpoint, yeah, it can certainly be a nice thing, but it's still just 1 win.
Getcha. Dan, what do you think? A win at Yankee Stadium is a little bit more meaningful than a win somewhere else, and how much could it help a young player? It's kind of where I'm coming with it.
I think in a singular game, the answer is no. But if we walk out of a 3-game series and this team takes 2 of 3 with the young guys playing well throughout the series, I think we're having a different conversation. I think 1 game is, kind of the shoulder shrug. Any given day, anything can happen. Mm-hmm. If you do it 2 out of 3 times in Yankee Stadium with the bleacher creatures yelling at you and all that stuff, yeah, it's a confidence builder. But if you go in there and have 1 good game and then drop the next 2, we're having a different conversation.
Yeah, I'm also wondering if there's any other, like Chavez Ravine, maybe? I don't know. Is there any other ballpark that maybe? I don't even think Wrigley's
Fenway.
There. Fenway, yeah. Fenway's a tough place to play. There's no question. I just think something about watching a young player, DeLauder's the other one I had my eye on last night too. Watching those guys play in a stadium that seems larger than life sometimes puts a reality to it. And I think it, we were talking to Ben, just being able to settle into the game. When you're a young player, I think if you can have success in New York, I do think I do understand it's just 1 game. But I do think it's meaningful for the psychological part of, baseball and where they're at. I tell you, I'm pumped that they scored 9 runs last night. Aren't you?
How can you not be?
Yeah.
It's wonderful to see. It's wonderful to see the kids all hitting. It's wonderful to see Jose Ramirez starting to pick it up too.
See, that's what I'm more interested in. Jose warmed up 3 doubles. Travis Bazzana, clutch hit. bases loaded double in the 8th. Okay, you took a 6-4 game and blew it wide open. That's really good. Manzardo, after those early season issues, Kyle seems to have found it.
How about your left fielder?
It's really good.
Quan coming up with 2 hits in last night's game too.
Well, good, because he needs them.
Yeah, he needs to kind of bounce back here.
One of them a perfectly placed bunt single.
And there
you couldn't have bunted that one better if you tried.
Sometimes it's just a little confidence. So, where are you at on this team right now, then, Jeff?
One thing we haven't mentioned last night, Cantillo went 4.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, for a second. But I agree.
The bullpen came in and gave up 2 hits in the final 5 innings. And they did it by trotting out a different guy every inning. So Stephen Vogt brought in 5 relievers. They combined to go no runs, 2 hits. And we know there have been some shaky moments for the bullpen a little bit. And I say shaky compared to most teams. Or I should say compared to our team and our team's past. Emmanuel Clase was phenomenal. We know that whole deal. He was phenomenal. It set up the bullpen beautifully. But I think Cade Smith is, and he hasn't been Clase completely locking guys down, but he was just named the reliever of the month for May. He's doing some really good things, and he's stepped into that role and filled it admirably. He's very good. And the other guys are starting to settle into their spots, and we see it again. This team has been able to build a bullpen that works, and Stephen Vogt has been able to use it. And I like the rotation. And if these guys can keep hitting all their team hitting stats, Andy, none of them are at the top of the league, but none of them are at the bottom of the league anymore. And that's really good because this team was winning with, a putrid offense. It's not a putrid offense anymore. And I think it's only going to get better as some of these young guys, DeLauder, Bazzana, just continue to go.
I find it interesting that what we think about a team before the season starts, and I know how many games, 35 and 27 is where they are now. And I know it's a long season, and I know we're not even at the All-Star break, and I get all that stuff. But the reality of the game is played out on the field, and it's not based on the expectations that everybody had for the Guardians going into this thing where they thought things were basically going to be pathetic. And you're like, this is fourth place team. They're not. And I think they go out there every night and they prove it. Some nights it's tough to find a run. Some nights the bullpen might look a little bit shaky. Sometimes what we think about the starting rotation, which has normally just been, awesome for the last couple of years, sometimes they slip back a little bit too. But then you wake up in the morning, and was it last week they had a 3-game lead? Now I still find it interesting that the White Sox are the team that's on their tail right now, especially knowing that they had to rebuild. That they're 2.5 games back on the Guardians right now in the Central, and you're playing the Yankees, who are a plus 93 on the season in runs scored versus runs allowed, which is amazing to me when you look at the Guardians, who are plus 6. Only the White Sox are a plus 3 in the AL Central are plus. Everybody else is minuses. So the Yankees can put runs on the board like nobody's business, other than maybe the Braves, who are plus 110. But to be able to maintain where they are right now. Like at first I was like, I wonder what this is going to look like. But, you listen to Ben's optimism, and, he's talking about October. And I don't think he's wrong for doing that. Do they have to stay healthy? Yes. Do some things need to get better? Yes. But I do think we're in for a nice long summer with the Guardians going into the fall.
You think the White Sox are a threat?
I don't know.
Though they're close, I don't know that they're a threat. I honestly think that this division is just sitting there waiting for the Guardians to take complete control of it. I don't know if the Tigers are going to be able to bounce back. We know the Guardians were 15 games back, and they came back and won the division last year. That was historic. I don't expect historic from any team this year. And I honestly think the Guardians have a chance to just keep rolling that lead out and keep going. And by the time you hit August, they're up by about 8 games.
Dan, do you see?
And they keep it going.
Do you see any other team in the AL Central being able to kind of make this into a very long summer? I know we're looking at some injuries.
I'm not writing the Royals off yet, and I'm not writing the Tigers off.
But they're both still. I start looking at teams that are on the other side of 10 back, and you have to wonder, at some point they hit a wall too, and they're like, oh, well, maybe they get hot and they win 5-6 games in a row, and now they're 7 or 8 back, and then it's the beginning of August, and then all of a sudden they hit a wall because they went so strong for a while.
The Tigers have been so banged up.
Yeah,
That's
they've
the
been
thing
really
with
beat
it.
up.
Yeah, I agree. I think
the
that's
Royals have some nice young talent.
And that's my
But-
thing. I can't live in this world where like Cole Reagans and Bobby Witt Jr. and Vinny Pasquantino and all of those guys are just
Carter Jensen,
the third baseman who just got hurt, Mikal Garcia, like all of these guys just all of a sudden are now going to play just okay and not have enough to get over the hump. It's like that's not how this works.
But
It's
here's-
kind of a roller coaster.
But here's the catch to me. The Guardians look like a team that's not going, and they'll have a losing streak. They do enough things well that it doesn't smell like a prolonged slump in their future, you know? I mean, their starting pitching can get you out of a slump. Their bullpen can keep you from losing games, and their offense has been good enough to give you a chance to win. And it as opposed to last year's team, where the offense was just ugh.
Yep.
I mean, the offense could go away for 10 straight games. I don't see that this year. And Angel Martinez, I think, is part of that. Bazana's becoming part of that. DeLauder.
Well, and they're hitting with authority.
Yes.
This isn't death by 1,000 paper cuts.
Exactly
I think that's
right.
the biggest thing that has changed with this because, you'll listen and they'll do, oh, yeah, it's guards ball. It's like, no, this isn't guards ball. Guards ball is death by 1,000 paper cuts. Guards ball is dead ball era baseball that, we all sit around with our Newsies cap on and warm our hands over a, flaming trash can.
Those were
and
the
sit
days,
there and
weren't
go,
they, Andy?
boy, oh boy, are they playing great.
Way to go, champ.
Exactly. That's not what this is. This is hitting the ball with authority. This is a different animal.
Anthony, Cleveland Heights. Hi.
Hi.
What do you got? Yeah.
On the Guardian, I wanted a couple things. What guards ball really is the strategy that the front office employs, which is to trust the organization and the process of improving players within the organization to come up and perform at the big league level. So I'm not as much into. It's more that strategic level rather than tactics at the game level that I think is showing what how successful they've been the past 10 years or so. Because Antonetti said prior to the season, we're going to trust the guys in the organization, the young guys, and that we're going to get improvement out of them. And that's exactly who they're getting improvement out of, even while Jose is struggling a little bit.
Wasn't last night, but yeah. Last night was fun.
The other thing I wanted to point out is the model that I use when I talk to people who might poo-poo their chances, at a championship. The 2021 2021, I should say, Atlanta Braves won the championship. They won 88 games. They were a wild card. They got hot. Yep. They beat a 106-win Dodger team. They got to avoid the Giants in the playoffs because of the format, who had won 107 games that year. Then they beat the Astros in the World Series, who were a 95-win team. The Atlanta Braves that year finished with, and check this out, barely above average, just above the average in the league in offense, and the eighth best pitching staff by the advanced metrics.
Wow.
That's how you win a World Series in Cleveland.
There you go. Anthony, thank you. We appreciate the phone call. Good stuff right there.
Thanks, Anthony.
You want to hop in on the show, 216-474-0092. When we come back, we'll go through all the headlines you need to know. Then Chris Rose at 1. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Hey, everybody. It's Andy Baskin for Buck.
appearance in the final since 1999, where they were taken out by the Spurs in 5 games. Tip-off for tonight's matchup is at 8:30. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Basket and Phelps proudly presents Chris Rose. You know him and you love him. We see him all the time. John Boy Media, Rose Rotation, American Gladiators, NFL Network. He is a man among men, and of course you see him on television during the Browns preseason on the Browns preseason television network. Right now he's on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Hotline. Hi, Chris. How are you?
Doing fine, guys. How are you?
Hello, we are good. My first question isn't so much about the X's and O's of it. How big of a deal is it in L.A. that Myles Garrett is coming there?
I mean, I think it's a big deal, and it will be a big deal once the football season starts. This is an interesting town as far as the NFL goes. They do like the Rams an awful lot. The Chargers don't have a huge fan base in the city of Los Angeles. But look, they're big Dodger fans out here, and they're huge Laker fans, and they like the Rams. But I think they all understand the importance of the move. So I think once the season starts, it's not the city of Cleveland, folks. It's just not when it comes to the NFL. And that's the truth.
How good is Jared Verse?
I mean, he's good. He's very good. He's a very, very good player. The people I talk to at the Rams say, like, alpha, really great leader, which is good. Really good against the run. His sack numbers are not good. And, you can read it any way you want. I hate pressure stats. I just don't like them because every company's got a different definition of what they see as a pressure. I know what a sack is. I know what a quarterback hit is, and he's very good in the quarterback hit area. So I tend to lean that direction. The pressure stuff drives me nuts because there's some companies that look at the game film and that's how they determine it. There are others that use technology to determine it. So there's no one clear way what it is. I heard that the Rams coaches had to get on him a little bit at the end of last year just because he was kind of freelancing a little too much and doing his own thing, which isn't, some great players do that, right? Junior Seau, late great Junior Seau, he was famous for that and still was an incredible player. But I think that he's a really, really good football player. He's nowhere close to Myles Garrett, but nobody is.
What did, and I kind of don't want to talk to Chris Rose, the play-by-play guy here. I want to talk to Chris Rose, the guy from Cleveland. What did you think when the trade went down?
I was sad. I've been around a long time, and very rarely have I had a chance to root for the best player in a sport, right? We had it with LeBron. I don't think we've ever had it in baseball. You could probably make an argument, but I don't feel like we never had Shohei Ohtani. We never had Aaron Judge. We never had Mike Trout, those type of guys. We've had some really good baseball players, but never in my lifetime have we had it. We certainly haven't had it at the quarterback position. We've had the best running back in the league at times, right? Nick Chubb was the best, I felt like, but he wasn't the best football player. Period. You could make an argument that Myles Garrett was the best football player the last couple of years in the NFL. Not the most important. We know that resides at a different position, but the best. And so when you don't have a chance to root for him anymore, you're going to be sad. I'm not saying I don't understand the move. I'm not sitting here kicking and screaming and saying, well, I get it. It just makes you sad. Because it is fun rooting for the best player. And when you have arguments with your buddies and like, yeah, he's freaking awesome, dude. And he's just incredible. And now the whole world, I think, is going to see it because We saw it mostly at 1 o'clock on Sundays. They're going to have a chance to see it 7 times under the lights when it's the only game in town. And they're going to make a big deal about it on the broadcast, which they should. And I expect him to continue his dominance for another few years.
Chris, should we be more open-minded about the draft picks other than draft capital to move up in 2027 to take a quarterback?
Well, I mean, look, at this point, these are nameless, faithless people, right? We don't know. They're going to eventually have names attached to them, and they could turn into really, really good football players. There are a bunch of excellent football players that help teams win that get drafted at the end of the first and second and third rounds. They just are, you know? I mean, you can go look at the Seahawks roster. They're littered with them. And that's the goal. And yes, look, for people that say, well, those picks can't help us get the quarterback, folks, yes, it can. Yes, it can. All you have to do is go look at, like, the Niners, okay? It didn't end up working out for them. Their trade up to go get Trey Lance. But that's who they wanted. They moved up from 12 to 3, which is a pretty significant jump.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not the Mahomes 27 to 10 jump, but it's a big jump to get the guy that you wanted. They gave up 3 first-rounders and a third. And I bet you there were a lot of teams that were like, well, the Niners picks, because of their history, they're probably going to be pretty far back, somewhere in the 20s. And those are picks that will come in handy if the Browns need to move up a few spots to go get their quarterback of the future.
Chris, do you wonder why maybe Andrew Berry didn't pull the trigger on this last year when Miles was asking for a trade? And I wonder if his value would have been more a year ago.
Yeah, I mean, I think his value would have been more. And for people to sit here and say, well, he didn't get enough. Okay, I'll listen on that argument. But then what are your options? Your options are not trade him and try and make sure that he is happy. But then you run the risk of winning 6 or 7 games with him, let's say. I mean, I don't think that this team, even if Miles stuck on it, was going to win, even in a good year. 9 games, I'm guessing, right? Like 9 and 8?
That's fair. I think that's very fair.
I mean, I don't think it would have been a 13 or 14-win team. So regardless, it's a long shot that they would have won the Super Bowl, even with him, right? So now you're a year further down the road. He's a year older. You run the risk of him maybe being injured. Like, I think that this was probably the sweet spot for it, where Cleveland came to a decision like, okay, we've got a lot of good young pieces around. We've got far and away the best defensive player in the sport. Even though we've moved on from our defensive coordinator, we still feel like that defense can keep us in an awful lot of games. But we don't have the quarterback yet. And until you have at least a decent quarterback, you can't win. Some people will say, well, Chris, what about Sam Darnold? Yeah, I get it. I don't know how many Seahawks games you watched last year, but Sam Darnold played really excellent football. And the year before, he was great outside of Week 18 and the playoff game. Great. I mean, excellent. We haven't seen that in a long time. So is it possible we could? Sure. But I think the hardest thing to do in sports is be honest with yourself, where your franchise is. And I think the Browns are kind of telling us where they think they are. And I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It's frustrating as hell for sports fans in Cleveland, but I think it's important.
Can we go baseball?
Can.
9 runs against the Yankees last night. That's nice. But Jose with 3 doubles and Bazana with a huge hit and Manzardo coming. This offense is looking like something it wasn't last year, Chris, which is somewhat dangerous, the way these guys are moving along. Your thoughts mainly on what the young guys have done as they've incorporated themselves. Martinez, DeLauder, and now Bazana. What do you think?
Well, look, Bazana, I'm thrilled with him. all I ever saw was clips, and I think of him in the minor leagues and at Oregon State. Like, I wasn't sitting down and watching Beaver baseball, with my time. And it's a dangerous place to live because you don't know what a guy does during at-bats. His at-bats are like, for a guy who's been in the league 7 years, that's how good his at-bats are. They're very rarely poor swings. He might swing and miss, but they're good swings. He lays off such tough pitches and all that, and he's made a huge difference. I mean, I said this at the beginning of the year, guys, that Stephen Kwan could not be the second best offensive player on this team, and he's not. And unfortunately, because of the start that Stephen's gotten off to, and the progression of some other guys, he's kind of in the middle of the pack of where our offensive pecking order. We still don't have a great right-handed bat. I know that David Fry has been serviceable at times, but we don't have a true right-handed bat, right? You can flip Jose around, and he's awesome from the right side. Like, teams do not want to pitch to him when he's hitting right-handed. Martinez has slipped a bit, obviously, ever since he was the player of the week, which I should take credit for, because the minute I said that he wasn't an everyday player, he went on that ridiculous tear for a week.
Nice job.
And he struggled since then. Yeah, I'll take it. That's fine. Fine. Sure. But look, overall, and folks, there's a lack of right-handed hitting in this league. Like, everybody's going to be looking for a right-handed hitter at the trade deadline. There's one right now that would be available, in my opinion, and it's Casey Schmidt of the Giants. But I think you're going to have multiple teams that are going to try and pry him loose. There might be some other guys that slide through eventually, like maybe a Joe Adell does for the Angels, but he's really big power and kind of a swing and miss guy. This team desperately needs more proven right hand. Poor Stuart Fairchild, he can't even put the ball in play when we need him to. That's tough to watch.
Chris, in 10 seconds or less, are the Warriors a viable option for LeBron? There was a story out yesterday I saw about that. Just curious. Where does LeBron end up?
I can't imagine that. If he really wants to win a ring, I can't imagine that's a spot where he'd want to go.
Okay. Just wanted the LA perspective on that. That's why you're good at that. Thanks, Chris.
No. Yeah, it doesn't mean I'm right. I wouldn't believe that team doesn't feel close.
I'm with you. I just thought it was interesting when I saw it yesterday. I was like, I wonder if he'll stay in California. Chris, thank you. We appreciate it. We will talk to you soon.
All right, boys.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks. Chris Rose on the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. What did Myles Garrett have to say yesterday? Let's hear about a little bit of his press conference and what he told the world yesterday about moving to L.A. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, just joined by Chris Rose, giving us a lowdown on the L.A. perspective of the Myles Garrett trade and also some baseball stuff there, too. If you missed any of it or missed a moment of the show, you can always use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Jeff, yesterday, Myles Garrett had a chance to talk. We're going to get to that in just a moment, but it sounds like we've got a little dilemma out in Berea concerning uniforms, which I know you are very, very on the spot with. Like it keeps you up at night to make sure you know what jersey number guys have and stuff like that.
No, I'm trying to calm everybody down.
I don't know, man.
I think threw this out yesterday.
I think you started the uproar yesterday. Yeah.
Well, Verse has worn several different numbers in his career.
Mm-hmm.
The only one that he can actually wear, according to NFL rules, is 96, that he wore as a student at Albany, as the case may be.
Yeah.
And why? Because the NFL doesn't allow defensive linemen to wear numbers lower than 50. That's an NFL rule.
Mm-hmm.
And the Rams, and before anybody screams, "Oh, he wore number 8 with the Rams," Phelps is a dork.
Phelps is a dork.
You dork.
He was listed as an outside linebacker with the Rams. And linebackers are allowed to wear any number like 0 to 50 and then 90 to 99. Or 0 to 60. 0 to 59 for linebackers.
Yeah, 59 sounds right.
And the Browns, according to the updated roster as of 2 minutes ago, do not have him listed with a number, but have him listed at defensive end, which would limit his options to 50 and above. I think it's 50 to 80 50 to 79 and then 90 to 99.
Man.
Oh, Dana, what's he wearing out at the Browns practice today?
Well, he's wearing number 8 on the practice field.
Number what?
8.
Is he playing quarterback
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Is he suddenly 5'10"?
No, he is not, because that man is also wearing number 8, which means we've got a conundrum on our hands.
This is bad.
This is terrible. This tanked Kruger Industrial Smoothing.
This is
bad. We can't have 2 Cocos. Just can't have it.
2 Cocos.
We can't have 2 Cocos. I can't have 2 8s.
I want to be Coco.
This is a professional organization. Someone needs to change. I need a T-bone. Somebody's got to be T-bone.
Coco.
Do you think NFL teams should allow the same number on offense as they do on defense, like they do in college?
What are we, some rinky-dink operation that takes place in a college town? No.
It's to share a number.
Oh, no. I don't think that.
Yeah, you can share a number
in
college.
No, that's silly.
Yeah. Is it?
Yes. Of course, you have 120 guys on a football team.
We slamming natty lights and eating pizza rolls? No, we can't have this.
Do you?
This is a professional organization.
If you're Dylan Gabriel, and you're out there at OTAs, and you look and there's somebody wearing your number, which, by the way, you switched to. You might remember his rookie year last year. He wore number 5 in the preseason.
The only time I think he hasn't worn 8 his whole career, though, right?
Yeah, he wore 5 in the preseason.
He wore 5 in high school. He wore 8 in high school. He wore 8 in college.
What's he thinking?
He's thinking, get me out of here.
Hey, there's a guy wearing my number. I'll be. But again, according to current NFL rules, and I can't imagine the rules change, so for Jared Verse to wear number 8 in Cleveland, the Browns would have to list him as an outside linebacker.
Okay, is that a bad thing? Like, who cares?
Well,
who does that? Let's be honest. Who does that mess up? The play-by-play guys?
No. Just let me ask you this though.
Sure.
Can they list him as an outside linebacker and say they run a 4-3?
Well, do you have to?
I think you do.
You have to declare to the NFL what sort of defense you run? I can't believe that.
It would be a complete lie because they're going to run the same defense they ran last year.
Why?
Their base defense was a 4-3.
What if you say your base defense is a hybrid? What's the NFL going to say? Oh, well, hybrid, that's not in the rules. Who cares?
And then what's poor Dylan going to wear? Don't say a waiter's outfit for his next job.
A jacket over his number 8 jersey, so they don't have to put him in the game.
What if he has to go in?
Like, was it Grover or was it Eric Wedge that never wore a jersey and always wore a jacket?
I thought it was Tito.
Oh, is it?
I know Tito never wore a jersey. Didn't he? He just wore that pullover.
Yeah, I don't think there's somebody else. I guess did Grover wear a jersey? I can't remember.
Yes,
he did. Okay, I'm trying to remember.
If I want to think, Mike also didn't he wear number 40 for a while?
Yeah,
as manager.
I remember like there were a couple years where we had managers that had weird numbers. Because it didn't matter. You
Tito
never
was
saw
wearing
it.
77.
Yeah, like they would wear a jacket, so you never knew what their number was.
But if you're
Dylan,
why would
a manager
Dylan Gabriel,
need a
I'm
number?
sitting there thinking this stinks. Then again, you're going to make Verse feel welcome. You're going to give him his number, at least for the introductory press conference coming up later today, that you can hear right here on the Fan.
Yes, with Todd Monken too,
And
all on
Jonathan
afternoon
and Nick.
Yeah, what an afternoon! Plan your day around it. How about get yourself a little picnic?
I think that's
sit outside
fabulous.
at the park and listen to 92.
Fabulous is what I think.
Hey, what did Myles Garrett have to say yesterday in his press conference? I saw the picture of him standing out there with his jersey on, or with his jersey in his hands, I should say. And then the story, the interesting thing was he did the whole press conference thing. I wonder if he was already in L.A. before the press conference.
I don't know. There's private jets all over the
Well,
place.
I'm just saying that's a long day, man. You start in Cleveland, and if he was here, I don't know that he was here. Then you fly out to L.A., you meet the press, you do all this stuff. And then I guess he apparently asked the staff with the Rams if he could go do a full workout in the weight room afterwards. I would hope they said yes.
Could I go do a full workout because I would like to show off?
Would you like to sell advertising space on my biceps?
Why don't you send the team photographer in?
Look at this. When I flex, it says Rams. Or before I flex, it says Rams. Now it says Los Angeles Rams. When you see how long? Oh, never mind. What did he say?
Very excited to be here, to honor and the blessings to be in this building. I have a lot of respect for all the guys here from the coaching staff, management, and many of the players. I've got to see it firsthand. It's a very quality team, quality business. I like the way things operate, and I'm looking forward to help bring a championship here to LA.
So he doesn't like the way things operate here in Cleveland. Is that what he said?
You're the worst.
Whatever helps you sleep at night.
I hated Cleveland. Couldn't you hear that in my voice? I like the way things operate here in Los Angeles. Nothing better than the good smog and all the Hollywood stars giving us every political thought they ever had. I love Los Angeles. All right, he's happy to be there. Did he sound happy? Did he?
He sounded like Myles Garrett.
Okay. What else did Myles Garrett have to say?
I'm not going to interpret his happiness.
The most truthful statement that could possibly be said of everything that is to come.
Thank you.
Here's more.
I found out about a week ago that this was even a possibility. I mean, it was a surprise. It was a bit of excitement. being in LA. Have a lot of roots here, and knowing that there's a winning culture and some great teammates and great coaches here. I was definitely looking forward to the opportunity.
Yeah, he is all down with all the great teammates and great coaches he's got out there too. So. Winning attitude.
Don't be a wise guy. Guy got traded.
Not being a wise guy. Breaking down what he said.
The Rams practice fields are going to have a different feel to them because rather than in a nice, calm, quiet neighborhood like in Berea, they're surrounded by big buildings and roads. But nice. Won't have to shovel them.
That he has going for him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as much as you're trying to basically paint this picture that he completely despised being in Cleveland at any point,
not
and
say
how
that.
life is so much better anywhere else besides on the shores of Lake Erie, Myles Garrett disagrees with you.
I don't take my time in Cleveland for granted. I did love being there. My family had become really a part of the community. You definitely had started to plant roots, had a home, just becoming friends with all the people in your neighborhood, and getting to know people and getting out, and just feeling like this is your second home. Stuff like that tears at you to leave and to break away, but that's just a part of the things you learn and have to adjust to as you grow up and learn you have to move on.
He got us.
People would see Miles. People would see Miles
here.
out at the grocery store.
You would see him at the grocery store?
around town.
Yeah,
yeah.
He'll be able to get away with that in L.A. too. I mean, he'll be able to go to the grocery store. I'll be like, "Who's that really big guy?" Oh, that's that guy we got from Cleveland.
It will be weird because he goes from on the celebrity sports list in town. He goes from top 5, and I'm thinking even some past guys, but current guys in town. It's Jose in no particular order. Jose, Donovan, and Miles, right?
Yeah.
And Shador.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
Shador is huge, but he won't be top 4 in L.A. Not that, and I don't get.
He's got a chance. Jeff, he's got a chance to move up the charts this week because if LeBron leaves, that would move him up, perhaps to number 4.
Might move him up to number 17.
He's got Shohei there.
LA, as Chris said, LA is a different town. I mean,
to be number 1 on the Lakers though is normally number 1 in town, isn't it?
Lakers is the team.
Yeah,
but think about it. We have Guardians, Browns, Cavs, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll miss some. Chargers, Rams, Dodgers, Angels,
Kings,
right?
Ducks.
Kings, Ducks, Clippers, Lakers. That's 8 pro teams right there.
And then you got
UCLA, USC. That's 10 huge draws. I mean, it's a different world out there. And I would think, honestly,
LA Galaxy.
Though it's
Do they play big in LA?
It's a decent size. Yeah, LAFC's out there too.
Though it's a bigger market, you're sharing it with a lot of different guys on a lot of different teams, and then mix in all of Hollywood, and the Hollywood stars are bigger deals out there than the athletes. So it'll be a different world. But Miles' personality seems to me that he would be one who wouldn't care the least about that.
So, according to our friends at AI, the most popular athletes in Los Angeles right now, I'm going to go.
Shohei's number 1.
Oh, good. What do the robots want us to think?
Yeah, Andy.
Actually, it's from Fox Sports.
Oh, okay. That makes me feel better. All right. Never mind. I withdraw my smart aleck comment.
Where are they based?
Right there in Hollywood.
So they ought to know. Let's hear it.
Studio City, isn't that where they are? Century City? Studio City?
Right next to the Price is Right studio.
Century City, that's what it is. Yes. Maybe I'll give you the Yahoo Sports one. 17 hours ago, they listed him. Top athletes right now. Shohei, number 1 in Los Angeles.
Let me guess. Still LeBron over Luka.
Oh, Luka's not even top. He's 5. He actually came in at number 5. LeBron is 2. Stafford's 3. Yamamoto is 4. Luka is 5. Freddie Freeman is 6.
Freddie.
Miles is now the 7th ranked. And this is instant. Way to go, Yahoo Sports, man. Putting this out last night knowing that we would talk about it. Followed by Mookie Betts, Mike Trout, and Puka.
Poor Mike Trout.
I think Mike Trout made his own bet on this, though, don't you? He didn't.
He got hurt.
Yeah, that, though, even early on, though, he never embraced the media. Right? Mike Trout could have been bigger than life.
He's from New England.
Maybe that's why.
Philly.
He's from the East.
New England.
How about he's from
Philly?
East Coast.
Okay.
No, why don't you guys debate
My mistake.
Will you guys wrestle for this?
No.
Absolutely.
Oh, see, that's
But
why
it's
I
got to
like
be
him.
WWF style. I want to cut promos and do all that kind of stuff.
Will you drop gloves before you go? That would make me happy.
No, we're not going to drop gloves, but we're definitely going to come down the entrance ramp, and there's going to be a big old thing, and I'm in for
Will you
it.
wear
I
a
want
boa?
fireworks.
Will you wear a boa?
The whole kit and caboodle.
Boa and a fur? Yes or no?
I don't know if I'm Ric Flair.
I could see it. Oh, I could see you doing
I don't know if I have the Ric Flair.
Wiki says that Trout grew up in Millville, New Jersey.
Oh!
Which is, I think, outside of Philly.
But he
I think
grew up a
that's outside of
diehard
Philly,
Philly
too.
fan.
There you go. See, so we're both right.
No, you're not.
I'll go with you.
He said Boston. Jeff, say it. I just want to hear it before
I
we go
said
to
New
break.
England. I was incorrect.
No, I want to hear the other word. The other word other than incorrect. I want to hear you say it.
I was mistaken.
You were not mistaken, not incorrect. Will you say it now before we get to break? Just say it.
I've erred.
Nope, erred. Nope.
I was misguided on those thoughts.
No, say it.
Go to break.
Wrong.
Spoken in untruth.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Hey, everybody. It's
Some other Guardians news, Cade Smith has been named AL Reliever of the Month, marking the second time in his career that he has earned the honor. Don't miss head coach Todd Monken and new Brown Jared Verse on The Fan today. Later, you can hear their press conferences after Browns practice on The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
As always, you know this, remember it. You can listen to our show. You can listen to all of our local shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. Just listen.
Even though it feels like the NBA season ended, last week, they're still playing. I guess they're going to play for a trophy. There's 2 more teams left. I was told
NBA Cup?
Yeah, it was. No, I don't think it's the Cup. Some other trophy. I think, I saw a really cool one here floating around here in like 2016. Have you ever seen that thing?
I have.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Anyway, Knicks, Spurs, Game 1, NBA Finals tonight. I don't know what your appetite for the NBA is right now. Mine got kind of sour after the Cavs got knocked out in 4, but I'm still here. I'm still around. Saw the Spurs and their ability to knock out OKC and to watch OKC realize how hard it is to repeat and even just get back to the NBA Finals was interesting. And I thought it was pretty cool to hear Shea after Game 7. I thought he was awesome and respectful towards the game and just so really, really made me like him even more after they were defeated by the Spurs after that. But San Antonio now heads into the series against the Knicks. The game is in San Antonio tonight.
Can I ask you one question before we kind of dig into it?
Sure.
Does the fact that the Knicks and the Spurs met in the NBA Cup final make Adam Silver all giddy and say, see, the NBA Cup primes the pump for the NBA playoffs and NBA Finals?
And this NBA Cup that you speak of, which is a gigantic joke, might make him happy?
Does
it may make
but you get my point, though.
Yeah.
Could the NBA say, see, the Cup primes these teams for the NBA playoffs? It puts them in that attitude. They get the whole thing rolling, and boy, they play with a little more, and it pays off later.
Dan, does winning the USA Cup is the USA Cup? Does it make teams better for trying to win an MLS championship?
Well, I'm not being facetious.
I'm talking about it because that's the only other place where I've seen anything kind of similar to this. And the NBA is different because they integrated into the regular season, which actually to me seems smarter. I always thought it was weird to watch professional, like with in soccer, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dan, you have like, AAA teams playing pro teams, and the AAA team has a chance to knock out a pro team to win. It's USA Cup, isn't it? Something like that.
Mm-hmm. And all over the place, same thing with the FA Cup, Champions League.
I mean, it's just like
whatever their cup is called now because it keeps changing names.
Because
Carabao Cup, I think.
At some point, something always has to be held to be the ultimate, right? Like in soccer, it's still the World Cup. Like no matter what, how you look at anything, World Cup is still the creme de la creme.
Either World Cup or Champions League. Champions League on the club side would be the UEFA Champions League.
I don't know.
The Spurs beat the Thunder in the NBA Cup semis.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff,
did it prime the pump there?
I don't think pro leagues can do too much of it because at the end of the day, you don't want your professional leagues to look like kids leagues where you sit around like the ultimate. I'm just to use a hockey comparison here just because it's easy for me. That like you want to try to make it at the older age, you want to try to make it to the national championships in hockey. So, and to get to nationals was what I call it. But along the way, you probably play in like 30 different tournaments and your parents spend thousands of dollars on it. And, you can win a medal here and win a medal there. And the goal of the weekend is to win the weekend. But at the end of the day, there's still like this feeling of importance to win the championship or at least make it to the championship to go to nationals. Like the last thing you ever want to do is take the best players in the world and start, why don't we just, will the NBA look at it and go, you know what? We like this NBA Cup. Why don't we just pick different venues throughout the year and we'll throw 6 teams or 8 teams over here
getting back
and
to
let them play. That's my whole point is I think the NBA Cup is stupid. It's stupid.
Getting back to my question.
That is your question.
Will the NBA actually say, hey, see, this has a purpose to it?
The NBA will. I think the fans don't care.
Okay, I agree with you completely.
Okay. All right, so we're on the same page?
Yeah.
Dan, you with me on that?
It only took us 7 minutes to get to an answer.
Well, you asked me a question. I gave you a well-thought-out answer, and you didn't want the well-thought-out answer.
We got to youth hockey.
No, I gave you a comparison that was easy for me to explain.
Okay.
Do you want me to go? Dan, let's go through this play. Talk about it for
let's
CYO.
talk about the Knicks and Spurs tonight.
No, and so my point here is that the cup is stupid. I can't stand it. Okay. Jeff, who's going to win the NBA Finals?
The Oklahoma City Thunder. Oh, wait a minute. They got knocked out.
Now hit the anvil.
I think the Knicks are going to win. I think the Knicks are going to win.
I am rooting for the Spurs all the way in this thing. I don't like the Knicks. I just can't.
Knicks haven't won in 53 years.
Good. Well, let's make it 54.
But isn't that something, though? I mean, that's a big deal. 53 years.
They're gonna. I am not looking forward to seeing Ben Stiller.
Why do you let
Taylor.
those people bother you?
Because there's such an arrogance to it, right? Like when you saw Travis Kelce sitting sidelines for the Cavaliers.
Oh, great! There's Travis and Taylor again.
He's like a regular dude sitting front and center. Those guess are all, I guess Travis has a lot of money.
Ben Stiller looks like he's a basketball fan.
He's loving basketball.
I know Spike Lee is.
But I'm not.
I know Tracy Morgan is.
I like Tracy Morgan.
They are into it.
Shallow.
What's her name? Jenner, man. She knows how to run a pick and roll.
I'm sorry. I don't care.
You let a lot of things bug you.
Well, it's just to watch the spoiled elite sit in the front row.
Wait a minute. Where do you sit when you go to games?
Front row. It's just not normal. Actually, sometimes if I'm lucky, I may be able to sneak into the second row.
Andy knows rich people.
That's not. Stop, Jeff.
Ding.
Stop. The matchup predictor says Spurs 58% chance. I don't know if this is winning tonight or winning the series.
I think the Spurs are the easy pick here because everybody's enamored, as they should be, with Victor Wembanyama. I mean, how can you not be enamored with him? I think Brian Windhurst wrote a story today. He could end up the best big man in the history of basketball. Oh, wow. That's pretty significant.
I love watching the praying mantis play. I think he's awesome.
It's like watching Mr. Fantastic play basketball. Like, I feel like his arms can't get longer, and then all of a sudden it's like, whoop.
Does his build scare you if you're a Spurs fan?
I think he's going to get hurt at some point.
Yeah, he looks.
Yeah,
he's
he does
just
look
really lean.
Poor guy's already dealt.
But it's the same feeling I have for Mobley. That's the same feeling I get on Mobley.
He has an Evan Mobley build.
Yeah,
a Ralph Sampson build.
The poor guy's already dealt with a blood clot. If that doesn't scare you, I give up.
Look at the tail of the tape on this. Spurs average 119.8 points per game. Knicks 116.5.
Folks in the desert are favoring the Spurs.
Advantage Spurs.
They know a lot.
Points against. This is interesting. Spurs give up 105. Knicks give up 100.6.
Are these playoff totals or are these?
Why do you have to ask such things? I'm just looking at the comparisons. Tail of the tape. That's all I was looking at. I
like the Knicks in this series.
Rebounds are even.
I kind of do too.
Like the Knicks.
Assists are even.
I think the Spurs youth might actually jump up and bite them in this situation.
But Jeff, neither one of these teams has great NBA Finals experience. Neither one of them.
It's not. I'm not talking about NBA Finals experience. I'm just talking about the youth of the team.
I think the Spurs' road to get there was harder, which might be an advantage for the Spurs. Man, the Knicks just crushed the East. Crushed. Wasn't even
Well,
fun.
that means two things. Maybe
Either they're
maybe
really
the West
good,
is better, or maybe the Knicks really have it going.
I think they do have it going.
Yeah,
and
I do too.
I hope the headline in the Post tomorrow is Rust prevails, Spurs win.
I hope for your sake.
Yeah.
The headline says Ben Stiller trips Victor Wembanyama by accident. Series now expected to shift New York's way.
Clearly someone that has watched Curb Your Enthusiasm and saw Larry David trip Shaq. All right, so let me ask you, are you rooting then for the Knicks?
I'm rooting for basketball. I don't have a dog in this fight except the NBA and basketball. I'm rooting for the game.
Dan, who are you rooting for?
Spock, baby. I'm here for basketball. Live long and prosper.
My God, you guys suck. Sports radio. Pick someone.
No,
pick a team.
Neither one of those guys is my team. We both said we think the Knicks are going to win.
Knicks too?
You said who were we rooting for?
I think the Knicks will win. Yes,
I do too.
Because I think that 5-man lineup of Brunson, Hart, Bridges, Anunoby, and Towns is going to be really good. Karl-Anthony Towns. I owe an apology to Karl-Anthony Towns.
Yes, you do.
Because he has really turned his game around, and he's turned his career around as well, and he stopped the dumb fouls that used to make my head hurt.
James Harden is waiting for an apology from you.
That's going to come. That might never
why don't
happen.
you apologize to him?
That ain't happening. Because James Harden did exactly what I thought he would. Sorry, nothing changed. I'm not apologizing for being right. The going got tough, and James Harden kind of faded off into the corner.
I wonder.
Now he's having a good time.
I wonder if Mitchell Robinson's going to be good to go because his build, he is a big, strong guy. He might be able to give Victor a little bit of trouble.
He did in the Cup final. That big Cup final, and he's locked in on. Mitchell Robinson was a big key to that. He pushed Victor Wembanyama out of the way, grabbed a whole bunch of rebounds. It was a really good basketball.
Does anyone think that Shamet's going to come back to reality here, or is that the way he played all season? I'll be honest, I didn't spend 5 seconds watching.
Shamet's a good player, Andy. He's a good NBA bench player. Nice shot. At least it certainly was in the series.
I mean, can the Knicks? Are they going to shoot 50% every game, 50 to 60% every game, and just knock the lights out? Are they that good?
As the Cavs leave them.
But are the Spurs young guys going to step up and? Luke Cornett was a guy that no team wanted for anything longer than a month or two, and he's done a nice job there as their backup.
As much as I don't like the Knicks, I do respect Brunson. I do like watching him play. I love the fact that he was able to recognize that he was getting double teamed and started dishing the ball instead of shooting the ball in the series, and
That's called winning basketball, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I just don't want the Knicks to win. I'm just going to be honest.
You're allowed to feel that way.
Good. That's how I feel.
Ben Stiller sends his best, by the way.
I like Ben Stiller as an actor. I just like enough. I've seen enough of you on the Knicks sidelines. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more. I'm curious who you like in the NBA Finals. We're also going to talk to I'm trying to think the best way. Pay a little tribute to our friend Les Levine. And something that was near and dear to his heart. We're going to talk about that when we come back here. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092.
Favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Afternoon drive, man. They have got you covered today. Jared Verse, newest member of the Cleveland Browns. There's video of him walking around the facility this morning out there on social media. He will have his press conference a little bit after practice today. By the way, at practice, does he have to be there, Jeff?
Why, no, Andy. It's not mandatory.
That's right, but he is there, and he'll be on Afternoon Drive.
You know what Miles told the folks in L.A.?
No, what did he say?
They asked about whether he'll be there, and he said, well, you'll have to wait and see.
Love the suspense. It took him less than 30 seconds to become very Hollywood.
Wrote a nice script.
Yes. Todd Monken's press conference, too, is also coming up during Afternoon Drive. So all those things are straight ahead. We talked to Ben Broussard today. We talked to Chris Rose. We had a lot of good stuff throughout the show. Chris, breaking down the trade. Ben talking about baseball as the Guardians were able to beat up on the Yankees, giving us some good perspective on everything that's going on with the Guardians as they continue their conquest in the Big Apple and try to beat the Yankees 2 in a row tonight. Again, they'll play this series in New York. Then they have a series in between. And then the Yankees will be here next weekend. Kind of fun. Is that next weekend or during the week? This is during the week.
It's coming up.
I don't know. So
coming up.
They have 6 of 9 games against that. Plus the NBA Finals will start tonight. We talked a little bit about that in the last segment. Spurs and Knicks and both Dan and Jeff don't care who wins. They just want to see good basketball. I mean, really, isn't that what it's all about? It doesn't matter. The real winners and losers would be us, the fans. We're the real winners no matter what. Yeah? No?
I don't know what to think of you sometimes.
Yeah, it's funny. I feel the same way about you.
I know you
pretty
do.
much every day.
Dan and I just like sports.
Yeah, I just like sports,
we don't have
too.
to have a rooting interest in one team or the other.
Well, it's a hell of a lot more fun.
No, not really.
No, really.
Well, it is for you. It's not for me.
Yeah.
I enjoy it nonetheless.
Jeff, what are we going to do with you? Near and dear to our heart, Les Levine, and, it's been a little while now since Les has passed, but one of the things that was very important to him, especially later, was Parkinson's, which, he was dealing with as he got older and trying to raise awareness for Parkinson's and trying to help the Parkinson's Foundation. Megan Green is with the Great Lakes She's the Great Lakes Development Manager for the Parkinson's Foundation. And Moving Day is coming up on Saturday. Megan joins us now on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. Hi, Megan. How are you?
Hi, Megan.
Hi, I'm well. How are you guys?
We are good.
Fine, thank you.
We're excited for you guys. Big day, big opportunity to raise some money for the Parkinson's Foundation. Tell us more about Moving Day.
Yeah, Moving Day is a national day of recognition around chapters all over the U.S. Moving Day Cleveland is this Saturday, June 6th. It's our 11th year of hosting a Moving Day event in the Cleveland area. So we're really, really excited. We have over 200 people that are going to be joining us. We have rock climbing with Upending Parkinson's, and we have putt-putt golf that people can experience. The walk itself is a non-competitive loop around Brookside Reservations at 3900 John Diggy Boulevard, but it's a way for people to get together collectively and raise awareness as a group towards our fight of ending Parkinson's and raising awareness for this disease. So it is a really great event. It looks like we're going to have amazing weather, and it is for anybody who is interested in learning more about the organization and learning more about Parkinson's and or to support loved ones as we continue to fight this disease.
Megan, how do folks get involved? If they would like to participate, how can they?
Yeah, they can go to movingdaycleveland.org. You can register online. You can donate online through that event or through that link. We have a lot of teams that are walking and individual participants. So if you have a loved one or a family member, you can still start a team and collectively walk as a group and raise money as a group. You can also support any of the individuals that have been with us over the last 11 years, or individuals that are newly diagnosed that are just starting a team and just getting more aware of ways and resources that are provided to them as part of the Parkinson's Foundation. So you go to that website, you can donate, you can register. You can also show up day of, and we will, like old school pen and paper, get you registered, and you can experience all the different vendors and all the different fun that's being offered at the event.
Megan, I mean, I know we take it for granted because we know, and our friend Les Levine had Parkinson's. I'm just explain to folks exactly what Parkinson's disease is, in case they don't know, which is a real possibility.
Yeah, it's like the second leading neurodegenerative disease. What people most commonly relate to it is when people have the shakes or the tremors, but it can affect your gait. It can affect your speaking ability. Swallowing is a problem. Each person with Parkinson's has a very specific journey that is unique unto them. So there's no one common denominator in this disease. It progresses in people in lots of different ways, shapes, and forms. The best thing that we can do through our research and through our advocacy is that we know that movement is the number one way to offset a lot of the symptoms and, allow you to continue to lead your life and connect with your loved ones. So that is the emphasis of Moving Day, is we are creating a day of movement, not only to create awareness around the event, but like to actively get people engaged. So at the event, people will be able to do live demos hosted by the likes of Cleveland Clinic and In Motion. Again, they can do that walk around. We're showcasing all the different things that people can do. So again, if you want to get out and rock climb, you can do so safely, but we do have a rock climbing wall, so it's great for kids. But it's also, there's safe ways for you to engage in the things that you love. Again, whether you want to stay active with golf, again, that's why we've got a local nonprofit, Join Turn, who's going to be there showcasing that you can continue to do all the things that you love to do as a person living with Parkinson's, and it will only continue to help offset and curb a lot of those details. So you can keep being active with your family. So that is the biggest thing that we preach to everybody is just stay active, stay moving, and then keep enjoying the things that you're very passionate about, whether that's rock climbing or whether that's walking or whether that's, Taekwondo. There's so many different ways and so many different groups that are providing experiences for people with this disease.
Awesome. Megan, hope you have a great day. Hope everything's great for Moving Day Cleveland. It is Saturday. It is at Brookside Reservation and movingdaywalk.org. That's the place to go, right?
movingdaycleveland.org, but either way, you'll find us, yes.
Okay, either way. Moving Day Cleveland. Let's hop on that. You're 61% of the way of your goal of 85,000. Let's go get that for you. Thanks, Megan.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Megan.
No worries. Take care. All right, Megan, thank you very much. We had a busy show today. We talked about a lot of stuff. Still the aftermath of the Myles Garrett trade and where we're going with that. And so we'll talk. We talked about that. We talked to Ben Broussard today, former Indians first baseman. We talked to Chris Rose today from John Boy Media. Do we have a moment of the show, Meredith Kane?
We most certainly do. Our moment of the show came from Ben Broussard, and he was talking about the lineup changes that Stephen Vogt has made for the Guardians over the past few weeks.
I think of Bazana a lot like what it was like when Grady Sizemore came up. I don't know if you guys remember that time, but he comes in and he's like the 9-hole, and then he's the leadoff pretty quick, and then all of a sudden he's in the 3-hole, and he's like that guy. And I'm not trying to put pressure on Bazana, but like to be the 3-hole guy. But I just see a lot of – I just remember watching like a young player like Grady come in, and he seemed like an older player, even though he was really young. And he was explosive, and he always had good at-bats. And so I don't think the organization probably – I haven't talked to him about it, so I wouldn't know. I'm just speculating, but I would think that, Quan is their guy, and, he's working through some things with his swing and getting comfortable, and he's like a great leadoff guy.
There you have it, Ben Broussard. Now we ask you, why are you smarter for listening to Baskin and Phelps? And Smarter is always brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine in pain. Give QC Kinetics a call at 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Smarter Today, courtesy of Jeff, and all the rules on different numbers for defensive end and linebackers. I thought all that stuff had gone out the window. Turns out there are still rules. So we got that going for us. 902thefan.com, wherever you get your podcasts, and of course, all of our social media mentions powered by Scheibin Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Meredith Kane.
I am smarter because of our conversation on Jim Schwartz and the comments that he made on Ryan Ripken's show. I think it was really interesting, the reasons why he decided to leave Cleveland and not stick around as defensive coordinator after he was passed over as head coach.
Jeff Phelps.
I enjoyed our conversation looking ahead to the NBA Finals and knowing that Andy living and dying by the outcome of the NBA Cup.
This is true. You can never have enough cups in your life. It's good support, protection. Life is good. I'm smarter because I learned today, for the first time in 15 years, Jeff Phelps is never wrong. He is mistaken. He is misunderstood. What else are you? Misguided. But for him to say the word wrong is just not in his vocabulary, much like his microphone is not open and he's continuing to be
I was wrong on that one, Andy.
Oh, my God.
There you go.
Wait a minute. 15 years, and he finally said it.
That's not true.
Thanks for listening. I'm done with Jeff. I can't work with him anymore this week. I might come back on Monday. So, Jeff, good luck the next 2 days, my friend.
Point. Looking forward to working with Chris Fedor tomorrow.
You'll have intelligence.
We'll have a nice NBA conversation.
Intelligent Sports Talk coming up tomorrow with Jeff and Chris. And then Daryl after that, right?
Yeah.
Like that. All right, good for you. Be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor, lifebank.org. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10. I'll talk to you again on Monday. Peace.
And that's it.
by making sure everybody knows he's why we went after this. This is the only reason we made this trade. The Jared Verse Myles Garrett comparisons will be aplenty this season.
It's not just about the money at this point. He didn't want to waste away. He's making $40 million in Los Angeles. He's making that money there anyway. He didn't want to waste away his prime years, what's left of it, playing on a team that's not going to be a contender.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We got our Afternoon Drive. We got the Gardos getting game 1 of a 3-game tilt with the Yankees in New York. That feels very nice. Also, don't forget, Cavs still in Cancun or Cabo or really wherever the hell they are. They're not playing the NBA Finals, but that does begin tonight. And Browns OTAs. We are going to get to Todd Monken's press conference here as soon as he steps up to the podium. Press conferences on 92 through the Fan are brought to you by Expert Renovations, expertrenovationllc.com. So we get out to Todd Monken in Berea as soon as he steps up to the podium, very likely in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Could be the next 60 seconds, who the hell knows. But that opened, courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We salute the Supreme Leader. Also, if you're following along on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel, you can watch all 5 hours like our guy Dante told me about today when I talked to him on the streets of Cleveland. 1, thank you, Dante. Nice little pick-me-up. 2, follow along with the show there. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. It is free after all. Like our videos. We desperately like to be liked. And Jake Murren's man on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel and producing for us today, and the Flume Dog Millionaire on the 2020s. Hi, JP.
Hello. How's it going today?
Good. Like I said, I saw my guy Dante when I was out for a walk in downtown, and I was life was kind of having its way with me today. And then Dante comes in, and he just talks about, loving the station and loving the show and just loving everything. And it was like, I needed that shot in the arm. So I want to say again, thank you to Dante. I needed that today.
Yeah. I like how the two of us are just very openly, where everyone's like, oh, we don't want to be bothered. First off, we don't get bothered enough. But also, who's ever going to hate being told that they're awesome or that you like what they're doing? Like, it always amazes me, the people that could even think that's a possibility for people like us.
Yeah, I do think it's, because there are people in our business who are kind of standoffish, and I think it's the funniest thing in the world. You picked the wrong job to be an a-hole.
That's right. Like you get to. I don't think people realize it. And I told you yesterday, I had a situation pop up. Not a situation. A nice guy came up and said some nice words and everything. And it's like that like makes our day. There's no problem in that. That makes our day. We love that,
especially on a day where life is being a little bit of life. I do want to say. Today, the news, obviously, Jared Verse is going to do his introductory press conference. We're going to get to that, by the way. We'll play that on air. As I mentioned, Todd Monken, post-practice, which just wrapped up, is going to be stepping up here. I'm starting to feel really empathetic for Dillon Gabriel. Think about what Dillon Gabriel has experienced in 6 months' time.
Yeah.
Really 8 months' time. Lost a starting job when he was kind of gifted an opportunity. The only guy in the organization that believed in him got fired. The guy that got hired,
I just didn't know there was a spot for empathy for Dillon Gabriel from you. I didn't know that was a thing.
I know. I'm shocked as well.
It's not really a thing that gets to exist. All the Oompa Loompa jokes that kind of wash away the idea that you get to be the empathetic figure here.
I'm being the bigger man, literally. And then the fourth thing, today Jared Verse shows up at practice in the number 8 jersey. The problem is, Dillon Gabriel's still wearing number 8.
Well, so people have done a deep dive on this. Have you seen some of the deep dives attached to this?
I have not.
Okay, so he can't. Every number from 0 to 19 is taken. Like you can't. Like there's no single digit numbers for him to even take if he were to even qualify in the linebacker role where you can actually even get the single digit numbers. And so the only other ones, if he's not going to. I'm sure at some point he's going to end up with 8, and they're going to tell Dillon Gabriel to pick a new one. Mm-hmm. But the other numbers, it's like 61, 68, and then there's 95. So he's not going to get 95. Like it's a bad allotment of numbers, and so I don't know what you do in this spot.
Here's the thing. Dillon Gabriel, life has put him in a specific chair in the corner. Professionally, so I don't want to say personally, but they put him in a corner, and he's just watching as other people are having their way with his job. Somebody else took away his head coach, and now he can't even keep his number. I mean, that's come on now.
Well, he's also wearing number 8 out there today.
He's also a short king.
Did they think we haven't had the conversation yet, but this is where this is going? Don't worry, we'll get you that number.
There's half of me that was wondering, is Dillon just kind of like, I'm not giving you my number, screw you? Like, is there a part of Dylan that's just like,
he's not going to win that battle?
I've had enough.
What quarterback loses that battle, by the way?
Dylan Gabriel.
You know how bad
That's
of a
the one.
quarterback? You know how bad of a quarterback you have to be to lose the number battle to basically anybody?
Oh.
That's a tough go.
Like
Real
I said,
tough look for
see?
Dylan.
Empathy. You're getting empathy for Dylan Gabriel right now.
Yeah, but I'm also the guy that almost took him out in training camp too. So like, there's a part of me that I feel like I've owed Dylan this for a while.
I love that the Dylan Gabriel JP story is going to turn into about 5 years from now. It's going to be Dylan Gabriel was lucky to get out of there with his life.
It's 5 years from now. Right now. Right now. I almost broke the man.
Psychologically, he never recovered.
I still really thought it was a ball boy until I pirouetted out of the way to then look down and be like, oh, no, that's Dylan Gabriel.
You want to talk about a sliding doors moment.
That's Dylan Gabriel.
In Dylan Gabriel's life.
I could have been a huge favor I could have done for him.
No, but taking ending,
if he doesn't,
unaliving him?
If he doesn't play, not actually unaliving him, but if he doesn't play last year, and there's an air of mystery around whether or not Dylan Gabriel can actually play football, that's much better than the scenario that exists now, which is nobody not named Coach Riz thinks the man can play.
I actually really like the idea that if you had never almost run him over, that Dylan would have been so confident last year, he would have taken the league by storm. Maybe Kevin Stefanski still has a job. Maybe Myles Garrett's still here. Who the hell knows? And it didn't happen because you almost ran him over at practice.
How different would last year's season be if I had just taken him out in that spot?
Yeah.
If I had not had the athletic ability to be able to move out of the way and just avoid him. That's what it was.
Yeah.
The fast twitch muscles were fast at work. And I got out of the way. If I take him out in that spot, maybe Flacco never gets traded because they don't believe in Shedeur to go to the backup spot. And so Flacco stays a Brown. He, in fact, never becomes a Bengal. He goes to week 8, week 9. Then Shedeur gets handed the keys. The whole NFL world has changed drastically based off of that one moment. What a sliding doors moment in NFL history that I brought together.
And by the way,
Mac is buying it too. I can see Mac's face. He's like, all right, this is you're selling me on this.
I'm hearing from OTAs, all right, that Dylan was off to the side today and not entirely engaged. So this man is just defeated.
Well, when you take his number like that, or no, you're going to share the number until we work it out. Okay, great. You know exactly where they stand.
Jared Verse could at least be a real mensch here and maybe just toss him a couple shekels. Just be a good man about it.
We also don't know because again, it depends on the clarification of what they have for his position. If he was a linebacker in Los Angeles, but if he's going to be if he's going to be just a pass rusher defensive end here,
isn't that stupid?
You don't get to be 0 to 19.
Isn't that stupid that hog mollies can't have 0 to 19?
Yeah,
I mean,
but
honestly,
this is the NFL uniform rules. This is what they've come up with.
My favorite numbers ever have been 92 and 78. So it's apparent I like hog molly numbers. But the idea that it's like wide receivers, you can do that. Corners, you can do that. Linebackers, you can do that. Running backs, you can do that. Quarterbacks, you can do that. Punters and kickers can do that. But guys who literally break their neck for a living, hey, you can do anything you want, just no 0 to 19.
Well, and linebackers get like a long run of it too. You 0 to 59 for linebackers and then 90 to 99. Meanwhile, defensive linemen get 50 to 79 and then 90 to 99.
So we are awaiting.
It's kind of dumb.
We are awaiting Todd Monken stepping up to the podium. I believe he is walking up to the podium as we speak. So press conferences on 92 through the Fan are brought to you by Expert Renovations, expertrenovations.LLC.com. We got to do the Baskin and Phelps topic since we're getting the Baskin and Phelps treatment. What do you want to hear from Todd Monken today?
Oh, yeah. Did you ever actually
That's a needless shot.
Did you ever actually meet Myles Garrett? No, still haven't met him.
I'm actually in a great mood right now, so that was just a needless shot at our friends. There was no reason for that. It had to be done, though. It had to be done.
Yeah, we'll find out what he says about Myles. He's going to speak glowingly about Verse. That's all it's going to be. He's going to speak glowing. I don't know if you want me to answer the question seriously or not.
I don't want you to answer the question. I'm watching Mac Mac is waiting to give the thumbs up.
No, Mac looks like one of those guys that work for the CIA that have like a sting operation going on, and they're like trying to hear.
He's waiting for the code word.
They're waiting. Yeah, they're waiting for the actual for the rat to finish getting the business done here.
All right, so we're gonna get the business done here by going out to Todd Monken in Berea right now.
And we're excited to have Jared here. I don't think there's anything more needs to be said. We're excited about Jared for our teams now and the picks for our future.
Todd, Andrew said that Jared, he feels like he's a DNA fit for the defense. How do you guys see that with what he's done so far?
100%. I mean, a guy that goes all out every snap. I mean, he's going to fit us like a glove.
With obviously stepping into where Myles played,
It seems like it comes with a lot of pressure for Jared. Do you have to tell him just to be himself?
I don't see it that way. Just be yourself. There's only one of you. Miles is already taken, and he's an elite football player. We all know that. I mean, to say that, Jared, just be you. I mean, I see his track ascending. I just do. I just see a world of upside by the way he's wired. We're jacked to have him.
What did you see up close?
Hold him out of team until minicamp?
We'll see day to day how he feels. Would love to be able to do that. We got one more tomorrow and little team competition Friday, but whenever he's ready, we're going to let him go.
Todd, how familiar were you with Jared in your time in Baltimore, game planning against him? I don't know.
We played him last year. Obviously, he was one of those guys where you certainly had a game plan for, and I think he's only going to continue to ascend.
Just how beneficial is it that he at least gets to catch a little bit of the offseason program instead of being dropped in between, during that dead time between offseason and training camp?
No, it's awesome. You wish you had unlimited time to meet with him and try to catch him up to speed, but just his willingness to get here, be here this morning to get into meetings and be on the practice field says a lot about him.
What was his attitude when that face-to-face?
Oh, he was jacked. He was fired up. I mean, who doesn't want to be wanted? I mean, we wanted him. I mean, that's the way it is.
Just in terms of team pass rush, I mean, do you think maybe you guys will be able to spread it out more and spread the wealth and everybody, all the dogs will eat?
It remains to be seen. I mean, we still expect the guys that we have on the roster to continue to develop because we're still a young football team, and Jared just jumps right in there.
Do you have to adjust the team in any way after you trade a guy that's been really the face of the franchise for almost a decade?
Andrew addressed the team yesterday.
And what was the overarching message?
Well, the message was that the opportunity came about for us to acquire Jared Verse and some future capital.
Todd, Jared has been labeled as a vocal leader. How important is that to a football team?
Well, it's important. It's going to take time, obviously, a new player, but you like guys that have juice. You like guys that are vocal, like guys that like to come out and practice. We've seen it with Quincy. You see it every day. So we're excited.
Do you feel, as the head coach of the team, feel relieved that position is settled now? You know where you're heading into the season?
Well, are you talking about like defensive end?
Right now, yeah.
Well, I thought it was settled. I mean, not at any given point that I think we were going to trade Miles. And that's just the nature of what we do. I mean, this is pro sports, right? It's you're always trying to look to the present and then to the future. So I was excited then, and I'm excited now.
Todd, he's played outside linebacker, played it at Florida State in college. How much does that background kind of help in terms of what you could do with him schematically?
I think it remains to be seen. I mean, once our defensive guys gets their hands on him, I think we'll have a better idea. But certainly, his tape speaks for itself. I mean, being a defensive rookie of the year and then a Pro Bowler, I mean, not many guys have done that. It's a pretty elite group he's in.
Todd, I was going to ask about the fact that he's, a defensive rookie of the year, former one. Carson obviously won that last year. What about just pairing those two guys together in this defense?
No, I think when you put together Grant Delpit, Denzel Ward, Tyson Campbell, Carson, Quincy, the guys up front, Malik, I'm going to miss some guys, Mason Graham, you got Jared, you got Alex, you got Isaiah, I'm going to miss guys, Mike Hall, all those guys. I mean, we are a very talented football team. I mean, we're a talented team on both sides of the ball.
Today, I think Fano was with the ones all periods. Is that a new development, or?
He was there yesterday and today.
What about that really nice touchdown pass from Shedeur to Isaiah in the 2-minute drill? What was your reaction or your thoughts to that?
Well, I mean, it's a piece of the practice, right? It's a piece of the practice. I think Isaiah Bond has come on the last week and a half as a player. He's still a developmental player. Shedeur's really come on. I thought he had a really good day today. I thought Deshaun had a good day today. And so I thought both of those guys continue to compete. And you saw today we've been alternating those guys. you're just not out here every day to see it. It just happened today you were out here and Shedeur got a lot of the work with the ones.
Todd, last week Travis talked about he saw an improvement in the urgency in Shedeur's footwork. So is that something you identified when he came over? And then how do you go about getting him to improve?
I think some of that was some of the decision making. I think speed up, moving through his progressions. I think the more reps you get, the more comfortable you get in progressing. Before the touchdown pass, not so good. He started to back up in the pocket. Really probably would have been a sack. We let it play out. So again, he's still a young developmental player that I think has come a long, long way. And I think he's got a huge upside. I really do.
Todd, off of that, a couple weeks ago, I know Deion Sanders mentioned that he wants to meet with you, sort of give you a lay of the land on Shedeur. Is that something that you're planning on doing at any point? And what are maybe the benefits to actually have a conversation?
Well, first of all, I can't wait. You know, first of all, got a lot of respect for Coach Sanders, obviously as a player, but also what he's done as a coach. And obviously he's done a great job with Shedeur as a father. I'm open anytime he wants to meet. He said he was going to come, but he had a commercial. So if he just lets me know where the next commercial shoot is, I'll be there. I'll show up. I really am looking forward to it. I got a ton of respect for him, and I got a ton of respect for Shedeur because all he's done since I've been here is work. That's all he's done is compete. He was here early in the off season. Hell, he bought me a horse head. I mean, tried to, cheese up to me early. So I think, which is really cool. I think it's been great.
And you had Titus Howard here since the first time we saw him on the field. Has he been here this week?
He's been here. He's had some, unfortunately, a couple of family issues he's had to take care of, which can happen. You get some older players that are married and have kids and family, it happens. So he's been great.
Now that you have Fano with the ones, is it Brailsford, is he trending to it, or is that going to take time?
We'll still have to see that. We'll have to see. We'll let it compete. It's very hard up front till we get the pads on. We really aren't even there yet. Like, we won't even get there till you're 5 days into camp. Hell, we've got next week without pads, 5-6 weeks till they come back, and then we have a week without pads, and then you guys will be out here. You'll get to see it. You'll see where we at from a physicality standpoint. Get to the preseason games, see how those guys handle it. But we're excited about all of our young players.
Todd, back to Jared for a second. He's obviously coming from a 3-4 into a 4-3. Do people make maybe too much of a big deal out of like the differences in those two systems in terms of trying to make an adjustment to playing the opposite?
Well, there are certain aspects that they're going to ask. I think it's easier to play in a 4-3 than it is to be a 3-4 outside backer and then be asked to be an edge rusher in a 4-down nickel. That's my opinion. What do I know? Okay, but I'm just saying, I think that this will allow him to do one thing, and that is run off the ball, run into a dark room, and disrupt. Can't wait to see it.
I promise this isn't a quarterback question.
But we haven't had one yet. I mean, this is crazy.
You have said you'd like to have your number one for the start of the camp. Wait, continue. Would you also like to have your number one offensive line configured for the season?
Would love to. Actually, both are great questions. In a perfect world, you'd love to have your starting quarterback, right? And you'd love to have your O-line set. I'm not sure we'll be there. I'm just not. I think both. I think both quarterbacks have played well enough where we haven't really been in pads. We haven't played any games yet, haven't really gotten to that point yet. Every day I kind of lean one way or the other with quarterbacks. I'm on that. But we still got to get to that point. And then O-line wise, as we start to move the pieces around and get them together, I think we'll have a better idea. I don't know that yet, though. I have a pretty good idea. In the O-line, I really feel like I have a pretty good idea of 4 of the 5, right? And then we got to figure out who's that 5th. Does that make sense? I really feel good about the 3 we brought in Fano, and then who's going to be the 5th, and then quarterback, who's going to start for us. But I'm fired up about the quarterbacks. I just tell you, we got 2 starting level quarterbacks. We really do.
With Shedeur coming on so strong lately, do you feel like in your quest asked to have your QB depth chart perhaps set by the end of minicamp. Do you think it's going to come right down to the wire for you if you're even able to do that?
Yeah, I don't even know if I will be. Each day that changes. It just does. I mean, I see what you see, right? We look at the film, and then we assess that. And again, I think both of them are doing exactly what we're asking them to do and competing like hell.
And when you go back to the offensive line real quick, you said 4 out of the 5. Does that include the ability to move Elton either center or guard?
Oh, yeah. I think Elton could be guard or center. I think probably the right side, somewhere in there, center, guard, tackle, Fano, and then let's figure it out. I think those are our 4 pieces right now. And then where that 5th comes from, I think we'll continue to battle, especially once we get the pads on, because we still have the rest of the depth to work out. Who we're going to keep on the 53 and who's going to be a part of our practice squad.
The minicamp practices to be very similar to what we see out here.
Yeah, I expect to be the same. We actually get more time with them. I don't anticipate we'll spend more time. They give you can be up to 2.5 hours out here. I don't feel like we'll be out here that long. We'll probably do our dynamic warm-up earlier, and then maybe we'll be out an extra 15 minutes to get a few more reps while we've got them here. So we got a lot of work to do. We just do. I mean, we got a long ways to go, as every team does, in putting a product together that we jump right out of the gate when we head to Jacksonville.
You mentioned with Burris that it can be a little less complicated to just focus on attacking and blowing stuff up. How can that help a player to sort of simplify his job there?
Well, I think any time you simplify what you're asking them to do from a technique standpoint and how you attack things. I think the greatest thing about what we do defensively is we turn guys loose. We allow them to play fast, disrupt, and then clean up. And I love that. And I think our guys love playing in that system. And you see it every day on the practice field. You talk about guys that love playing, love chasing the ball, and they love playing for each other. It's awesome to see.
Todd, as far as 8 practices in and the whole offseason thing, are you where you thought you would be at this point, or slightly ahead, slightly behind?
I don't know. I really didn't have any thoughts of where we'd be or where we're going. I just know that what were we going to get done today? I really mean that. And it's hard to tell because we're in shorts. I would say this. We have an awesome group of freaking players that love to compete. I mean, we're further ahead than I would have ever thought becoming the head coach of the Browns when I show up every day and all they do is show up and work. That's cool as hell. And that forget all the rest of the technique stuff and all that, but that's been awesome.
I guess following up then, have you gotten in the number of installs that you've wanted?
Oh yeah, no, that part of it we've gotten in. Okay. So from the install standpoint, I apologize. I didn't know it's where you're headed. We've got all the installs in twice. Today would have been our last install offensively. We got it in phase 2, so now the next 4 practices we'll get to really work who are we really, as opposed to all the installs. And every day you're working situational football, so there's certain things you've got to get in, just game-ending situations.
Todd, I got an injury question for you. How's Malik Collins doing in his rehab? Is he still on track to?
He's doing great as far as I know. I'm being in Houston, being with his family.
8922.
This is Browns head coach Todd Monken, and you're listening to the number one sports station in Cleveland, 92.3 The Fan.
Andrew addressed the team yesterday. The message was that the opportunity came about for us to acquire Jared Verse and some future capital.
That was Todd Monken earlier today in Berea.
It's got to be a little awkward.
I got to say, the Monken man delivered today.
Yeah.
That was like a week 9 press conference, and we're getting it in OTAs.
Hey, we started. It was like his own podcast. The man, is he still talking? He might still even be talking.
Can I just say this? Listen, the Browns upset me with the Myles Garrett trade and how they went about messaging it. But may I thank you? Can I thank you guys enough for the content this week? It's the first week of June where nothing really happens in sports. And we were trying to bridge to the NBA Finals. And the Monken man just spun this forward another day or two.
Well, and he also, in the process of it, and we'll get to some of the quarterback stuff, obviously, but he can't make up his mind with quarterbacks now.
Oh, I love that.
And he's as vocal as he possibly can be. And Shedeur did have a really nice day, by all accounts, on the practice field today.
He's excited to meet Deion Sanders.
Yeah, that was great. And there's, and again, even with the Verse stuff, Verse fits like a glove.
Yeah.
You knew we'd say nice things about Verse.
Okay.
I appreciated that he didn't want to just sit there and wax poetic on Myles, because he didn't know Myles the way the fans do. It would have been disingenuous if he just talked about how great he was for the organization and how important he was for the organization and all these other things. He wasn't important to Monken. He never met Monken.
I think that was the most apparent thing, is that Todd is very happy that the Myles melodrama is over. He is excited about Jared Verse, and he is excited to not have to talk about Myles Garrett and their lack of relationship ever again.
Well, because he knew every time he had to speak, he was just lying, okay?
Yes.
And he knew he's not a very good liar, because, again, these guys are head coaches. They're not actors. They don't know how to lie. This is why Rutenberg seemed like it was the biggest giveaway you'd ever heard in your life. They don't know what they're doing in trying to lie. They're just coaches. And so when it comes down to it, I think Monken is satisfied to be done lying to everybody about what's going on with Myles Garrett.
I do think it's funny when a head coach says, very excited about Jared Verse and the draft picks. You can tell he's like, I got to cover all that we got for Myles. He said he fits us like a glove. He said, a world of upside. These are just some of the phrases that I wrote down that he used. And probably the one that made me giggle was when talking about, Jared Verse and his kind of, is Jared excited to be here? I think was something close to the question. He said, who doesn't want to be wanted? We wanted him.
Yeah.
And I was just like, man, Todd Monken is a damn vibe.
Well, and at one point, he started just rattling off players' names. He sounded like the drunk guy at the bar trying to convince his buddy that the Browns are going to be good. He's like, no, we have Schlesinger. And he just started naming players.
The difference is he got the names right.
Yeah, he didn't.
The drunk caller that calls in here is at the bar. Well, Schlesinger, you got Malik Collins, I think is his name.
And 75 iterations of Shedeur Sanders.
So some of the actual things that, one, beyond just the Jared Verse part of this, obviously everyone's going to react to the quarterback stuff. Spencer Fano being with the ones yesterday and today. That's the nice development.
At the left tackle spot in particular, too. Like they're not moving him around or doing anything funny that way. They're doing what they said they would do with him.
And he also went on to say, and this is the kind of nitty gritty football stuff that I do like to hear. Obviously he was asked kind of about, well, we know you want to get your quarterback done as soon as possibly, but do you feel the same way about the offensive line? And he basically was like, I treat them the same way. I'd love to have my 5 starting offensive linemen chosen, because the earlier we get to that, the better chance of continuity we have.
Also said he's a lot more confident in that than he is making the quarterback decision.
Now, you have been, and I have been as well to some degree, that it had been feeling fatalistic with some of the messaging from reports that we had gotten out there about Deshaun. Todd Monken said, every day I lean one way or the other with the quarterback spot. You are the Shastan on the show. How do we feel about the messaging about the quarterback spot?
Well, is Monken as reactionary as the fans on social media? Is that what this is? Because by all accounts today, and this is not just fans on social media, this is people that are there. I already talked to Coach Riz. We've been going back and forth. He basically said Deshaun was awful today and Shedeur Sanders was awesome today. And that's in a nutshell.
You hate to hear it.
In a nutshell, that's what it was. He had the best pass of the day by far, the touchdown to Isaiah Bond. He also had a really nice pass and a nice grab by Jerry Jeudy. That was a touchdown as well. And so it seemed like Shedeur had a really, really nice day. And it seemed like Deshaun really struggled. Deshaun didn't really have, I guess, great instincts out there. You get a lot of pressure on him. This is what I've told you before with Deshaun all the time. Like when it comes to decision making with Deshaun, I just think it's poor. And so yeah, he didn't look good today.
So you asked something about, is Todd Monken like people on social media where you're back and forth every day, you're flip flopping back and forth. That's exactly how I want him to handle this situation now. It's not how I want him to be in training camp. It's certainly not how I want him to be in the regular season. But like in mini camps, in voluntary mini camps, when you're trying to suss it out, that's what I want to see out of you. I want to see you say, man, Shedeur did look good today.
Well,
man,
at least he's not.
Deshaun did look good yesterday.
Yes, and he's not just a slave to what his previous ideas are, And I feel like that's where sometimes coaches fall in problems and they end up in a spot you don't want to be in, is if you're just like, well, I already made up my mind. Deshaun's winning this thing, and I got no room for moving off that at all. Like, that's not what Monken sounded like today at all. That sounds like a guy that he's vacillating between the two quarterbacks consistently, because on some days Shedeur's looking good, on some days Shedeur's looking bad, and vice versa.
Now, he did save himself, and I don't know if this is a tell, but he in talking about how good Shedeur has come on recently, he then saved himself and was like, and Deshaun looked good today, and I was like, oh, I know that. I know what that might be the one fib that you talked about today of trying to make sure you shoot in Deshaun on that.
It was a great defensive day by all accounts from everyone that was out there. In general, it was a great defensive day.
I couldn't tell if Zach Jackson was being facetious or not, where he said top 5 mini camp or OTA.
Coach Riz said defense won the day, but in Deshaun specifically, he said had some accuracy issues, timing was off. And then obviously referenced how great Shedeur looked and thought he was very good today and thought he was way sharper than Watson was.
Another player that we got some love on here, Isaiah Bond.
But yeah, that was the play of the day. Yeah. By all accounts, that was the play of the day.
Well, but Monken said he's come on the last week and said, he's still, I don't know if he said project, but he's still developmental. That would be good to hear. Like, I honestly don't give a rat's patoot. I don't know why I said rat's patoot. I'm not a 70-year-old Midwest house mom.
Yeah.
However,
I don't give a rat's patoot.
I just didn't want to say the A word. And I don't even know why I just called it the A word. I say it all the dang time. And I just said, dang, what in the... I almost said something much worse.
Yeah. But you don't have to show us that you know how to curse. It's okay.
You know what? Now I do.
I believe you.
Yeah, now I do. Yeah. Not only is Matt going to have to really sweat it out when Monken's at the podium, now when your boy Nicky Dubs is here. But I don't care who shows up from that wide receiver room. I just need 2 guys who can prove they can play. You get 2 guys and Fannin puts up what he did close to last year. That's going to be the quarterback's best friend.
Did have a Concepcion drop that was highlighted. I did not talk to that with Coach Riz. He's going to turn it around, but I did see one of those videos floating around today. Yeah, apparently it was a really good defensive day, but I just need the offense to show some life, and it showed some life. But this is it. Monken's commenting on it, and the idea that every day he leans one way or another with quarterbacks. Everyone, I don't know why everyone thought that he was going to have this thing settled very easily. I know why. It's because he told us he would. But obviously, this is becoming harder for him, and I don't know that he's going to have it wrapped up as quickly as people thought.
216-474-0092. I think we heard more in Todd Monken's 20-minute press conference today than I heard in 6 years with Kevin Stefanski. The question here is, you're hearing Todd Monken say every day he leans one way or the other. Are you encouraged by that bit of news there from Todd Monken and red flags with Jared Verse? What? In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
offers, and more rewards. Signing up is free and easy, so don't wait. Stop by the NP Rewards desk today and start earning more. More offers, more rewards, and more fun. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
It's awesome. You wish you had unlimited time to meet with him and try to catch him up to speed, but his willingness to get here, be here this morning, to get into meetings and be on the practice field says a lot about him. Oh, he was jacked. He was fired up. I mean, who doesn't want to be wanted? I mean, we wanted him.
Todd Monken, the Monken man, Monken the Maximizer, who I'm all in on, all out on Andrew Berry, talking about Jared Verse. I don't think it would be wrong if you listened to Todd Monken talk about Jared Verse and he wants to be here and he made an effort to be here. I don't hate it if someone maybe takes that as maybe a little shade at Miles.
Oh, I think a lot of people did.
Yes.
Right? I think that was a resounding thought out of this, is that Monken, he was pissed that Miles did all this and he had to go through with it. And then in the meanwhile, he reaps zero of the benefits of Miles. Like, at least when Miles is being Miles, past coaches like Kevin Stefanski, for instance, at least got to see him, break a sack record and at least, wreak havoc on Sunday. Monken had to go through 3 months of questions about where's Miles, what's going on with Miles, to then get zero of the payoff. It's kind of like us if we got fired right before the season got started. And
we had this conversation earlier.
And worked an off-season doing all sorts of
summer radio,
summer topic radio, and you're like, man,
we're
that was
out
a long
at training camp for all the dog days of summer.
It's a long slog, but you know what? The games are the big payoff.
Yep.
The games are when it's going to be awesome and it's going to be great. And then no, you're fired. You just go grab some bench. Like, that's basically what happened to Monken. He had to deal with all the nonsense that comes with Miles and got zero of the payoff, and that I'd be pissed if I were him too.
So it's interesting. Like, there was some football guy stuff. We already mentioned the offensive line and trying to get that set as soon as possible. He basically said, I know who 4 of my 5 starters are, and then it just comes, who's the 5th guy and how do we organize it. But even the quarterbacks, and talked about that, the development of Isaiah Bond. I thought the most interesting thing was Todd talking about Jared Verse switching to this kind of even front 4-3 defense, the wide 9, which again we're still assuming, and how Verse is played in a 3-4 defense more as a stand-up linebacker. And it's funny, the more tape that I've watched of Verse, they did put him on the defensive line a fair amount. So it's not like he was dropping into coverage every other play. That gives me some hope that this is maybe not the concern that I'm concerned that it could be. But I do think it's a big question. But Monken's answer was effectively, well, he used to have to do like 10 things. Now he's just going to put his hand in the dirt and go.
Yeah, I mean, it should set up better for him from that perspective, obviously. Now, I think something that would go against him, maybe, if we're just going to do a devil's advocate type thing, is where he's playing, when he's playing, and the situational time of the games, right? One thing I saw some prognosticators estimating that Myles Garrett is going to have 75 more sack opportunities this year, like 75 more snaps where it's legitimately, because going from the Browns to the Rams and playing in more 3rd and 7s, they played in the second most amount of 3rd and 7s than anybody in the NFL last year. The fact that they're going to be winning games in the fourth quarter instead of behind in games, 75 is the number that they came up with for Myles Garrett. First, probably going to take a hit in that department.
Yeah.
You're just not going to have as many close games, as many games where you're leading, as many games where you get the opportunities to put up the big time sack numbers.
Now, with this being said, Mike Florio was on with the Midday Boys earlier today and talked about potential red flags with Jared Verse.
I just wonder what the Rams really think of Verse. The Rams know him better than anyone. They've had him for the last 2 years. They don't think he's going to become Myles Garrett anytime soon. They think 30-year-old Myles Garrett is better right now than Jared Verse, and they're willing to take Myles Garrett in a spot where he's never getting any better. He's just going to begin to diminish over Verse, who is on the trajectory upward. That, I think, is a coup for the Browns, assuming that Verse is a guy who can blossom. But I think if the Rams thought that, they wouldn't have let Verse go. They would have come up with some other way to get Myles Garrett.
So this is interesting because usually Mike Florio annoys the living crap out of me. I do think that some of the, we really hated to give him up was PR crap, right? You clearly didn't hate to give him up because you gave him up. So if he was, it was so tough, you wouldn't have done it. Now I think like, I think maybe my rebuttal to Florio is teams get this kind of stuff wrong all the time. The Panthers didn't want to pay Brian Burns, I think it was $25 million a year. This happened after I left, by the way, so it wasn't like I followed this kind of a little remotely.
Yeah.
And because he had never cracked the 10-sack mark, and they were worried about whether he would be that guy. And then they traded him to the Giants for, I think, a second pick and a fourth-round pick. And I think it was a year later, Brian Burns had a career year. And I think this year, he had 15 sacks. So you just don't know. I think the point is they want to win right now. If Jared Verse becomes a top 5 pass rusher 3 years from now, for them, it might be 3 years too late.
Yeah, the way I looked at it was this was really hard for the Rams. But it was obvious because Myles Garrett's a much better football player right now, and they have this 2-year Matthew Stafford window. But it doesn't mean that they see something in Jared Verse that we need to be flagged and worried about. For me, it was pretty simple. It was like, all right, Jared Verse can be a really good player. It's just not in the timeline that they need right now. Like, Verse isn't wrecking a game yet. Doesn't mean he won't a couple years from now, but he isn't wrecking a game yet. And in the Matthew Stafford era, they need to win right now.
So I'm not going to call it a red flag. I'm going to call it a beige flag. So if I had a beige flag about Verse, it's that he's going to be switching into a system that he's never played before in the NFL. And although I think he can do it, you don't know until you know.
Yeah.
Right? That's the beige flag. The Rams' willingness to trade him for Myles Garrett just seems a little common sensey to me.
Yeah, I like that. My beige flag on this whole thing, because I agree it's not a red flag. I worry about the idea that it seems like everyone's awesome with the Rams.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things. Like on the D line, that's why when people are talking about not only adding Myles Garrett, but if you can come back and have Aaron Donald make a return, this might be the greatest defensive line ever assembled.
Mm-hmm.
But like part of that is Shula's as good as he is at what he does, and they find ways to make players out of just about anybody. And like that's one of the concerns I would have.
So it's funny you say that because I think in this conversation, I understand the historical implications. And if, by the way, if you're just joining us, Jared Verse will be speaking to the Cleveland media within likely the next 10 minutes. It could happen literally the next 5 minutes. So when it happens, we are going to go out and hear Jared Verse's introductory press conference with the Cleveland media. But to reel this back in, I understand the historical thing, which is that the Browns didn't do a good enough job at putting defensive line talent around Myles Garrett. But the people that were talking about how much he's upgrading going from this situation to that situation, I think slept on how good they've actually developed the pieces around him. Mason Graham and Malik Collins gave Myles pressure this last year that he's never had up the middle, and that allowed him to reach his sack record. Alex Wright and Isaiah McGuire, both are two guys who are starting caliber defensive linemen if you look at the kind of advanced metrics. So it's funny, while I agree it makes sense, well, Myles is gone, everything's going to kind of change a little bit here. I kind of think Verse is still walking into a situation where there's enough talent around him, specifically up the middle, that I think he should still have chances to eat, even if it's not the way he did in Los Angeles.
Well, so that's where we have to wonder if it was like a one-hand washing the other type situation. You know, if Mason Graham had as good of a year as he did last year, and he didn't blow anybody out of the water, he was fine. But was that because Myles was getting double-teamed and Myles was having all the pressure on himself? And even Malik Collins has never looked that good. That was it's insane. Before he got injured, that was a sensational year by him. He was trending to have an all-time season for himself, and the year prior he was left for dead. Is that because he was working with Myles, or did he find some way to turn a corner?
I also think I'll come back to, and this is the key where Rutenberg really has to just not screw it up. I think the system is a really good system, and I know the wide nine has its drawbacks, which is, if you don't hold your gaps right, you can really get gashed against the run. And we saw that at different points, not consistently, but at different points with the Browns over the last 3 years. And now you don't have Jim Schwartz to fix that. I think having a guy that has mastered the system, I think there is a difference there. But, man, I really like the system because it does the thing that I think you should do with a defensive line. It allows players to pin their ear back and just play football. It's the best thing I've heard of Monken, by the way, offensively, is he's like, we're going to remove all the crap, and we just want these guys to play fast. Every coach that I think knows their salt, unless it's like a Shanahan who has such a specialized system, right? But every coach that I really think the world of, their whole thing is, how do we get the players to stop thinking and play? And that's what I think Monken's going to do for the offense. But I think that's been the beauty of the Jim Schwartz defense. If Mike Rutenberg can just keep that and keep that part of the wide nine.
Are we being too rosy when it comes to Verse? Now I feel like I've almost gone the other direction. I'm going to be accused of being the guy that as everyone's like, oh no, you guys don't know how good of a football player he is. Like everyone knows how good of a football player he is. But if we've gone too far, have I gone too far in the other direction now with some of my concerns?
No. I think listen. One, I think it's pretty natural when everybody does the fluff job that has happened on all sides of this for your and my collective BS meters to go off. So I think that's just a natural reaction to what has been overly rosy kind of analysis of this. That said, like my threshold for Jared Verse, and I understand that I'm speaking to a traditional stat. I'm not going to then go through a bunch of analytical stats as well. My bar is the same thing he did last year. 7.5 to 8 sacks this year with this defensive line will be a significant success for Jared Verse because of the beige flag of switching defenses and all the other stuff we've talked about.
I feel like most fans they're thinking now double digits or less, and I just think that's unrealistic.
I agree.
Maybe I'm just not holding him enough to a high enough standard. I think so much of this trade was about him, but so much of it was about the picks as well. And so I just don't put as much on him in all this.
I look at it as like the collective number of sacks for the team. Like, I think you still need to be, for this team to do anything remotely interesting, and it still might not be enough, you need to be top 5 to top 10 in sacks. And so that to me is, when you go from Myles Garrett to Jared Verse, you're saying we have the depth. We are 4 deep at edge rusher, maybe 5 deep if Fano works out. And I still don't know they have enough depth up the middle, just real quick. But if you've got the depth, you can still, in the aggregate, get to the sack numbers you need.
Yeah, what's interesting, a couple years ago, they had a lot of pressures and not as many sacks. That obviously flipped a little bit last year with Myles having such a big season, and then Collins before he got injured. It'll be interesting to see what exactly they do, and I'm interested to find out how much Myles' presence really did make a lot of the guys last year shine.
So Mike Florio had his red flag with Jared Verse. Is switching to the 4-3 defense, handing the dirt all the time, is that a beige flag for you with Jared Verse? Jared Verse, his introductory press conference post-practice comes up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Love. Go check out my friend Josh Bookman at Bookman & Son, bookmanandson.com.
All guests appear on the 92.3 The Fan hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright.
Hey friends, Ken Carman here for Window Nation. If your air conditioner never seems to turn off, well, those worn-out windows, they could be a culprit. Upgrade yours now during window.
All right, Nick and JP back. We're going to head out to Berea here. Press conferences on 92.3 The Fan, brought to you by Expert Renovations. ExpertRenovationsLLC.com. Here is the newest edge rusher for the Cleveland Browns, Jared Verse.
Yeah, it caught me by surprise. I loved LA. I loved the coaches, the organization, my teammates, everybody a part of it, the staff, the fans. I love the whole vibe of LA, Los Angeles, the Rams. And it was upsetting. I was upset for a good little bit of time. But when you're an athlete, you understand the nature of business. Everybody does what they think is best for their business, and that's the situation that I'm in. I'm happy to be a part of the Browns. I'm happy that they believed in me and they were able to make that trade and bring me here. Be with my teammates, be with everybody here, and I truly do believe in everybody in the locker room. But it was upsetting at first. But you got 2 choices: that you can either work or you can give up, and I ain't never been a quitter.
Been here even just for a little bit, you've gone through a practice, you've met some of the guys. Does that help you maybe get your head turned around about this when you see sort of the energy and kind of the juice that's going on out there?
Oh yeah, they're alive out there. They're moving fast. Everybody, specifically the defense, obviously that's what I'm focusing on. The D-line was moving really well. The DBs are locked in on everything. The linebackers are making their calls very quickly. That's giving us time to get set. It was alive out there, and I feel very confident in us.
Alex out there, and Alex Wright, and he's a guy that was out there on the field talking to you a lot. He said that you guys were just kind of talking, not even just football stuff, but just getting to know each other off the field too. Have you felt kind of that welcome presence early on to the Cleveland Browns organization?
Oh yeah, 100%. Everybody I see, quickly introduces themselves. I'm terrible with names, so I have to ask people's names a couple times. But it's good. It feels like home. Like you come in, everybody's saying hello to you, getting to know you, wants to know about this about you, where you're from, and it feels good here. I'm sorry, you said what?
Andrew Berry yesterday said they feel like you're a DNA fit for this defense. I guess, how do you see that, and especially as you go from a 3-4 to a 4-3 here?
Oh, yeah, no, this is an attacking front, and that's kind of my style. I'm very attacking. I want to get to it. I want to, have a defined situation, just be able to do my thing every time without having to think too much or without having to slow down and read keys, and it is exactly that. I like it a lot.
You use the word upset. How much does it motivate you now to kind of prove them wrong that they traded you?
Yeah, I mean, it's a different type of feeling. I've always been doubted my whole life. Out of high school, I had the one offer, going into college, and, leaving college, I was less doubted, but, still had the little chip on my shoulder and everything like that. It definitely put the chip on my shoulder. When I was with the Rams, I was still learning how to play DN, still learning how to be a football player, NFL player, and how to play at this next level. And the Browns, got me. Now I feel like they're going to get the best of me. They're not going to get a half-finished project or something you got to work on. This is work here. This is going to be the best version of me. That's everything I've done this offseason. It's going to be great.
Feel about the fact that you were the key to this whole trade, and the Browns were not going to make this trade and part with Myles Garrett unless they could get you here. I mean, what does that say about how they feel about you?
Yeah, I feel like that's a testament to not only me, but, my family, how hard we work and everything like that. I feel like hard work never fails you. And to know that, that this wasn't going to go through if I wasn't a part of it, it's good to know that. Like, that was probably the biggest fact that, brought some sunshine into this whole situation for me. I saw that. I was like, yeah, they want me. And it was cool to know that.
What's your mindset stepping in at the same position for a guy who's done what Myles has done?
Yeah, Myles is a great player. I watch his film every day. I, keyed in on a couple things he does, the moves he makes, the technicalities of every small aspect of his game. I've very much studied him, and to know that, I'm not here to fill his shoes. That's not my job. That's not in my description in any organization I go to. That's not my job. My job is to be the best me. If I'm the best me, I'm not going to be, Myles Garrett. I'm not going to be Max Crosby, this guy, that guy, the best players in the league. I'm going to be the best Jared, and that's going to be the best player in the league.
You guys are listening to Jared Verse's press conference, but a quick 10-second break here.
Broadcasting from the 92.3 The Fan Studios, fueled by True North Convenience Stores, WKRK-FM, and HD1 Cleveland Heights. An Odyssey Sports Station.
It's going to be amazing, not only just the aspect of getting to know my teammates and the camaraderie, but to understand the playbook, understand what my job is specifically, understand every key aspect of it, get to know my teammates. When you have that camaraderie and everything like that, that elevates you from being a good team to a great team, and we're going to be a great team.
Dayton, Ohio. How does it feel just being back in your home state? Will you have family be able to travel up to Cleveland for some more of your games?
Yeah, they'll definitely be able to make it. Most of my family's in Phoenix now, so my older sister is still in Dayton, though, so she's not too far away. But it's good to be back. I ain't gonna lie. The clear blue skies, I landed on a great day. I ain't got not much to complain about.
When did your mindset turn from surprise and disappointment to, okay, new chapter, let's go?
Yeah, honestly, it was took me about a couple hours. I got home. Braden Fisk, Byron Young both came to my house. They sat down with me, each of them, individually. I got to sit down with them and talk to them and say my goodbyes and everything like that. And it was about when Fisk left my house, I was like, damn, all right, it's time to work. I don't get to be teammates with, essentially my best friend no more. So that was just a bad factor of the party thing.
I know you're still getting to know everyone, but the fact that you have Carson Schlesinger on this defense, and you two are the last two NFL defensive rookies of the year. How exciting is that potential pairing for you?
Man, that boy can fly. He can work. I like that a lot. I like knowing that behind me, that I don't got much to worry about. If something, I can play freely because I don't have to worry if something gets by me. He's going to be able to handle that. He's going to be able to clean everything up. So that's the exciting factor of it.
Your sort of journey to the NFL, going off in high school, and how it's kind of served as motivation for you. Just how much has your path, as unique as it was, going to Albany and transferring to Florida State, how has that kind of molded you into the person you are and the mentality that you bring?
Yeah, I'm used to hard situations. I'm used to having to deal with something hard and transfer that to being a better version of myself. I'm used to being at organizations or teams. In college, Albany wasn't the most winning team and everything like that. When I got to the Rams, they wasn't the most they still was getting dubs, but they wasn't up there like that. But every step of the way is just getting better. I'm excited to just keep working. And today was a big factor that watching how the guys are in the weight room, how they are in the field, them boys are flying. I'm like, all right, y'all not messing around. Y'all not gonna lose again. So we not gonna lose with the way them boys moving.
Part of being upset about this in the initial going was the fact that maybe the Browns out there nationally don't have the greatest reputation in the world, and that once you did get here and just get a feel for it a little bit, you're like, this isn't anything like what you hear when you're out there?
Yeah, I mean, you can tell how a team is by how they practice. You see losing teams practice terribly. You see great teams practice amazingly. It translates. That's not a losing team out there. The way everybody was moving, I didn't get to get into the team situations today. That's going to be another day. But the way the boys are moving, this isn't a losing team. Nobody's moving around like they're slow, like they're feeling sorry for themselves. People are moving with intent, like they are not going to miss the opportunity to play in January, to play in February, to play in that big game.
Any connection on this team to you? Any familiar face of your past?
Yeah, Jeremiah Baez, I think he's a guard now. Me and him were at Florida State together, and KT Levinston, me and him were at the Rams together. So 2 tackles I was messing up.
There's only one Myles Garrett, obviously, and you've already, started your career really, really well. Just how do you, I guess, deal with coming in here, maybe not replacing him, but you're the guy that they traded him for, and just what's your mentality coming in here, maybe trying to fill those shoes as best as you can? Yeah, I mean,
I'm not here to fill anyone's shoes. Miles, he's a size 13, Nikes, whatever they are. I'm a size 13 half, size 14 Jordans. Like everybody's different. I'm not here to fill his shoes. I'm here to bring my own. I buy my own. I'm here to work, and I'm here to be the best version of me. The best version of me is going to be the best defensive player in the league, and the best defensive player in the league is going to play for the best defense in the league, and that's why I make myself testament to.
How would you describe your game?
It's violent. It's very violent. It's very mean. It's very, why are you in my way? I play angry because I'm like, why do you think you can block me? And if you get the best of me, oh, so you're game playing for me. All right, so I got something else for you. Like, it's a very violent game when you're against me.
I know you're just getting to know him, but what were your first impressions of both Todd Monken and Mike Rittenberg?
Boys work. I like it. And like I said, them boys, everybody in here is working. Like, it's not like a lack of effort. That's the one that you can never say. It's not a lack of skill. Them boys are working and they're doing moves. I'm like, all right, these boys, everybody's good. I like it.
You want to be yourself out here. So what is the first thing that the Browns fans need to know about you? What do you want them to know about the player, the person that's coming in to their city?
Yeah, I'm about a lot of things. I'm a big family person. I love my family. I love my friends. I care about, the people that are close to me more than anything. But the one thing I hold above all, besides God, because obviously God's above all, is work. Work is the most important thing to me. All I care about is lifting. All I care about is running. All I care about is how I can get faster, how I can get this step a little bit smaller, how I can, translate this to the field. That's all I care about. And all I care about is being the best me. That's all that matters.
Do you feel like perhaps there might be something to be said for kind of coming in here when the foundation of this team is being built? All you guys are so young. This is the new core of a team that is probably going to be on the rise. Is there something to be said for that maybe over a really established team? How do you feel about that situation?
Yeah, no, I feel great about it. When you go into a younger team in a younger situation, a lot of people their heads are all over the place. Some people are talking too much. Some people don't take this seriously, don't take that seriously. That's not the problem here. The problem here is everybody wants to work too much. Like, hey, slow it down. Like, hey, let's figure out the little techniques of the stuff. Like, everybody here is so focused, driven, and so wanting to be a best version of themselves. And I think that's such a testament to just the new coaching staff and the new foundation that everyone's about to lay down.
League now a couple years. When you were rookie with the Rams, they had to rebuild that defensive line with Aaron Donald retiring and everything. How much that experience helped you that can now carry over here?
Oh yeah, I mean 100%. That helped me, exponentially. Like you go in with some of your best friends, some of the younger guys, and you realize, hey, we might be a year apart, 2 years apart, but all we care about is how we can be the best version of us on that field. Sundays are the most important thing, so we just spend so much time outside of football, outside of the team designated activities, watching film together, getting to know each other. Because when you know somebody, you play harder for them.
Experience is huge in this
I'm sorry,
league.
you said what?
I said postseason experience is huge in this league. You've been in the league for a couple of years, so you had quite a bit already in such a short amount of time. This team obviously very young and inexperienced. What can you bring in terms of the playoff experience to the mindset of these younger players to a team that's their goal?
Yeah. I mean, during the regular season, every game matters. The first thing before even worrying about the playoffs is making the playoffs, before even worrying about how we're going to win in the playoffs. And once you get there, the margin for error is so small. You can't mess up. If you take one step too wide, boom, the B gap's wide open, and they're running you for 60 yards down the field. You take one step too small, the edge is wide open, and they're taking you 40 yards down the field, getting stopped at the 1, and now they're in field goal range. The margin of error is so small in the playoffs, but before the playoffs, you even got to focus about the regular season. For the regular season, you got to focus on the preseason. For a preseason, you got camp. For a camp, we got today. So that's all I'm focused on right now.
Growing up in Dade, were you a Browns fan, or did you?
I didn't even watch football until I got to college. I was really just enjoying life. Like I was being like a little kid out there messing around, playing in the sun and stuff like that, just messing around. Like I didn't watch football until I got to college and stuff. And I still never had a favorite team. I just kind of lived.
That is Jared Verse's introductory press conference there. Press conferences on 92 through the Fan, brought to you by Expert Renovations, expertrenovationsllc.com.
At least he didn't lie to us at the end.
No, again, there was so much.
It's a real answer.
And I don't want to be that guy. I clearly was not happy that the Browns traded Miles. But one of the tedious things about dealing with Miles is every press conference he was saying things that sounded like maybe you wanted to hear it, as opposed to what he actually thought. I don't think we're going to say that about Jared Verse.
Well, I mean, he did. The one line, I like the line about he's not wearing Miles shoes. He's wearing his own 13.5, 14 size Jordans. That's good. And then he follows it up with the idea the best version of me is going to be the best defensive player in the league. That one felt a little Miles to me, but that's okay. It's just him having confidence. I don't hate that side of things. I never hate when an athlete has confidence and belief in themselves.
Is anyone a little thrown off that Miles only has size 13 feet? That is a gigantic human being.
That is a surprise.
Like I'm 2 inches shorter than Miles, a little bit heavier, less muscular too. And I have size 14 feet.
I have size 12 feet.
Those are like real feet, but only smaller.
So Miles meets in the middle. Is that what that is? Is that even true though? Maybe he just
I
had the
think
good
that was
line.
Jared Verse's shoe size.
No.
His size was 13.5
because he
to
said
14.
his feet were bigger.
And then he said Jordans. First he said Miles Garrett wears 13 size 13 Nikes.
Yeah.
Because he made the difference between Nikes and then Jordans, which in that world is a real difference.
I just looked it up. It says he wears a size 17.
Who?
Myles Garrett.
Well, okay, so maybe that's so wait. Did Jared Verse downsize Miles' feet?
Is he just lying in these
to make
press
himself
conferences?
sound bigger? Is that what we have going on here? I don't hate it. That's the level of petty that I think you and I, as the petty twins, would enjoy.
He has referenced wearing size 16 for his off-field sneakers, and in the past has worn size 17 and size 18 cleats on the field.
Where did he get size 13?
I don't know. I don't know where he got that from at all.
Oh, my God. I mean, we've seen Miles in sweatpants, so size 17
I think he just thought it was a great line. I think he was just like, I'm just going to go with this.
Yeah.
I have fact-checked nothing in regards to Myles Garrett's feet, but here we are.
I got to be honest with you. Jared Verse is my guy.
Well,
he took 3 sizes off his shoes. Actually, maybe 4 sizes off his shoes. And then also made sure to let you know I have 13.5. Which, by the way, I wear size 14 shoes. I've never seen 13.5 shoes.
The story is not great. If he's like, I can't wear Miles size 17 shoes, it's like, well, yeah, you obviously can't.
It's true.
You don't have big enough feet for that. What else can you not live up to when it comes to Myles Garrett? So, other thing on this, him admitting that he was upset when he was first learned he was traded here for the Browns, that's him just being honest.
Yeah.
I don't know why people make such a big deal about that.
Are people mad about that?
Well, it just seems like that was one of the quotes that's definitely gaining some steam in the social media world. And it's like, guys, this is him being honest. We can't ask for these athletes to be honest and then kill them when they actually are. That's the same thing at the very end of the press conference when it's like he didn't want to do I grew up a Browns fan and love the Browns. It's not true.
Yeah, if 3 years from now he's still like, man, I wish LA wouldn't have traded me,
Yeah,
I will
that's
have a
a
problem with it.
Within
Yeah.
this press conference, it seemed like he had made peace with that idea and was happy and excited to be on this team. He just was honest about his initial reaction.
Also,
that's not the end of the world. That's fine.
Loves the vibes of LA. Guys, I hate
Who
to tell
doesn't?
you.
Who doesn't?
It's a very nice town. The people fake as hell. But the actual weather, there's some other advantages. Maybe it pertains to the opposite
They
sex.
just make you feel real ugly when you're in that city.
They really do.
That's what it is. They just
Really
make you
do.
feel real ugly.
Yeah.
And then also you kind of leave with the idea that maybe I got my priorities straight, though. You know,
I'm focused on being a good person
Yeah,
at the expense of my physical health.
Like
they're
saw-
clearly doing their best physical self, but mentally they are just a
I
wrecked
saw
people.
way too many people in way too good of physical shape, and at 45 and 50, if you're going to be that good physically, you're probably not the greatest in other areas.
Yeah, I was looking at 97.1 The Fan in LA. We just launched. Odyssey just launched it early last month, and I was like, man, they don't have any fat guys on that station. How can you be a sports talk radio station? And then I looked at the ESPN station, like they don't have any fat guys there. It's like, how you've got three sports talk stations and no fatties?
They just don't exist in
What
Los
are we
Angeles.
doing?
I don't know what to tell you.
You know somebody there is called a fat ass?
That's kind of like how
And
Tony
it's-
Soprano in season 1 was considered very, very fat, but if you go back and look at it, him shirtless in his pool is like, that's in shape.
Don't worry, he got there in season 5.
That's very much in shape.
By season 5, Tony Soprano bulked up.
Yeah, but season 1, and the way they it's almost like it's Costanza in the same way too. Costanza, everyone's got these memories of Costanza being this like massively overweight human and the pudgy fat guy on the show, and it's like, it really wasn't that big, guys.
Well, that was 90s fat.
90s fat,
We've
early
reinvented
2000s
it in
fat.
America in 2026.
Nicole Richie was the fat friend. In what world?
No, nobody ever said
In
that.
what
I will
world? What
fight
do you
you on
mean
that
no one
one.
ever said that?
I've never heard anyone
That's
say
all
Nicole
people
Richie was
said.
the. Who are these people that you are hanging out with that
How
call her?
did you not exist
She
in
was
that world?
cocaine chic. No, clearly I didn't.
No, I don't think you did.
I was watching whatever that stupid show was called every single day. I was only on once a week. Scott,
I like that show.
Scott on Twitter saying, it says a lot about you. So that's a mean shot. That was mean. That was
You're
unnecessary.
so confusing in what your mainstream likes and dislikes are. You like Olivia Rodrigo, but then you're like a Kardashian. I could never. You like Taylor Swift, but then you're like, the Paris Hilton and Nicole Richie. I just didn't do that.
I didn't say I like
You
Taylor
are
Swift.
mainstream confusing as it gets.
I respect Taylor Swift.
Yeah,
And by
you're
the
just
way,
gonna live your life being a
by the
hipster
way,
in some instances.
man card revoked when it comes to I really like Nicole Richie and Paris Hilton show.
I like the TV show. I was like 14 years old. I like the TV show.
Make an excuse. Scott on Twitter saying all softball questions. No one asked the all-important question, do you like dinosaurs? Cleveland media strikes again. Thanks, guys. What were your big takeaways from the Jared Verse press conference? And can we all just admit it's funny about the feet thing? They lied about the size of Miles' feet. I get it. And when we come back, a different way of looking at the Jared Verse for Myles Garrett swap in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Ken Ganley Kia is the home of zero
it still seems like the proper time that if you were going to trade Miles, and they said consistently they weren't going to, but if you were going to trade him, there's a conversation of how much longer could you have really waited.
Overtime with Jake Volnick, weeknights at 7. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I'm out here to fill anyone's shoes. Miles, he's a size 13, Nikes, whatever they are. I'm a size, 13 half, size 14 Jordans. Like, everybody's different. I'm not here to fill his shoes. I'm here to bring my own. I buy my own. I'm here to work, and I'm here to be the best version of me. The best version of me is going to be the best defensive player in the league. And the best defensive player in the league is going to play for the best defense in the league. And that's why I make myself testament to.
Jared Verse won that press conference in a lot of ways for people.
Yeah.
He lost it for other people in different ways. He won it for me because of that answer and the fact that because you and I talked about the answer where he got Miles's shoe size wrong by 4 entire sizes, that then I got at least one person being like, I'm 6'5", 270 pounds, size 16 feet, just in case you were going to ask. Because I think he thought we were going to all right, Mac, shoe size.
Size 10.
Size.
How you show your face around these cards with that size 10 shoe is beyond me.
That is.
I got shamed for a size 12. I don't even think that's a small shoe size.
Yeah, it's fine. It's okay.
I really don't.
Some say
Now I
average.
got to look and figure it out. I mean, you are the top 1% of weight, top 1% of height.
Come on now. All right.
Well, hold on. He's a 13 and a half, and I'm a 12. And we are vastly different in size.
I've said that many times.
We are vastly different
about
in size.
you and him, and always, really. Mackenzie, what size shoe do you wear?
Oh, about a 9.
Okay, now wait. In women's, isn't that like a?
It's like an 8 or 7.5 in men's, I think.
Okay. Oh, tiny
You know what they
feet.
say about big feet?
I don't. Big socks? Yeah, we did it at the same time.
Only
That's
about 10% to 15% of the adult male population wears a size 12 or larger.
Okay, now can I get to 14?
So I'm in the top 85%. Or
Okay.
I guess top 90%.
All right, now do me.
Okay, because
that's all I care
Did you
about.
say 14 or 13? What are you?
14.
You're a 14.
Yeah.
You're a
And
14 wide too, but I'm not going to put the wide part of that in there.
I want 14 wide in there.
Oh no.
Oh no.
2% to 3.5%.
I am.
Which means.
Come on now.
You're not. Well, you're top 1% weight, top 1% heights, only top 3.5% when it comes to shoe
and what
size.
percent are you in?
Well, I know, but I wanted the 1% theme to keep going.
Well, I would be the ultimate 1%er. That would be the new
if
nickname
we're
of the
doing
show.
the diagnostics on you, if you're a 1% weight, 1% height, the theme should be you keep the 1% vibe going, which at a 3.5% means the shoe size maybe not the greatest.
I'm going to have to do the thing that certain little people do. I'm going to have my feet broken so I can get to size 15 and maybe push it to that 1%.
Yeah, that seems like not a hassle at all. It seems like a very easy thing to pull off.
Is that foot maxing?
At this point, with the amount of foot maladies I've had this year, we might be getting there on our own. Like I sprained my foot twice in 2 weeks. I damn near dislocated, and I did dislocate a toe, and then immediately reset it. Like I had gout. I've had
your heel spurs.
The heel spurs in both feet. I got feet issues, but they big feet. All right, Jake.
Okay, then.
I just now want to know what size everyone has. Feet.
And like where they sit in the population.
And you're just taking a serious interest in everybody's feet sizes.
Jake's going to have tiny feet.
Oh.
Not because I think anything differently about Jake in any sort of way. Just the idea that he's not
Short
the
kings can
largest
have big
person.
feet.
He's not the largest person in the world. He's just kind of everything.
Jake's in here. Come on. Defend
Everything
your feet,
about
King.
Jake is from a physical standpoint is very, very average.
That's called profiling.
Very average.
All right, Jake.
Size
Nice to be
9.
called.
Size 9 is the guess from me.
Shoe size 11.
Oh,
Did
Mac.
not see that coming.
Mac's got the
Did
smallest
not-
feet on the
did
show.
not see that coming at all.
Oh, that stings. That's smart. Oh. I kind of want to know what Keith's got. I bet you he's a 12er.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. There's no way he's a 13 or above.
Is he in the gym as often as he is to compensate for the feet
That's
size?
true.
I don't know. It could be.
That's true.
Could be part of the missing equation.
That's true. People think nope, not going to say any of the jokes that I was
There's
going to
like
have.
7 roads we could have gone down that we just don't.
216-474-0092. How big are your feet? Oh, look at this. Gary on Twitter. 6'4", 265, size 16 wide. Oh, my word. Thoughts to your wife. He also saying his daughter is 6'1", mine's 6 feet tall, and wears a women's 13. So here's the funny thing about this. So Olivia's tall, 6 feet tall at 15. The twins are also tall for their age, but my sister is the chronicle one-upper.
Okay.
And it like there are times where Vanessa finds it very amusing. There are times where Vanessa does not find it amusing. And so this was like 2 years ago. We had just gotten the girls their yearly physical. Like, yeah, it's, I think the top 5% in height. And my sister immediately butts in and goes, my oldest niece from her is 6 weeks younger than twins, goes, Riley's at 1%. And we're just like, Cool.
Is Riley that tall?
Yeah, she's a tall girl.
How tall do you think she's going to be?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, again, Livy's 6 feet tall, so we have height on our side. And then Kristen and I both married and had kids with people who have shorter families, and it's not showing up in the DNA at all.
Really? You're just getting the good height?
Yeah. Although Vanessa last night, there's another funny just height-related thing that happens. So the twins just hit a growth spurt, and we are maybe 3 months away from them surpassing Vanessa. I think Nessa's like 5'7". So the twins are right on her heels, and she is not cool with it. And so the twins were like, thank God I got my height from Dad. And Vanessa very defensively went, I've got tall uncles.
No.
It's just like...
Well, how tall are the uncles?
Her one uncle, I think, is my height, and the other one might actually be a little taller.
Yeah, okay, so she's got it in her family, too, somewhere.
I do not know their foot size.
I saw, so they always have these, like, tall events in different cities. It's very big on Instagram right now, the people that they put out there that they're at the tall event, and then it becomes all of these conversations. It is what it is. But anyway, they're like, so one of the questions they ask these people at these tall events is like, how tall are your parents?
Mm-hmm.
And every now and again, you'll get somebody that's being like 5'7" and 5'5". And it's like, well, how did you turn out to be 6'10"? And then they're like, well, my great uncle was in fact 6'9", and that's all they needed. They just need one bit in the lineage in order to be just a monster of a human, and then it can come back.
Oh, by the way, Slark on Twitter saying, short king here, 5'7.5". Oh, buddy. But wait. He wears a size 12. Come on now.
That's a great shoe size for 5'7.5".
Yeah, of course. Because again, you're gonna get looked at here. Oh, he's a short king, and then they're gonna look down at your feet and be like, "We're okay. We are safe."
You're putting too much stock into that.
Am I?
I think so.
By the way, what kind of Ants asks, "Am I?"
I don't know.
When you make a declarative statement,
just feels like it. I don't know.
So I did see. I think somebody was pointing out Victor Wembanyama's parents' height, and his dad is 6'7".
Yeah.
I think his mom is like 6'3" or 6'4", and people were like, "I guess the mailman was 7 foot tall." I was like, "Do you realize how tall? How like 6'7" dad and 6'4" mom? You will have a Shaq baby."
I do love the mailman jokes. I don't know why they will always get me. It's the dumbest thing in the world. But all right, so Felix Wembanyama, that is.
Yeah.
As if you know Felix. Felix Wembanyama.
Oh, you mean Wembanyama? Of course.
He's 6'6". His mom is 6'3".
Oh, look at that.
She's the one that introduced him to basketball, by the way. He grew up. He was like a judo and like a soccer player, and then she's like, "You should play basketball." And it's one of those moments.
Okay, Mom. Yes, he sounds like Andre the Giant to me.
No, he's got a little bit of the Mobley thing going on, where he sounds way less intimidating than he should.
Give me your Wembanyama.
No, I don't have it. I'm not the impression guy. I'm not, and that's your Mobley right there. I'm not the impression guy. I don't have it. But he never sounds nearly as intimidating as he should.
216-474-0092. How big a feet do you have? What is your shoe size? And do you think more or less of Jared Verse for downgrading Miles so he could say he has bigger
I hope
feet?
Miles has like another press conference just to be like, guys, it's size 18.
Yeah.
My shoe size is size 18.
It's actually, since I've come out west, they've remeasured my feet. And turns out my shoes have been too snug this entire time, and I'm now an 18 wide.
Yeah, they don't care about the ABS challenge system and getting the heights right anymore. It's all about the shoe size.
That's true.
That's where people inflate things these days.
That's true.
His next press conference is without socks, just to be sure.
He literally has his feet up on the thing, just so like, all right, guys, you don't focus the camera on me. I'm gonna talk. That'll be the soundtrack, but the visual, that's all just gonna be my feet. You get paid for that, by the way.
Yeah, there's a lot of sites out there. There's a lot of sites out there.
I don't know that guys do, but if there's a site called ogrefeet.com, oh, am I gonna make a killing? Look at that bunion.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about the amount of people that would have raced to put their feet up there to be like, it's a market. You got to get after it early.
Here's the thing. I desperately wish I had pretty feet because I'd just love to sell some pictures and make some cash.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
What? We can't talk about hopes, wishes, and dreams?
I don't.
I thought this was a
All
show
right.
that we cared about each other's aspirations.
Yeah, I hope you have a lot of success in that area.
All right, Rex Ryan.
I don't think I will. No. Rex consumed the feet pictures. I want to push him out there.
He ate the feet pictures?
Come on, Mac. You knew what he meant.
This is why you have size 10 feet. Wah, wah.
That's big size 10 feet energy out of you.
You got little ones. Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
tonight, coming off a 9-4 win Tuesday night. Tonight features a pitching matchup between Gavin Williams and Garrett Cole. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. If you missed a moment in our show, and we had the Todd Monken presser in the 2 o'clock hour, we had Jared Verse right around the beginning of the 3 o'clock hour. You guys can use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. We do have James Palmer coming up in about 20 minutes here. And I do like this point by Brendan. We've talked about Jared Verse a fair amount today. He said, is it just me or the Browns acting like Jared Verse is the next Reggie White? I hope he's really good and all, but the extent to which they are going to elevate this guy to an uber elite just to justify the trade, I think that is like, I think it's okay to be excited about Jared Verse and also understand that there's a reason the Rams are willing to move off of him to get Myles Garrett, and that if Jared is just a really good defensive end for the Browns, that's a really good outcome out of all of this.
I mean, 80% of Myles Garrett, if he turns out to be that is a win among wins. It's massive. And so I just hope Browns fans know that. I think they're just trying to get excited in the moment. That's all.
Yeah, I think I don't put it on Browns fans. I put it on the Browns and the NFL media, who, again, and I agree with Brendan, like, it's a little over the top with the way they're talking about Jared, who I really like, by the way. I'm excited to see what he does this year. But let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
All right, Bears quarterback Caleb Williams has landed on the cover of Madden 27 with the indelible image of his Jordan-esque playoff throw from this last year's playoffs. Do you like this call by Madden?
Yeah, I saw they gave him a 90 overall rating, and I thought that's kind of low for being the quarterback on the cover, right? Like, doesn't seem like that should be higher than that?
Should he have negotiated a better score?
I feel like if you're on the cover, you probably should have a pretty high score. Yeah, this is right, though. Entering year 3, they're trying to take advantage of the hysteria around Caleb Williams. That was a career-making year for Caleb in dispelling everything that happened in year 1 for a lot of people. And so, yeah, like the time is right, especially since I think the Bears, I think they're going to have a come back down to earth type season. And so you strike now because the opportunity might not be there next year.
So what I like about it is, one, I like the city of Chicago, and I think Bears fans, there's some overlap there in their sorrows and what the Browns have had. So I like that Chicago, the skyline is on the cover as well.
Massive overlap. I was texting with my uncle. And, my uncle's been a Bears fan his whole entire life. And he's like, oh, how'd the Myles Garrett trade go? And I go, great, but, it sets us up for, we just need our Caleb Williams, is the text I left him with. He goes, oh, well, we had to work for that. And I didn't respond because my uncle's in the 80s, okay? So I didn't respond to be like, you got to be bleeping kidding me.
But you thought it.
You got to be kidding me. Like, the Browns fans have put in more work than anybody to get the quarterback. But Bears fans are right there. In many ways, Bears fans are right there searching for this great quarterback for so many years.
What I like about this is, I think the NFL is stronger when you have 4 or 5 truly elite quarterbacks to cull from, or even upwards more than 5. Right now, it feels like not only do you have your like established great quarterbacks, Mahomes, Burrow, Lamar, Josh Allen, but you do have this interesting undercard of kids trying to crack into that. And if at any point we can say, hey, I think you've got 7 or 8 elite quarterbacks in the NFL, I think that'll be as good as the NFL's ever been doing at any given time.
Yeah, I mean, Caleb's a superstar. There's no other way to look at it. And a city like that, and I like that Caleb was even tweeting out and giving homage to Michael Jordan. But when you're doing that in that city, it's the understanding that when you put yourself with Michael, when you put yourself with Walter Payton, when you put yourself with certain people in that in Chicago, like that's rarefied air. That just hits different. Omaha! All right. You asked yesterday for a conditional, and turns out the Browns did have a condition on this.
Yeah.
So according to Mary Kay Cabot, the 2029 third-round pick the Browns received from the Rams in the Myles Garrett trade would become a first-round pick if L.A. trades Myles to another AFC North team, Steelers, Ravens, Bengals, at any point. Do you love this being the clause that the Browns wanted to make sure got in?
I feel, couldn't we have had like a multi-level thing, like you trade him to an AFC North team, which is not going to happen in the next year, or maybe win a Super Bowl. I feel like this being the one that you chose, I understand why you did it, to make sure it never happens.
Yeah.
But then it doesn't feel like it's going to happen.
Well, the Super Bowl one is like, well, gee, why do you think we're trading for Myles Garrett? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like the conditional side of this, a lot of people put it towards like snaps played or honors or anything. Like, well, all right, part of that idea is that Myles is going to win Defensive Player of the Year and we're going to win the Super Bowl. So I like the creativity attached to this. I think Andrew Berry knew they weren't going to buy any of it because the expectation should be that Myles delivers on that end of it. And so you get no assurances off of that. And so the idea is we're going to come up with something different.
Yeah, but if in 2 years you trade, I don't like the idea if he's on the block in 2 years that I'm going to be rooting for him to be traded somewhere in the AFC North.
So we get a first.
So I can get another first out of this.
That would be a funny twist. But it would I love the idea that it all but assures that he won't end up there and won't end up playing for one of those teams. And so we just get to sit with the reality that Myles will stay away from us, and that's nice.
That'd be the most interesting flip of a legacy if he ended up in Baltimore in 2 years. Yankees hitter Jazz Chisholm told this story about meeting Michael Jordan as a youngin' when he joined The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon this week.
I was, I think, 10 years old, 9 or 10 years old. My stepdad, he was the umpire at Michael Jordan's softball camp in the Bahamas, where I'm from. I was one of the few kids that was able to roam around because my stepdad was an umpire.
Yeah.
And
you were in places you shouldn't be.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly, right? And my stepdad was like, yeah, just go do whatever. So I was trying to get autographs from all the guys, Jeter, CC, all them guys was there. And I saw him and I was like, yo, can I get your autograph? And he was like, no, like flat out cold, no. And he was like, make me want your autograph one day. And he just walked off.
I still don't think he's going to want your autograph now. Charming or Chotch from MJ?
It's not charming. He just told a little kid to pound grass. Like, that's not, no part of that is
at a softball camp.
He had a softball camp with other celebrities around.
Yeah.
The funny thing about MJ is that he in no way has ever come across as a great dude in any sort of, but like we just don't care. We just, it's MJ. We just don't care.
In the way that if LeBron did that same thing, it would be the end of the world.
Yes, because LeBron presented himself as if he cared what people thought. MJ never has.
All right. Second question. Is Jazz Chisholm a Deutschmark for wearing sunglasses on The Tonight Show?
You wear sunglasses every now and again as a joke on this radio show.
As a joke. This was not a bit.
So I'm assuming that you think that it's a douche move. Or what did you call it? A Deutschmark?
Deutschmark,
or whatever that is?
Yeah.
I'm assuming you think that.
Massive Deutschmark move, yeah. You're on The Tonight Show. Like presidents have appeared on this show. The most famous people you've ever met have appeared on this show, and they've not worn sunglasses.
Maybe he was making sure the lights weren't too bright.
You're a .230 hitter for the Yankees. Take the sunglasses off, you Deutschmark.
Or maybe he's leaving his mark.
I don't like that.
Maybe he is. Maybe he's how I stand out. I don't know.
Yeah.
Is Jimmy Fallon just a big Jazz Chisholm fan? How did he get on this?
I don't know. I'm also out on Fallon.
Is he secretly? You've been out on Fallon for as many years as I've known you. What do you mean? Now you're all of a sudden out on Fallon?
I'm updating people to know I'm still out on Fallon.
You were out on Fallon years ago. You're out on Fallon now still. Fever Pitch was why I loved Fever Pitch, the movie.
Okay.
I like Fever Pitch.
That stands on time, and I'm fine with it. Hey, we're going to play serious songs, but on children's instruments. Isn't this great? Yeah, it was great 15 years ago. Now it's kind of a hack bit.
I'm not going to go to bat for Fallon. I don't care one way or another.
Seems like you do.
I really don't.
Seems like it really
do. You
do.
ever any of the profiles on him?
Not great.
He's just a drunk is all he is.
Let me ask you.
He's a heavy drinker. He's just a drunk.
Is it all night show hosts? Corden apparently just a miserable human being to support staff and like waiters and stuff. Fallon apparently just really rude and abrasive to to waiters and stuff. When I find that out about you, I have such little interest in you as a human being. If you're a famous person with a lot of money and you tip like crap and you treat those people poorly.
And then they wonder why Johnny Carson is the only one that was so beloved beyond beloved. It's like, well, Johnny seemed like a really good guy. By all accounts.
Turns out not so much either.
There's bad things about Johnny Carson?
Yeah.
Did not know that.
Be cold and aloof.
What's bad with Johnny Carson?
The DUIs, mostly.
Well, I don't fault the guy for... I don't count him to be the worst person on planet Earth.
Tread carefully, dog.
He just has some DUIs.
It was the 70s. Everyone was driving drunk. Is that the defense?
They didn't even wear seatbelts then. And you expect Johnny to hire a chauffeur? Come on.
You're trying to put
they didn't take it serious as they
today
should.
50 years ago.
I would say maybe bad decision maker. DUIs makes you a bad decision maker in life. Doesn't make you an inherently bad person necessarily.
216-474-0092.
Guess you got a chance to really just wreck up the roads, though. I don't know where I stand. I'm going to have to think about that one for a little bit.
I'm going to go out and say I'm decidedly anti-Deweys. I'm going to say that right now.
We're all
for everyone.
anti-Deweys, but does having a I need to even find out if he actually has this record of DUIs that you're suggesting before I defame the great Johnny Carson.
Totally great guy.
I got one DUI in February 1982 in Beverly Hills.
That was the worst year to do it.
I got one.
It was 0.16. That's double the legal limit there.
Yeah, but that's not. I mean, we've seen 0.2s, 0.25s, 0.23s, 0.16. Let me tell you this. So I had a breathalyzer in college. You know that. I think I've told you the story before. As like a gag, I bought a breathalyzer. So me and my fraternity buddies, when we would drink, we would do the breathalyzer to see how drunk we could actually get. Basically, was the game, right?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And we played it long enough that I know with certainty, 0.16. You're not nearly as hammered as you think you'd be for saying twice the legal limit. Around 0.2.
That's when business picks up.
Is where you started to really get in some trouble.
Yeah.
I noticed for myself, around 0.2 is where I was like, okay, we're wrecked right now.
You about a 0.2 right now?
We're wrecked.
I think it's your turn.
Well, I'm just reading about Johnny Carson admitting openly that he did not handle alcohol well in that one incident.
You don't say.
And this is and he has to wear that from you for so many years later.
That's true.
My goodness.
The man's been deceased for a full decade.
One DUI.
21 years.
One DUI 40 years ago, and he's got a bad label to himself. I'm a second chance guy is what I am, Nick.
Yeah.
That's what I am.
Nice way to save it there.
That's what I offer up. Gilbert Arenas. Do we have time for the story?
No. But
you used it all on Johnny Carson.
I was really interested in the Johnny Carson stuff.
Barreled into Gilbert Arenas.
I guess we'll have to save that one for in case we missed it.
That's true. Oh,
be listening. What did that guy do?
James Palmer's. James.
Now who's drunk?
I almost started doing a Johnny Carson. I was like, we're not doing that. James Palmer. NFL insider at Bleacher Report talks the Myles Garrett trade, Jared Verse, and more in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
a story, like one of the more bizarre stories, that somebody looked at Myles Garrett and said, I wish they could see him. I'm going to take my chances. Here we go. Why is that a thought? I don't know. We always get these true Hollywood stories when it comes to, celebrities or whatever. I feel like we've never gotten a real story out of that one.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Have some Sanka.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Ashley Bastock coming up at 5:20. We'll talk about Jared Verse's press conference today. Todd Monken's press conference. They certainly gave us plenty to talk about. We're not used to that in Browns land there out in Berea. And who would have thought that in that last segment in Quick Hits, we had somebody called up angry about how we were talking about somebody that hosted the night show, and it wasn't about Johnny Carson. So they called up and apparently berated Mackenzie Flume.
Why don't you want to say Jimmy Fallon's name?
Because we're going to go right there. Because we disparaged, in their opinion, Jimmy Fallon.
Yeah. Defenders of Jimmy Fallon didn't see coming.
Yeah.
I thought people would defend Johnny Carson, but apparently nobody cares like I care about Johnny Carson.
Yeah.
Apparently I shouldn't be caring about Johnny Carson.
I had a specific source.
You won't tell me who, though.
It's a source.
It's cagey. It's a little cagey by you.
I have a source that told me that there were some allegations against Johnny. We don't get to it because we got a guest we got to get to.
Don't love your sources.
Right now, well, the source is honest, and I trust my sources. And I trust our next guest here on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. NFL insider at Bleacher Report, James Palmer. Welcome to the show, James.
Well, I want to hear about this Johnny Carson situation. I mean, I don't mind if it bites into my time, to be entirely honest. I want to hear about this.
All right, there's some allegations. Again, these I don't know if these are founded, but there's some allegations that Johnny had some problems with race.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
Right? Didn't know. I had no idea what Johnny Carson. Zero. And
now you see why I didn't want to bring it up right now.
I thought Johnny was like America's sweetheart for so long, and then Nick brought in the D-dub that he had, and I was like, well, that overtly
for part of America, he remains.
It makes you a bad decision maker. I don't know that overtly makes you the worst human to ever exist, but hey, it is what it is.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say sauce, but then you went to Ray. Okay. Let's go.
All right. So, all right. So, I saw one of your things out there, your videos out there about the Myles Garrett trade, talking about how this could be a win-win. So just walk us through kind of your stance on the Browns side of the Myles Garrett trade.
Yeah, I mean, when I started kind of asking around and talking to people in the building and seeing what was going on, it made actually more and more sense, in all honesty, the more I broke it down. And the first one is really the timelines. The timelines don't add up, and I know you guys have probably heard that plenty, but it really hasn't, and it hasn't really since they decided, that they were really looking for another quarterback, and I think they've shown that in this trade and some other moves that the quarterback of the future is not on the roster. And if that's the case, obviously it's going to be a young guy coming in. Your timeline with where Myles is at 30, and you're not going to be maybe very, very competitive in a lot of people across the NFL that I talked to's eyes until maybe 28. Like, it just doesn't add up. And can you get enough back for him? I think they got more than they would have gotten, honestly, a year ago. Even though he's a year older, he ends up getting the sack record. They end up finding themselves in a different spot financially. They end up paying some of obviously the contract, the first portion of it. And I think this deal actually nets them probably more now than it would have maybe a season ago. The second part of it is that they wanted to make sure that they could take care of themselves in the short and long term. And I know Andrew Berry said that, but I had heard that pretty early on, that making sure that you could get a premier player back. And picks are outstanding, and first-round picks are great, but they're also prospects. You haven't seen him play it down. You've seen what Jared Verse can do. We've seen that he has a chance to be really, really good. I mean, the Rams think the world of him. The Rams think he could be Terrell Suggs, in all honesty. So to help yourself in the near future and in the extended future to help you get that quarterback with the other first-round pick, I think those parts play the biggest aspect of it. And then financially, the third part is, you do free yourself up financially in some capacity. You're going to hit this cap, like, real quick here in 2027. This dead money that's going to be, with Deshaun and him, it's going to be huge. But I think it allows you to turn the page pretty quickly, and you look at the draft classes and we get into it, what they could do at the quarterback spot. But to me, this is probably the most they could have gotten for him. And the pick's going to be low anyways, because whoever's going after Myles Garrett is most likely going to be, really, really good with Myles Garrett. So it's not going to be at the top of the draft anyways. All these things were talked about and discussed, and they understand them. But I do think when you look at all of it, this probably puts you in the best position when you finally understood that you were going through a rebuild. And this is very similar to what the Raiders tried to do in admitting to themselves they weren't a year away. They were a couple of years away when they wanted to do the Max Crosby trade. And this is really, in my opinion, the Browns doing exactly that.
Well, the problem is that, and not problem, but it just exists, is that this is now year 3 then that you're going to tell Browns fans, because you're a 3-win team 2 years ago, you're a 5-win team last year, and you're going to be a 5 to 7-win team this year. And it's just the packaging of that is kind of the reality that Browns fans have existed with in dealing with this trade. When can Browns fans expect to be good again?
That is hard. I mean, it's a hard sell. Nobody wants to be sold that. You know who also never wants to be sold that is your veteran players in the locker room. Denzel Ward wasn't to be sold that, right? Veterans don't want to hear that we're 3 years away. This is my career. This is where I'm at right now in this spot. So it's a really difficult balancing act that teams that are looking to reshape their franchise have to go through. It's extremely difficult. And I think you could look at, the dead money to me, if you want to eat all of it in 27, you have that opportunity. It could be like $100 million. But you put yourself in 28 in maybe as good a financial capacity, and most likely your quarterback's on a rookie contract, and hopefully you pick the right one, and you're financially as flexible as anybody in the NFL and where you're at. And you still have the young core that you've developed. And I think obviously we all know how good the last draft class was. I think this was a really good one as well. And if all of that comes together, I'm hoping it's 28. That would be my thought if you hit on the quarterback, and that's the big, that's the big one. I mean, this trade doesn't matter, I don't think, honestly, if you don't hit on a quarterback.
James, looking to the LA side of things, because I don't think there's anyone who believes this isn't going to work out for Myles Garrett and the Rams, at least in the short term here. So what's the bare minimum that has to happen for the Rams and Garrett for this to really everybody to look and say, all right, no matter what happens on the Cleveland side, this is a successful trade?
Yeah, I think they have to win a Super Bowl. I really do. I mean, for Myles individually, you look at the other guys that are on that offensive line with Colby Turner, and you look at, Fisk, and you look at how, the number of leads that they most likely will be playing with. I mean, he could shatter the 23 sacks that he had this past year. Now, so individually, could he break his own record? That obviously propels him even further into being in the conversation as the greatest defensive player potentially ever. I mean, he could be in that conversation for sure. I think he's working his way into it. So individually, that's the case. But there could be a chance that they did this and Matthew Stafford retires after the 2026 season, whether they win a Super Bowl or not. And then to me, that actually does tie into the Browns, because if Stafford ends up retiring, and part of the reason I think that they were really able to be aggressive and give this first-round pick in 27 to the Browns was that the pick of Ty Simpson. Like, they feel like they're not part of the teams looking, with the Browns included, and say the Jets and then the Cardinals and some other teams, the Dolphins, that are looking for quarterbacks in 27. They feel like they're not part of that because they picked Ty Simpson, so we can give up our first-round pick. Well, if Ty Simpson doesn't pan out and Matthew Stafford retires after the 26th season, like, it happened once before. The Rams ended up having given away a first-round pick that was, I think, the 6th overall to the Lions, right, when they did trade for Stafford. So, I mean, they could be in a difficult spot if this doesn't work out. I think it's almost a 1, possibly 2-year window. There's no guarantee Stafford plays for them in 27, even with the contract deal that they did.
Should the Browns trade Denzel Ward?
I was asked that on my show on Bleacher Report, and I was thinking about this. Like, there is a part of it that's going on right now in your building that you do have to, and I mentioned this earlier, sell to the rest of your organization that this is not a full-on fire sale. Like, it's not like you still have to have guys play. You still have to have guys go out there and compete. And I think like the Dolphins are kind of going through that. I mean, this rebuild in Miami is just it's massive, but you still have to sell a little bit. Like Devon Achane's staying, right? You know what I mean? Like you can't ship off Waddle and everybody. And so, I mean, I think it's TBD in a sense, because you also have to see how the year goes. You also have to see what the market is. But, I think these are the difficult spots that they're in when you've now finally fully admitted that the rebuild is exactly what it is.
James, it's weird to say the other June 1st trade involved A.J. Brown, who's quite good at football himself. A year from now, who are we saying won the A.J. Brown trade?
I'll say this before I get to that. I know Browns fans are upset, and I know I talked to people at the golf tournament that was going on, and it was a difficult day for a lot of people. I think it was harder to be in Philadelphia than it was in Cleveland. You give up a top 5 receiver to, honestly, I'm from Philly. There is a massive rivalry between Boston and Philadelphia. It is a rival for you. And the Rams got better. Like one of your biggest competitions in the NFC gets Myles Garrett. It was a bad day in Philadelphia. I do think this is a huge, huge year, honestly, in Philadelphia for Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni. Like, it's really a big year. And I do think A.J. Brown's going to play well. I think there's a lot to like about him playing with Josh McDaniels. And this, though, to me, is a 2-year, maybe 3-year situation with A.J. Brown. I know enough people around the league have told me that it does look like he's lost a step in essence, obviously, as he approaches 30 with the knee issues that he's had. I think Philly is always playing the long game. And if you look at the two teams and where they're at in terms of roster building and team building, I would probably give the edge to Howie Roseman in terms of how he's built his team for sustained success compared to what we've seen in this short regime in New England. And I think New England takes, honestly, even with AJ, a pretty good step back this year.
Todd Monken today said every day he leans one way or another with the quarterbacks. Today was a good day for Shedeur. Had a lot of nice passes in there. Not as good of a day for Deshaun Watson, according to the people that were out there. What are you hearing about the quarterback race with the Browns?
The buzz around the league, and obviously I'm not there in Cleveland, but when I talk to executives and GMs and assistant GMs and coaches and stuff around the league, it's like the feeling is that Deshaun's going to win the job. And that's for a few reasons, obviously. I think the main one is, like, you spent all this money, all these draft picks. You might as well, see if the guy can really have sustained play, even though the injuries and everything. I mean, it's been, obviously has not gone anywhere near what anybody thought it was going to go. But that's the buzz around the league, is that, like, Deshaun's most likely going to win the job. And I do understand that, because there is a greater chance, and we've seen this in the NFL, if we want to look at the sample sizes, of first-round picks, which Deshaun was, like, hitting the skids and playing poorly and then coming back around a second time around. You've seen it with a lot of the guys that are starters now. There's a greater chance of that because you were a top-of-the-draft talent and coming back in some capacity, whether it's with a different team, which would really stink for Browns fans if he all of a sudden plays great somewhere else. I don't know if I see that. I'm just playing the percentages of that being more likely than a guy picked towards the bottom of the draft in the 5th round. It's just, if you look at it, that's a more likely scenario to have to play out in the league because we've seen it before.
James, great stuff, man. Always appreciate your time there. Enjoyed talking Johnny Carson, this big trade, all the great stuff. Hope you enjoyed the content like we did this week.
Oh, it's great. It's been wild. I mean, it's the beginning of June, and the NFL still reigns supreme. It's awesome. I'd love to talk quarterbacks with you guys. Have me back soon, because I got a sleeper that the Browns can go with. And I'll save it for next time.
Oh, that's
now I want to hear it.
Can you just give it to us now? Because I might not remember next time. I'm in my 40s there, James.
I'll text your producer and say, listen, let's not wait too long before we do this.
Perfect, buddy.
But we got to have a tease.
All
Old
right.
school.
We'll catch
Carson
up
would have done a solid tease like that before the break. Nobody can choose away.
All right, James. Be good, buddy. James Palmer there. I just kept cutting him off, damn it. I'm sorry, James. He's so good. He's now not going to come back because that fat schlub wouldn't stop talking. Words hard. Me, Nick. James Palmer on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say in a different way to look at the Garrett verse deal in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
$10 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
It's a hard sell. Nobody wants to be sold that. You know who also never wants to be sold that is your veteran players in the locker room. Denzel Ward wasn't to be sold that, right? Veterans don't want to hear that we're 3 years away. This is my career. This is where I'm at right now in this spot. So it's a really difficult balancing act that teams that are looking to reshape their franchise have to go through. It's extremely difficult, and you still have the young core that you've developed. And I think obviously we all know how good the last draft class was. I think this was a really good one as well. And if all of that comes together, I'm hoping it's 28. That would be my thought. If you hit on the quarterback, and that's the big one. I mean, this trade doesn't matter, I don't think, honestly, if you don't hit on a quarterback.
James Palmer of the Bleacher Report, always a great guest, and always kind of gives us something different and a different way to kind of think about things in the previous segment, and really always love hearing from him. And it's interesting, like, as he was talking about that, I think he's being realistic about it. I guess it just depends on your take of, like, whether it's competitive or when the Browns are good again, like what your actual parameters for those things are.
Yeah, oddly enough, it aligns directly with what my thought process is, where it's like, all right, 27, if you take the quarterback then, you draft a quarterback in 27, you can't expect him to beat Jaden Daniels. 28, you start winning games. 28, like year 2 is when you start actually getting some payoff of whoever it is you draft. And so I don't know what that looks like for you as far as a win-loss projection, but like Browns fans, if they've done this the right way, and that's yet to be seen, if they've done this the right way, 2028 does seem realistic.
I think it depends almost entirely on what they actually do in 2026. Meaning, if they're a 2-win team this year and they get the number 1 pick, well, it's going to probably be 2028 at the earliest, because clearly some of the players that you're counting on to take a step forward aren't good enough to make that happen.
I've been pretty far away, yeah.
And obviously the Rams could have a rare bad season, and this could also help the Browns in a different way as well. But like if the Browns are a 7-win team, and in this case you'd have to trade up for one of the top 3 or top 4 picks, unless again the Rams give you that pick, which feels incredibly unlikely right now. But if you're a 7-win team, and that's because you're too talented, despite what happens at the quarterback spot, to be bad enough to get a top 5 pick, then I think 2027 is when I would expect it.
I just wouldn't expect much from a rookie quarterback coming out of the gates. And so even like Caleb Williams, we talked about him with the Madden cover. Caleb, his rookie year, awful. You know what I mean? Like it's
the roster
hard.
was pretty bad too.
Yeah, but it's hard though. It's hard to be really good right away. Drake May, year 2, he went to the Super Bowl. What happened in year 1? Now, he didn't start right away. Missed the first 5 games or whatever that is. But they won 4 games that year. You know, like there's and again, a lot of this comes into you can blame the coach on that, and that's we can talk about that side of things. If Monken is as great as some people think that he is, maybe that's a different part of this.
Don't you doubt the maximizer.
You are James Harden levels of in love with Todd Monken right now.
Yes, I am.
And that's fine.
That's a real football coach.
I don't hate that from you. I'm just not there yet. I got to see it with Monken. I'm just not there yet with him. But Are
you saying we got to see how it plays out with Monken?
I need to see him coach a game first.
I feel like
that's very fair.
I've dreamed of it.
I think it's very fair to ask the first-time head coach to have maybe coached a game first.
And like in my dreams, he's got like a beautiful flowing lock of hair like Robert Plant in like 1973.
Sure.
And he's just out there and he's just calling plays like a mother. The call sheet, he doesn't even ever look at it. The call sheet's over here. And he's just like off the top of his head.
I thought the call sheet would be like floating, because it's a dream, so he'd just be floating, just existing in the.
And he's just shouting down like Spider White 2 banana. I know that's not the. He's got cooler calls than
he just knocks off Gruden. That's great too.
But
he's just a Gruden ripoff.
If he wins the Super Bowl, he can knock off anybody he wants to. But no, I think it's interesting. Like I think
it doesn't mean they won't be exciting, by the way. If I say I align with James Palmer at 28, that doesn't mean they won't be exciting. 2027, if you take your quarterback, if you get a great high quarterback like a Caleb Williams type, or whoever that is, you're going to be thrilled to watch him play football.
I just look at this and go, I think if it's not Shedeur Deshaun, and Deshaun's not going to be the long-term guy, but if Shedeur doesn't play this year and show you reasons why he should be your guy, and you're looking for a quarterback next year, I think the benefit of taking the slow route to get there for the quarterback and putting your eggs in the basket of 2027 is if you have enough success from the last two drafts, this whatever quarterback you're going to get walks into a pretty flush roster. Like, obviously, we have a long-term question about Denzel, which is fair. But you have one half of the corner tandem there. You've got multiple young safeties that can play. Carson Schlesinger up the middle of the defense. The defensive line is a lot of young pieces that are going to be here for a while. The O-line's been mostly rebuilt, and several of those guys will at least be here this year and probably beyond. And then you've got a bunch of young wide receivers and running backs. Like, I think if you're a 7-win team this year and have to trade up to get your quarterback, I think the benefit of this is you might have enough in the cupboard that kid can walk in and he doesn't have to carry you the way Caleb Williams did have to carry you a bit for Chicago last year, and Drake May certainly had to carry you for New England.
I just don't put, if everything's around the 2027 quarterback, I just don't, even if you build it this way, where you built the entire team and then you slot him in, I just don't expect you to hit the ground running. That's me. Maybe I take it easy on those quarterbacks in that regard, but I give them year two. I'm not saying this has to take forever. This doesn't have to be you playing the stock market and you're waiting a million years. This doesn't have to take forever. But I think giving them year one to not have double-digit win expectations is fair.
Oh, I just am open to maybe the Browns are better around the quarterback spot than we realize.
Listen, I'm open to that as well. I'm not banking on that necessarily to the point where they're a 10-win team, despite what the quarterback is, though.
I'm not banking on it either. I just think I'm not going to say 2029 or 2028 because I think there's a chance they're better than people think this year, and maybe that's 7 wins as opposed to 9 wins. And then I think if you get a young quarterback, and now you've got guys in year 2 and year 3 in the NFL, all of a sudden, because I think so many of these young quarterbacks, especially top 3 picks, walk into crap situations. And that's why they don't win automatically. But if you've got a good head coach, and Monken can prove that in a 7-win season or more, and if you've got a young team that has talent around the quarterback spot, I just wouldn't sleep on the Browns being able to turn this around quicker than people think. Again, they're trying to thread a needle here, which is
and it is the NFL too. This is not. Andrew Berry famously says this is supposed to take 5 years because it's not baseball. Mm-hmm. Well, 2028, if we start the timeline and the payoff of everything, 2028 would be year 5 of essentially when they started admitting that this was going in the wrong direction.
216-474-0092. When can you, as a Browns fan, expect the Browns to be good again, whatever good means? Frank in a car. Welcome to the show, Frank in a car.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you?
Very good.
Hello,
Thank you
Frank.
for joining us.
You guys are assuming we're going to pick a quarterback in 27. Peterlin, I thought you were a Shedeur Sanders guy. Isn't he your quarterback?
I like Shedeur, but you have to play with the obvious assumption that exists right now and that we're taking quarterback in 27. Shedeur's on the side of you have to prove everyone that they don't need to take a quarterback before I live with the assumption is that we won't take a quarterback.
Very fair, but I mean, you guys, but doesn't sound like it's an option in any of the conversations or discussions that I'm listening to. It's foregone conclusion that we're picking a quarterback. And I'm not sure that you need to if Shedeur. By the way, I don't think Shedeur's the guy, but I thought you did, Jonathan, so I wanted to leave.
No, I've been saying now for as long as this offseason has existed that it's more likely than not you're going to take a quarterback in 27. The burden of proof in this whole entire equation is on Shedeur now. After what happened last year, as unfair as I think some of the situation is, this is now on Shedeur. Shedeur's got to show everyone that you don't need to take a quarterback in 27. You have to operate as if you have to take a quarterback in 27.
Yeah, and I think the problem with that is that Shedeur's not going to be playing for probably the first 4 to 6 weeks at a minimum. And if the Browns are as good or better like people think they might be because of their off-season moves, Deshaun Watson might still be playing quarterback in week 7 or 8 or 9.
Frank, if we're in the series of mights, Shedeur could still start week 1. He still might start week 1.
Starting week 1. There's no chance.
You don't know that. Frank, you don't know that. Literally, Todd Monken today, real quick, Todd Monken today said that he goes back and forth on any given day who he thinks is in the lead.
Right, because he's got to keep his players motivated, which is perfectly fine. I mean, they're not going to say exactly.
I mean, Coach Riz doesn't have a dog in the fight, Frank, and he said today Shedeur was much better than Deshaun Watson.
Who doesn't have a dog in the fight?
Coach Riz.
And he said Sanders look better?
He said much better today.
And it wasn't just him. Multiple people who were there have said that.
Well, I think the problem is that Deshaun Watson has a large contract. We've got to at least give him a chance to play.
The contract's already been paid. You don't have to do anything with it. It's already been paid.
Yeah, okay, fine. We don't have to do anything with it. But we talk all the time about the fact that OTAs and preseason means nothing, and you don't really know what you have until you're playing in an actual real NFL game, which means Deshaun Watson will be your starting quarterback week 1. He'll be given a chance to play because if you go with Sanders and he doesn't perform, you're not going to then go back to Deshaun Watson.
Yes, you
That's
can.
the way it's going to work. I'm not a betting guy, but I would bet I'd bet money that Deshaun Watson is your starting quarterback week 1.
I'd believe you more if you'd bet your life.
That'd be a pretty strong bet.
Yeah, that's the ultimate skin in the game there, Frank.
Yeah, that's bad, but I didn't mean it that way. But they've got to give him a chance. They've got to see if he's back, and he's not. But
Frank,
you said it right there.
Frank,
he's not.
We appreciate you, buddy. If he can't beat out Shedeur, isn't that your tell?
Here's the other part of this. The idea that Deshaun wouldn't wait around. Deshaun has no other options. I
actually prefer Shedeur.
He's a great player too.
This year.
He's a fantastic player. High upside. Great upside.
Nothing problematic off the field, by the way.
Let me finish the point. Deshaun's got no other options is the point. You guys act as if Deshaun could be like, I'm taking my ball and going home. Like, no, he needs, if that's going to be 6 or 7 games, he needs to bet on the idea that Shedeur will all of a sudden stink and not be good, and just give him a chance to get on the field, and then Deshaun could show in the 6 or 7 games why another team next year deserves to give him an opportunity. That's what he's banking on.
I would like credit for the 2 times you said 6 or 7 in that segment.
Yeah,
and my eyes lit up.
I don't know.
I didn't say a damn word.
The joke with kids has been gone for like a year.
No, it's not. I have children. They still say 6, 7.
It's been gone for a long time.
I have children.
At some point, your kids are living in the past here. At some point, you gotta let the joke go.
I don't know you this. Your kids are losers.
Just living in the past. I don't know what to tell you. At some point, you're gonna let 6, 7 go.
All 3 of my kids would beat your ass.
Maybe. I don't know.
I'm gonna invite them here in studio. I'm gonna play this audio, and they're gonna come in studio. I'm gonna leave. I'll be like, "What happens?" Hey, not my responsibility.
Hey, at least they'd be current. At least they'd be. At some point, 6, 7 it won't hit for you.
And how do you know that 6, 7 doesn't play anymore? How many?
I don't see it anywhere.
How many 12-year-olds and 15-year-olds do you hang out with on a daily basis?
It's gone. Can somebody call up and confirm that 6, 7 is dead and buried at this point?
Your golf algorithm.
Way to finish the thought.
Some old fogey's going to call in. Some suburban 40-year-old dad is going to call in.
When it was existing and it was obvious, it was everywhere. Yeah. It's been gone for like 6 months.
You had Pope Leo doing 6, 7 like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, snap.
Oh, yeah. I looked to the Pope of the Catholic Church for current.
Wow. Catholic on Catholic crime
Pope.
There, folks.
Come on.
Mac Robinson and I would never about your Lord and Savior.
Oh, no.
Your neighbor would be disappointed in you right now.
An 80-year-old Pope has done it. Oh, yeah, that means it's thriving.
He's like 60.
I know he's not really that old, but it just seemed like if he's just it'd make him older for the moment.
Mama Pat.
Yeah.
I got to say right now.
What about Mama Pat?
Yeah, Mama Pat.
Mama Pat would have given up 6, 7 weeks ago.
I think she would have given up anything for you,
months
big boy.
Ago. That's what I know about Mama Pat.
But I'll tell you, she didn't groom you for nothing.
Yeah.
And this way you're talking about right now, anti-Pope, she would not. If she could hear you right now,
I'm just saying,
she'd go back in history and not groom you.
When I think Catholic Church, I think always on top of it when it comes to being current. That's all I'm saying.
I think always on top of something.
When I think of them, I always think, wow, they really got the pulse of the people.
How do they get the pulse?
Oh, they don't. I hate to break it to you. Your kids
Cheap
aren't
shots by Darius Garland. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Pew, 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 pew. Hey, it's Adam the Bull for Perino Builders and Remodeling. Always dreamed of a lively community.
takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try Maintain X for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Ashley Bastock coming up in about 40 minutes here. We'll ask her about what she heard from Todd Monken and Jared Verse today. Before we get to the Darius Garland sound here, Mullins on Twitter saying that his kids still say 6'7", saying he has 2, and he hear their friends saying it too. I know you Googled it, and you were taking some knob at Yahoo Life, I guess.
Yahoo Life, they said it's been
Yahoo
dead since
Life.
early March.
I'm guessing they're about 53 years old, probably
She
fatter
looked very
than I am.
young, actually, and in shape. I don't know what
that's an AI bot.
Is that right?
Yeah, it sounds like not a real person. Yahoo Life, I fact check him. I don't think that's a real site.
The Life version of Yahoo?
Yeah, no, that doesn't sound right to me. No, it sounds like a made-up thing. Sounds like, is this your chat GPT? I don't know why that was so hard to say.
Yeah, I can't defend the different outlets of Yahoo and their versions.
You're relying on nerds on the internet.
Yeah.
I've got boots on the ground.
I think the boots on the ground are they're a little late. That's it.
So now you're casting aspersion.
They're keeping the trend going, or maybe they're doing
my
it.
children and Mullins' children.
Yeah, well, Mullins' children. We all know about. I'm not going to finish that.
Yeah? What do we know?
I don't know. I don't know who Mullen is. I'm not going to.
Mullins.
I'm not going to.
Can't even get his name
I'm not
right.
going to insinuate that Mullen's kids don't know what's going on in the current world. But all I will know is that you, as an adult, saying it, that ship has sailed. That ship sailed. Your kids can still say it all they want. I have no idea. Zero clue. I haven't heard an adult, and this is the only people that are in this room when you've been doing it as adults. I haven't heard adults do it in forever.
Mac says it.
Mac has not done 6'7" at all.
Mac, have you done 6'7"?
I mean, when one of you guys is doing it, I'm staring daggers to make sure that you guys are doing it.
And he's doing this. He's doing the
I'm doing the hand
juggling.
motion.
Yeah. How about that?
Easy on that hand motion.
Yeah.
Not
that one.
I think I think you should retire the 6'7" bit. It get going in 2025. It's been long enough.
Nope.
You can say 6'7" confidently
6'7"
without having to worry. You can do it. You can say it confidently without having to worry about anyone, interrupting or doing anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Hard pass.
All right.
Now, Darius Garland was on the what do they call that stupid Ball Brothers podcast? Ball in the Family.
Yeah, Ball in the Family. You know.
That's dumb.
You know exactly what it's called.
And they talked about getting his joy back after being traded.
Man, it's been great, bro. Come to a system where I can actually be me, had a ball in my hand for majority of the game and actually have control and pace of the game. Bro, just be like a second coach out there. It was really good. It was fun while I was out there playing for sure. I got my joy back.
Is that a shot at the Cavaliers?
I think there was a couple things that maybe made Cavs fans feel a little uneasy about Darius. I think the shots at the weather I thought was an interesting take.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Is he wrong?
Well, it hasn't been 40 degrees at all this week. So yeah, I think he's wrong about it being 40 degrees when it's 70.
I just kind of took the overarching point is LA's got nicer weather than Cleveland, which I just don't take that personally. Because I live it every day.
I'm trying to figure out on the sphere of when Kyrie Irving left or was getting ready to leave the Cavs, he said we're not a real sports city.
Mm-hmm.
And that one felt personal to people. That was something that a lot of people then quoted, threw back in his face. And at that point, it decided after he said those comments, they were no longer Kyrie Irving fans. And they thought that they just, the whole entire thing, even from the finals and everything that happened, was a little sullied because of it. Do I think these comments all of a sudden make Darius Garland some sort of Cleveland sports villain? No, of course not.
I think there are people are legit pissed at him for these comments, and I think it's reaching for sports hate.
Do I think that it was necessary? Of course not as well.
Yeah.
I don't know why in this instance he felt like, sometimes I feel like in these trades, if they feel like they got the better end of it, they'll take the high road. And if they feel like they didn't get the better end of it, then they're just trying to show everybody how happy they are and how excited they are and how this was actually a great thing for them. And this feels like this falls into bucket B.
I just wouldn't. I mean, I really do kind of feel for Darius. Darius went from being the guy who 4 years ago people said they wouldn't trade for Donovan Mitchell. If it meant not getting Donovan Mitchell, that's fine because at least we got Darius Garland. Even as recently as like last offseason, and maybe 2 off seasons ago, when we talk about trading Darius, there was okay, I know we might have to consider this, but you better not sell low kind of thing. And then now this year, it was Darius is the problem. I don't think we treated Darius the best way on the way out. And there are reasons for that, and Darius's health chiefly among that. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, I would understand if Darius felt like people were being awful to him, because I think social media was awful to him. Now, I would say social media doesn't reflect how I think a vast majority of Cavs fans feel about you personally. But I get it. I get if he's hurt because not because of the trade. That's one thing. That hurts maybe enough. But Cavs fans went out of their way to act like he was the reason that the Cavs were in the position they were when they traded for James Harden.
It's just the grass is greener approach when it doesn't seem like the grass is actually greener is just an interesting take from Darius. I agree with your sentiment, though. Cavs fans, although we can argue about how deep they would have gone in the postseason on 9 toes the way that he had, Cavs fans still backed Darius in a big way. And so I feel bad if his reflection of Cavs fans is him thinking that everybody just wanted to run him out of the city and everybody thought he couldn't play basketball anymore. Like, it's not your fault that you and Donovan just couldn't coexist.
216-474-0092. Darius Garland says he got his joy back playing in L.A. Any issues with this? I also think he kind of made it about the style of basketball. It's not that he didn't love playing with Donovan. It's that it was a different style than he's used to, which makes sense that all of a sudden he can be the point guard, set up the wings and the bigs, and that he's more comfortable with that. I think that's also just a very pragmatic way of talking about it.
Well, and also playing with Kawhi just gives you so many different outlets and so many different chances to score and so many different opportunities. There's a reason why he looked better there. The same way James Harden, when he got traded here, was averaging 26 a night. Like Kawhi does things for an offense and for an offensive-minded player that don't exist when you're playing next to Donovan Mitchell.
Anthony saying the whisper of 6'7". While JP talks is ironic enough that it's funny, and then Radu saying 6'7" is still somehow a thing.
It's not a thing.
I'm going to take my win there, and we're going to get the lead.
It's not a win.
In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Now stream the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
JP was delivered a crushing blow in the break as Mackenzie Flume pitched in that 6-7 is still very viable.
What blow? Jay came in, said it wasn't working, and
not
is gone.
him. Jake doesn't know his head from his ass.
Mackenzie, I didn't
Jake's
realize.
married.
Yeah. I mean, I just didn't realize Mackenzie was this out of touch. But what she did say was that the middle schoolers are out on it.
No.
Or people that are entering.
I don't think I think you misheard all of that.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, she didn't say that.
I think she said college kids are out on it.
No, that's not what she said.
That's exactly what she said.
No, she said
when we
middle
were talking
schoolers and high schoolers are out on it. It's the ones that are even younger than that are in
your
it.
powers of comprehension today. Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com. The Orange and Brown Talk podcast will talk the Browns' many great press conferences today, and that's where we start the lead with Browns head coach Todd Monken spoke with the media today. And guys, we have a head coach that says things. He addressed the Myles Garrett trade and had high praise for Jared Verse.
I don't think there's any reason for me to comment. I thought Andrew addressed it yesterday, and we're excited to have Jared here. I don't think there's anything more needs to be said. We're excited about Jared. You wish you had unlimited time to meet with him and try to catch him up to speed, but his willingness to get here, be here this morning to get into meetings and be on the practice field says a lot about him. Oh, he was jacked. He was fired up. I mean, who doesn't want to be wanted? I mean, we wanted him.
So obviously, you're right to laugh in that moment. He's obviously highlighting the idea that Myles was not at any of these practices, and he puts a real emphasis on that. The other part of this that that Monken is just kind of irate at how the whole Myles thing went down. He put up with a lot of the headaches to get zero of the payoff. Is when he talked about Shedeur. What did he say? He mentioned all sorts of great things, but he highlighted the idea that Shedeur, you know what I love the most? I love his work ethic. I love that he's been here since day one, and he's been putting in the work and doing all that. And he took a lot of veiled shots at the idea that he was not happy at how this whole Myles Garrett situation unfolded, especially that Myles never showed up.
That's my head coach right there. Firing shots, lobbing bombs. Hey, this guy showed up to voluntary mini camps, right? That must be pretty nice to have one of those guys.
I will say I do like how much he just wears everything on his sleeve.
Love it.
And how it's so obvious what he likes and doesn't like. You just have to pay a little bit of attention, but you can get there with him.
Well, and here's the thing. There's obviously the reason you and I like it. Content. We like content here.
Yes, we do.
I think players like it. You know, like if you're a non-emotional person, and by the way, emotion isn't always a bad thing if your emotions are in check. But like if you're a non-emotional person that doesn't resonate with people on a specific level, that's hard for players to understand where you stand. That might be the hardest thing to have happen if you're a player. I don't think those players are going to have to guess too hard on any given day where Todd Monken feels about something.
And also just being the little puppy with the cup of coffee in the building being all on fire around them is never a great thing either. Like sometimes you have to turn around and acknowledge, hey, the building's on fire. Like this is going on. Let's get out of it. Whereas it felt like with Stefanski, you're giving me that weird look.
I got where you're going.
Yeah,
it just took me a minute to get there.
The meme with the "this is fine."
I got where the meme
Little
was.
Puppy,
Yeah, it just
cup
took
of
me a
coffee,
minute there.
This is fine. And with Stefanski, like Stefanski, sometimes he was that meme. He was that little dog. It's like you have to act like something's happening. And at least with Monken showing the emotion that he did and acknowledging the idea that they traded Myles, it's just this is how you're supposed to act.
And he was petty towards Myles, which right now I'm all about.
Yeah, I do too. And again, I don't. No part of me's got a problem with any of that. He got zero of the payoff of having one of the game's greats on his team. All he got was all the headache and zero of the actual games with Myles. You got a right to be angry / mad about that if you're Monken. Jared Verse introduced to the Browns media today. He admitted that he was upset initially about being traded and that he's not here to fill Myles Garrett's shoes.
It caught me by surprise. I loved LA. I love the coaches, the organization, my teammates, everybody a part of it, the staff, the fans. I love the whole vibe of LA, Los Angeles, the Rams, and it was upsetting. I was upset for, a good little bit of time. But When you're an athlete, you understand the nature of business. I'm happy to be a part of the Browns. You know, I'm happy that they believed in me and they were able to make that trade and bring me here. I'm not here to fill anyone's shoes. Miles, you know, he's a size 13, Nikes, whatever they are. I'm a size, 13.5, size 14 Jordans. Like, everybody's different. I'm not here to fill his shoes. I'm here to bring my own. I buy my own. I'm here to work, and I'm here to be the best version of me. The best version of me is going to be the best defensive player in the league. And the best defensive player in the league is going to play for the best defense in the league.
All right, so the first part of this really upset people if you go by what Twitter was saying. And my response is, if he's saying these same things, even 5 months from now, all right, well, we got to have a conversation. Today, admitting that he's still processing being traded when he's had two incredible Defensive Rookie of the Year 2 years ago, took a step forward this last year. He's okay to be upset by it. No, by the way, guys, Cleveland does have worse weather than L.A. It's okay to be upset by that.
Yes, it's fine. I liked the honesty of it all. I liked the honesty of him not even being like, no, I wasn't a Browns fan growing up. Yeah, I lived in Dayton, but I wasn't a Browns fan. I didn't really watch football. Like, all of these type of things, I'm perfectly accepting and fine with because they're honest. And in this moment, all I'm asking for him is some honesty. But you're right. 5 months from now, if he's saying he's upset he's a Brown, that's obviously not great.
Now, maybe the funniest thing was us finding out that he didn't get Miles' shoe size right. So he says Miles got a size 13 shoe and a different brand. Mine's 13.5 or 14, Jordans. And then it come to find out Miles has got like size 17 shoes. It was like, that's also just the kind of petty I'm looking for right now.
I'm going to need a response from Miles on this.
Yeah.
Shoegate. What do we got on it, Miles?
I got bigger feet than he does.
Some sort of Instagram response. Give us some little taste here.
You know what? In this case, I don't think I'd hate it if Miles was petty back because it's June and we like content. More from Todd Monken as he broke down the quarterback and offensive line position battles.
In a perfect world, you'd love to have your starting quarterback, right? And you'd love to have your O-line set. I'm not sure we'll be there. I'm just not. I think both quarterbacks have played well enough where we haven't really been in pads. We haven't played any games yet, haven't really gotten to that point yet. Every day I kind of lean one way or the other. Quarterbacks, I'm on that. But we still got to get to that point. And then O-line wise, as we start to move the pieces around and get them together, I think we'll have a better idea. I don't know that yet, though. I have a pretty good idea. In the O-line, I really feel like I have a pretty good idea of 4 of the 5, right? And then we got to figure out who's that 5th. Does that make sense? I really feel good about the 3 we brought in Fano, and then who's going to be the 5th, and then quarterback, who's going to start for us. But I'm fired up about the quarterback. I just tell you, we got 2 starting level quarterbacks. We really do.
All right, and one side of him, he makes it seem almost like he can't lose in choosing either one, and that's good that he feels that way. The spin I would have on this, Nick, is that in my opinion, the tie goes to the Shedeur. It doesn't go to the runner. Tie goes to Shedeur in this instance. And so if he's waffling back and forth on any given day, and today was a better day for Shedeur than it was Deshaun by all accounts, and we'll see if Ashley agrees with that coming up in 10 minutes. Well, then you play Shedeur Sanders. If it's anywhere close, you play the guy that is on a rookie contract, that'll be with the team next year, that gives you the most upside. You don't go to Deshaun Watson if it's anywhere close. And right now, it sounds like it's really close if he's waffling on any given day.
All I heard is for today, Shedeur's better than Deshaun. That's all I heard.
Yeah.
I'm going to stick to that until I hear something else, which probably won't be till next week.
Yeah. Meanwhile, James Palmer, NFL Insider, Bleacher Report, joined us last hour. We asked him when fans can expect the Browns to win again.
It's a hard sell. Nobody wants to be sold that. You know who also never wants to be sold that is your veteran players in the locker room. Denzel Ward wasn't to be sold that, right? Veterans don't want to hear that we're 3 years away. This is my career. This is where I'm at right now in this spot. So it's a really difficult balancing act that teams that are looking to reshape their franchise have to go through. It's extremely difficult, and you still have the young core that you've developed, and I think obviously we all know how good the last draft class was. I think this was a really good one as well. And if all of that comes together, I'm hoping it's 28. That would be my thought. If you hit on the quarterback, and that's the big one. I mean, this trade doesn't matter, I don't think, honestly, if you don't hit on a quarterback.
All right, agreed on that last line. All I'm going to say is I'm not putting a cap on it. I'm not waiting. I'm open to the idea that Browns could surprise people this year. I'm open to the idea Shedeur could still surprise people in the NFL this year. I'm open that even if you got the number 1 pick next year, whether that's by trade or some other way, I think you've got. I think the next quarterback would be walking into a better cupboard than certainly Baker Mayfield was in 2018. So I don't know. Like, it makes sense that 2028, which you've kind of pitched, would be the time. But if Browns might actually be doing it right, they might get everything else right and then get the quarterback next year.
I hope we're ahead of schedule. How I envision this thing is 2028. I think 2026, who knows, maybe 6-7 wins, somewhere around there.
6-7.
2027, you go ahead and you get you draft your quarterback, and then 2028, that's year 2 with that quarterback. You got to be off and running. Now, there is a world that exists where Shedor's great, and then all of a sudden the timeline gets jumped up a little bit. For sure, that exists. There's also a world out there that exists where, Shedor isn't great and you're staying on the initial timeline. So I tend to think 2028 is the time where Browns fans can expect wins. And if they don't get wins in 2028, then something has gone wrong.
Then we're really going to call for change. The Guardians scored 9 runs last night to win the series opener against the Yanks. Travis Pisana had 4 ribbies and was asked post-game about what led to the offensive breaking through.
We had a good plan, and we felt like we were convicted 1 through 9 through the start there, and then we stayed with, good approach, good at-bats through their relievers. So, yeah, we just came with good conviction to our at-bats, and we have the skill and the offensive attributes to be a good, good run-scoring team. We just have to go out and have good at-bats. It's so simple, but it's also so hard to do. They got a great pitching staff, and we just have to, swing at the right pitches and drive balls.
You like the accent, don't you?
I love it.
You do. A little Jason Belmonte.
Yeah. Just really any Australian accent, almost any Australian accent. It's like, you could give me the worst news in that accent, I'd be like, I feel like this is better than if I got it in an American accent.
Fanta called him out. Said you hadn't scored over 4 runs in 2 weeks. They answered against one of the best pitchers in the American League in going for 9. That was a great offensive performance. Now you got to follow it up against Cole, and so this is a hard stretch.
More of that, please. Yes, and thank you. Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com, and the Orange and Brown Talk podcast. We'll talk Todd Monken's comments today. Did Shedor look better, than Deshaun Watson? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Experience the excitement you love at Northfield Park Racine.
The Browns are back on the practice field for OTAs, and our beat reporter Daryl Ryder has the details. 92.3thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. I just realized Season 5 of Clarkson's Farm debuted on Amazon today. So
that's that show you like.
Yeah, gonna have to explain to Vanessa. We can watch one episode quick, and then I gotta watch Game 1 of the NBA Finals tonight. It's gonna go over well.
Yeah.
It's gonna go over real well.
Love Island debuted for a lot of people last night.
I never got that show.
It got to be too trashy for me.
Yeah.
My wife loves it, though. She loves it. Yeah, she was all in last night.
Vanessa loves the filth, too. Not for me. Which is funny, because I'm a relatively filthy-speaking human being.
I did notice, or at least noticed, she went to go to the Amazon page of that smut hockey program that's on Amazon.
Ooh, Heated Rivalry.
And she noticed that Vanessa likes the page.
Oh, yeah.
And she's like, I got to talk to her about it. I got to talk to her about it. I said, that show, that's okay. But then I did wonder. I was like, did you happen to watch that show just in passing?
No, I didn't. But the guy that's behind us, one of the guys behind Letterkenny.
Oh, really?
So it's not that I don't want to watch it. It's that I don't want to watch it.
Yeah, I think that one tracks more. That one tracks more than any of the other shows we've mentioned.
So to have a conversation about whether she's more Love Island or Clarkson's Farm, I'm going to guess the first one. On the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline. We also will talk about Todd Monken's many comments today, Jared Verse, the trade, all these things and more. Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com, the Orange and Brown Talk podcast as well, joins us now. Ashley, hi. How you doing?
I'm good, guys. Can you believe I don't watch Love Island? I've never heard of that farm show that you just mentioned. And Nick Wilson, you do not mean Heated Rivalry. You mean Off Campus. That is the new hockey show.
Wait, what's the difference?
Big difference.
There's a lot of difference, Nick.
We don't need to break down.
Explain it to you right now.
Yeah, if we break down the difference for you, that's not going to go well for anybody involved. So we don't need to do that.
It's about hockey players scoring. So there's a big through line, right?
Go ahead, Ashley. You
decide
explain.
for yourself, Nick Wilson. You can decide for yourself. I don't know. You just decide for yourself.
What am I missing? I just would love it if one of you would tell me what I'm missing. All right. I guess we can get to Todd Monken's press conference today. I mentioned Shedeur Sanders had a good day today, and then and also Deshaun too. JP's heard it. I've heard it. We've heard that Shedeur looked better than Deshaun today. Can you confirm that is what you saw at OTAs today?
Well, Shedeur certainly did more than Deshaun today. And in the 3 OTA practices we've been out here, this is really the first one where, I think Shedeur worked with the ones basically all day. I can't think of a period where he didn't lead them off that was a full speed period. So I also think he had the throw of the day, that go ball to Isaiah Bond in the final 2 minute sort of period that they did. So, all of that was really good. I think he had the better day today, but I do think overall this was still a fairly sloppy practice. A lot of things that Todd Monken's going to want to get cleaned up. Delays of games, some bad snaps, those sort of things. So it was by no means a perfect practice, but this was undeniably the practice where we just saw Shedeur Sanders getting more opportunity with the ones as opposed to the 2 prior practices in OTAs that we've seen.
When you watch Deshaun, what specifically do you see that maybe he just didn't do as well today?
Yeah, he was just not connecting with receivers in the same way. The final period, he had 4 straight incompletions. One was a diving catch that Casey Concepcion tried to make. I didn't think it was a very well-placed ball. So I think that was, to me, the biggest issue. It just felt like guys weren't connecting out there. He wasn't completing these passes the way that, quite honestly, he had made look easy in the 2 prior practices, I thought. So that was the biggest difference to me.
Ashley, some people took Todd Monken's comments today about Jared Verse being available, being at OTAs despite just being traded for, and then also his comment on, I don't really have to talk about Miles anymore because he's not here. People have taken this as maybe some slight towards or some shade towards Miles. Is that how you saw it?
Well, I didn't quite necessarily see it like that, but I do think Todd Monken is a guy who loves the guys who want to be here, right? Like, I always thought it was interesting that he was very pointed talking about that before the Myles Garrett trade. And, you know, he would go out of his way to say, like, this is voluntary. We're really making it too big of a deal out of this. Of course, Andrew Berry said Myles' attendance had nothing to do with this trade when we had a chance to talk to him on Tuesday. But I do think it's like less of a slight against Myles and more of a, hey, Todd Monken really just resonates with guys who are going to be here and show up for this voluntary stuff. And, you know, Myles Garrett didn't do that. So I think that kind of tells you just where he stood all along, I think. And I think he does really, really take it into account when guys show up for this voluntary stuff in a way that a coach like Kevin Stefanski just didn't do in the same way. But again, we talked about it last week. Todd Monken's a guy who football is his whole life. He always talks about it. His whole family's in football. He dressed as a football player for Halloween as a kid every single year. So he, I think, appreciates that more than most coaches.
What was your first impression of Jared Verse, both on the field and then behind the mic?
Yeah, on the field, big and fast. I mean, you see that quickness that he plays with right away, and that's even in just doing individual drills. So he did a lot of get-off drills today, sled work. You know, it sounds like they're going to wait and let him get up to speed before they throw him in team drills. So we still had Isaiah McGuire and Alex Wright working as your two primary edge rushers. But I think that sort of speed and quickness, it was backed up by his words today. And I think he was a great interview. I'm really excited to get to know him more in that setting. Very big personality and a guy who's not afraid to make big proclamations. So I think he's not unlike Myles Garrett in that way, talking about how his plan is to be the best defensive player on the best defense in the NFL. And again, big words from a guy when you're replacing Myles Garrett to get up there and say that. So I love the confidence. I love the speed. I love the fact that he described his game as violent and almost like his words were, why are you in my way? So I think all of that, the first impression was about as good as you can get.
Ashley, Mike Florio earlier today on the station said it's a red flag that the Rams were willing to give up Jared Verse. Basically, it's a sign they don't think he'll ever be a player the caliber of Myles Garrett. JP and I disagree. A beige flag that maybe we thought was he is switching defenses, and though he has played some with his hand in the dirt and lined up over the center at times, that's not something he's done consistently. He has been an outside linebacker. I think that is something to watch for. Do you see any beige flags when it comes to Jared Verse?
You know, I think I definitely agree more with you guys. Like the 3-4 to 4-3 part of it is interesting to me because it is different. But I will say some of my concerns were a little bit assuaged today, hearing him talk, hearing Todd Monken talk. I believe Todd Monken was the one who mentioned it's a lot easier to make that change instead of having a guy go from, playing down on the line to going to a linebacker and asking him to still rush the passer, that he thinks that Jared Verse's skill set is actually more well suited to what the Browns do. And when Jared Verse talked, I thought his answer when I asked him about playing with Carson Schlesinger was really interesting because, first of all, obviously very complimentary of him, but he said it's perfect for his playing style in this scheme to know, hey, I can just play downhill, and whatever I miss, a guy like Carson Schlesinger is going to be behind me to clean it up. And we know that part of this defense really isn't changing much. It still is going to be very much read and react for these linebackers. So that part of it to me was encouraging to hear him sort of talk about that transition in that way.
Yeah, and Ashley, Verse is good, but Myles is one of one when it comes to drawing attention and getting the focus on him and game plans just meant just for Myles. What Browns player do you think is going to be hurt the most with Myles leaving?
Which Browns player will be hurt the most with Myles Garrett leaving? I don't know, because I didn't think that's where you were going to go with the question, honestly. My thought was that it's going to be a little bit easier, I think, maybe for other guys to get sacks, which is not, I think, the conventional take in this. But I do think, here's why, like there were so many times last year where you sort of saw guys pull up or sacks were taken from them because Myles Garrett is a freak of nature and he's the only one that is going to beat you there to that play. And, I think a lot about the Josh Allen sack that originally was given to Mason Graham, and then the stats came back and said, nope, we're giving it to Myles Garrett, actually. So I do think there are so many guys on this D-line that are going to have more opportunity to actually get those sack numbers. I don't really envision this hurting anyone necessarily. I do really think it's going to give guys like Isaiah McGuire and Alex Wright in particular more opportunities. I guess I would be curious to see how Malik Collins does now without Myles Garrett there drawing that attention, because I do think Malik really benefited in terms of his sack production. He had a career high 6 sacks last year, but I do think something just sort of unlocked for him here. So that's the best answer I can give to that, but I'm not even fully confident that his production would necessarily take a dip because of that.
Ashley, Todd Monken today commented about all the talent still on this roster. He was mentioning guys by name, and at the end he said, we have a very talented roster on either side of the ball. And this and a couple other things led us to having the conversation of how long until we can expect the Browns to be good again. How would you answer that question?
How are we defining good? Are we defining good as a playoff team, or what's kind of your guys' vision for that?
We did a lot of it around when should we expect to be winning again. So I guess winning is a winning record is 9-8, right? So if we start there, is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, I think in theory that could be something that's achievable this year, 9-8, especially just given the fact, we know they have one of the quote-unquote easier schedules. They don't have these West Coast trips this year. I mean, we played the schedule game when the schedule came out. So, I mean, I do think that it's feasible to expect.
All right, scratch that, Ashley. It's not what I meant. It's not what we meant in the conversation. I guess we really meant being actual,
consistently winning too.
Consistently winning, but also, if not a contender, a fringe contender type team. One of those that you're talking about with, not only being one of the best in your division, one of the best in the conference.
I would say 2 to 3 years at the soonest, right? There's going to be growing pains this year, and I think you have to give these 2 rookie classes time to gel, and you have to find an answer at quarterback. So I don't know if they'll do that this year. I don't know if they'll do that next year, but I would say you're talking about, for that kind of winning, a 2 to 3 year timeline if this has all gone according to their plan, just because we do know how much they value that 2025 rookie class, which, has proven itself. I think to some extent those guys still have to prove themselves in year 2 now that the league has more film on them. And then these rookies from the 2026 class have to produce in the way everyone sort of expects. So I say 2 to 3 years would be my rough estimate before that window really truly sort of starts.
Ashley, you had that in-depth piece with Jim Schwartz. I thought you were prime position for if he became the head coach to go ahead and be his right-hand journalist. You know what I mean? But obviously it didn't happen. I know you heard his comments on Ripken's Kids podcast. What did you make of him speaking out and taking this long to speak out?
Yeah, I thought Jim Schwartz, the clip that I saw, that he was right on the money in the assessment of the situation. In terms of, it would have been very difficult to come in after you lose out on that job, right? You lose out on that promotion, but then to potentially have a division in the locker room, right? If you hire Todd Monken as head coach, Jim Schwartz stays on. There are defensive guys who were advocating for him to become head coach. I think the second there's any issues or losing starts, guys are going to be like, well, why didn't we just hire Schwartz? So I think it could have been a messy situation. And I think the thing that Jim Schwartz, just having been around the league for decades, is so good at recognizing is that nothing exists in a vacuum in the NFL. And I do think sometimes in Cleveland, there's this hope that, we can get past anything. It's not going to matter. All that matters is the football, the winning, and that's just not the case. Things don't exist in a vacuum. There are personalities and egos and feelings and all these sort of intangible things that do have tangible impact when it comes to creating a culture and the X's and O's of a game plan even. So I thought his read on the situation was very honest. I'm not surprised. I think we've seen Jim do that before. So that was sort of my take on it. And quite honestly, I think he was right. I think how he described it, his reasons for not sticking around, they made sense to me.
All right, so I think as I'm reading through here, I got to say, it sounds like Off Campus is set in Boston or somewhere in Massachusetts, and Heated Rivalry is set in Ontario.
As actually
so
not
that's
even
the difference.
It's not even Boston. It's it's supposed to be like a Massachusetts, but they never actually say in the show where exactly it's set. In the books, it was set in just a made up town in Massachusetts. But your read is not too far off.
Okay, so one's in Canada and the other's in
yeah, they kind of like play with it. Is it supposed to be Boston College? Is it supposed to be Boston U? They never really kind of get to the heart of what school the prized hockey prospect is actually playing at.
Sounds like both shows play with it. If from what I'm reading online here,
complete smut.
Yeah,
all across the board.
Yeah,
I'm enjoying it.
I'm just a good family man living in Wadsworth, doing the Lord's work, getting in sauna when I can, just trying to be a good person.
Honestly, not smutty enough for my taste, if we're being truthful. Ashley, there was a just end it there. It's fine, but like I'm glad
what's
you're
the
enjoying
right
it as well.
amount of smut there, John?
John.
Well,
John?
Jonathan doesn't like smut. John, that guy loves himself some
we're
smut.
not your alter ego. That is
Saul American.
Yeah, Saul American. Better call Saul American. Nick's alter ego when he wants to feel patriotic. Ashley.
Yeah.
Oh man, you guys! I don't even know what to say to that. You guys got me.
That's fair. That's fair. Ashley, great stuff. We appreciate you.
Glad you're enjoying the show too.
I am. All right, thanks, guys.
Ashley Bastock there on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Who would have thought one was in Boston, the other's in Ontario? Ashley, of course. Read her work on Cleveland.com. Listen to her on the Orange and Brown Talk podcast. We'll react to what she had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
At Bank of America, we support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge. What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the
big and fast. I mean, you see that quickness that he plays with right away, and that's even in just doing individual drills. So he did a lot of get-off drills today, sled work. You know, it sounds like they're going to wait and let him get up to speed before they throw him in team drills. So we still had Isaiah McGuire and Alex Wright working as your two primary edge rushers, but I think that sort of speed and quickness is backed up by his words today, and I think he was a great interview. I'm really excited to get to know him more in that setting. Very big personality and a guy who's not afraid to make big proclamations. So I think he's not unlike Myles Garrett in that way, talking about how his plan is to be the best defensive player on the best defense in the NFL.
That was Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com, in the previous segment, talking about her first impression of Jared Verse. And it's interesting she said that because I had a few people text me about Jared Verse, and it is like the speed is obvious. His abilities are obvious if you watch him on the field.
Yeah, no doubt. Now, I don't understand necessarily where Myles Garrett being gone in LA is going to help out everybody else get more sacks.
Oh, I actually think there might be something to what she's saying. The idea that Myles ate up lot of the easy sacks.
Yeah, Myles took some of the easier sacks.
Yeah, and that potentially could open up other spots.
I still just think he gets double teamed and the attention gets taken away on Myles at a rate that is just, it's not going to be the same for Verse. Now, I looked at some of the numbers. Yes, Verse also gets double teamed as well. I think it was the fourth highest percentage for a pass rusher in the NFL. The problem is that is 100 double teams away from Myles Garrett's number. 100. Like the amount of attention that Myles creates and people have to play for him, I think is just so extreme. It's just on another level.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think any. Here's the thing. I think we're living in a world where both things are true. I think the defensive line isn't going to be as prolific as prolific, and it also might open up more sacks for other people because Myles did kind of take some of the easy ones away. And even when there were like split sack opportunities over the last couple of years, it's been like, oh, Myles got there first. It was like, well, they got there at the same time.
What I can't wait for is the couple times a year where Myles has just what is perceived to be in the box score as Wreckham games, but when you watch it, it isn't necessarily just that. A couple of years ago, it was the Justin Herbert game where he had 3 sacks in a matter of 4 different plays, and that drive still ended in a touchdown. Last year, I would say it's probably that Patriots game where he has 5.5 sacks in total, but you lose by 25 or 30, whatever that number ended up being. That's going to come for Rams fans at some point, and I'm curious to see if their reaction is to kind of what it was for some Browns fans, or if they just sweep it under the rug and move on.
Now, Daryl joins us in about 15 minutes here, but if you guys missed the earlier parts of today's show, we did carry the Todd Monken press conference live right about the start of the show, about 2:05, 2:07, somewhere in there, if you're listening back on the free Odyssey app. You like free, don't you? And we also carried the Jared Verse press conference, which is started about 2:58 as well.
In this economy, Nick,
but
I need free.
I mean, come on,
I need free.
You know, it hasn't. The only thing that hasn't risen in price in the last 3 months.
This radio program.
This radio program.
Hell yeah!
And the free Odyssey app. Oh, and by the way, those free airwaves that we got for you as well. 92.3 The Fan. You just listen to the old way.
Cannot believe we get away with still being free $99. I don't know how we do it around here.
We went to them and we're like, you should charge for us.
I don't even know.
We're very important. They were like, you're really not that important.
Like, no,
it stays free.
It will always stay free.
Yeah, and then they were like, we can start charging you. And we're like, no, that's not what we meant.
We didn't ask for that.
No. Charge them, and then, obviously here we are. This being said, Todd Monken said a lot of things today, and it absolutely is. It was not a Kevin Stefanski press conference. One of the most interesting things was Todd Monken talking about the state of the quarterback battle.
In a perfect world, you'd love to have your starting quarterback, right? And you'd love to have your O-line set. I'm not sure we'll be there. I'm just not. I think both quarterbacks have played well enough where we haven't really been in pads. We haven't played any games yet, haven't really gotten to that point yet. Every day I kind of lean one way or the other. Quarterbacks, I'm on that. But we still got to get to that point. And then O-line wise, as we start to move the pieces around and get them together, I think we'll have a better idea. I don't know that yet, though. I have a pretty good idea. In the O-line, I really feel like I have a pretty good idea of 4 of the 5, right? And then we got to figure out who's that 5th. Does that make sense? I really feel good about the 3 we brought in Fano, and then who's going to be the 5th, and then quarterback, who's going to start for us. But I'm fired up about the quarterback. I just tell you, we got 2 starting level quarterbacks. We really do.
I don't know if it's anything that Deshaun did in the past week or if it's more of what Shedeur did in the past week, but this is not how he was speaking last week.
Yeah. Either way, I look at it as a real positive. And I think it was Dez on Twitter said Monken is judging by each practice. He doesn't have to make up, or he doesn't have his mind made up already. That's a good thing. I agree. Like the thing, it didn't. Yes, I don't want to see Deshaun start this year. I feel like I've made that clear. But the thing where it felt frustrating with some of the reports coming out the previous weeks is it felt like this huge push for Deshaun, and it felt like the quarterback race was on its way to being decided. And now Monken talking makes it feel like we're still playing this out, because that's where I think you should be, given who's in that quarterback room.
Yeah, when we talked to James Palmer at 4 o'clock, in asking the question, I had to set it up to be like, Shedeur had this really great day, and this is what Monken said, while understanding that when I asked him who has the lead, he's going to go back to what he's been hearing for a week. And that's where he did. He went for the past week. He's like, well, people across the league really think that it's Deshaun, and you're just going to have to constantly hit the refresh button on the URL and constantly get like the new, latest version of what's happening, because Monken seems like he's changing his mind by the day in this.
Yeah, I think to actually also harken back to something else Monken said today, I think the most important thing to get said first is the offensive line spot. Because I think the more those guys get said, I think the more I think you're going to be able to tell about your quarterback. Just because I think, and I know they already have 4 of their 5 guys said, it just depends where they're going to play. But once you can get continuity going in that offensive line, all of a sudden your quarterback can trust the offensive line, and then that quarterback can be the best version of themselves. So I look at it as, man, I'd love to have the O-line set, the starting O-line set, by that first week of practice in camp, if not going into camp, and that way you can just hit the ground running with your quarterbacks, and then maybe by preseason game number 2 you can make your decision.
Yeah, so the Tevin Jenkins spot was the spot he didn't name, right?
Yeah.
It's not great for that ESPN article, is it?
No, it's Bleacher Report.
Oh, that's Bleacher Report, okay.
Oh, God, now I can't remember.
I thought you told me ESPN.
Who's Jacob Infante?
Nope.
He's a Chicago guy.
Okay.
I don't know why I pointed at you like you should know all Chicago guys.
All Chicago
it was very Hacksaw.
I haven't lived there in a very long time.
Anytime Hacksaw would hear about somebody from Ohio, he'd be like, do you know him? I'm like, no, how the hell would I know him?
Actually, because I grew up first 18 years in Chicago, and I'm 37. I lived for one more year after college, actually like 6-7 months after college.
6-7.
So I've now spent more time away from Chicago than I did in Chicago. People are always, and still within that, people are like, oh, so what restaurant should I go to? And it's like, what? Restaurant scenes change all the time. I don't have a recommendation for you.
I haven't lived in Charlotte in 4 years, and I still get hit up for it, and I still make sure that I ace them.
Is that right?
Yeah, I do. Now I do have to rely on people. Well, actually, no, we just went there however months ago, 3 months ago, so I got the updated download on it. But yeah, I was still like reaching out to my people like, is this still a good restaurant? Do you still like this one? This one's still trash? Okay, cool. Anything
because restaurants change so quickly.
Yes.
I was thinking about this, and I'm not going to name the name for Cleveland because it went downhill, and that's not great to mention it. But
it's not McDonald's.
There was a place in the 2016 NBA Finals that I was recommending to everybody. Anybody that came in for that Finals that is in the media, I was like, go there. You have to go there. And I would never do it now.
We got to send John Taffer there. That's what we got
to shut it down.
To shut it down. I love it.
It's the worst Taffer ever.
No, I can't do a Taffer.
Oh, is that what that is?
No. I just like saying shut it down.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, you being a D. Shut it down.
You have impressions so much.
That's not an impression.
No, I know
I'm
it
just
isn't.
saying his slogan.
It's so bad. I know that it isn't.
Shut it down.
D. Sorry.
Daryl Ryder.
I need you to know, not a great impression, but I like when you do impressions.
Yeah.
I want you to do more of them.
Yeah, I want you to do more of them.
Shut it down. That's what you sound like when you do Taffer.
That's what you sound like.
That's what you sound like. Shut it down. That sounded redneck for some reason. I don't even know what that was.
I really wish. Go to the 92 the Fan YouTube channel and see his face.
Doing a zesty Taffer is what I'm trying to do right now.
Zesty Taffer.
That's what I'm trying to pull off.
Enjoy pulling off a zesty Taffer. Daryl Ryder in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
The NBA Finals begin tonight in San Antonio.
Twins. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital's Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Headline Sports News every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's Sports Desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
In case we missed it, coming up in 45 minutes' time. It wouldn't be coming up at 7 o'clock because that's overtime. However, we got some NBA Finals talk along the way. And all day long, we'll be talking about Jared Verse, his introductory press conference here. Todd Monken had a lot to say out in Berea as well. And we're going to welcome in Daryl Ryder right now, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Daryl, welcome to the show, buddy.
Hello, boys.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you confirm or deny that Shedeur Sanders looked better than Deshaun Watson today?
Can confirm, but it was a tight race.
Oh.
Let's just put it this way. They ought to set that practice tape on fire.
Even the throw to Isaiah Bond, then, not a big fan.
Okay, that was the only throw made today.
The touchdown to Jerry Jeudy.
It was not a good practice for the quarterbacks. I'll just say this: Todd Monken was selling it hard today.
Did you think the defense just dominated left and right?
No,
even the defense struggled.
Yeah. No, I just think these quarterbacks aren't that good. So, it's just one practice, but it was a tough day for them. I just kind of feel like Todd Monken was really selling it hard when he talked about them having two starting caliber quarterbacks on their roster, because I don't know that I agree with that, but he's going to have to pick one of them, and good luck to whoever that's going to be.
So in your estimation then, when he says every day he leans one way or another with quarterbacks, it's not because one quarterback is taking it. It's more the idea
Correct.
that each quarterback is just kind of not really grabbing it.
One day it's Deshaun that looks good. The next day it's Shedeur that looks good. Then the next day it's back to Deshaun, and then back to Shedeur. And I think that's just the way it's gone, and certainly that's understandable. It's not a live practice. These are just OTAs. They're in short shirts and helmets. But I don't think that either one of these quarterbacks is taking this thing over, and that's why Monken isn't sure whether or not he's going to have a guy picked for the start of training camp or not, or they're going to go into camp and have to figure this thing out because, it's been a little inconsistent. And part of that is they are installing the offense. They are working on some stuff. The run game looked good today. That was a positive development, and I think that's something they probably should really lean into early in the season, is trying to run the football with authority. But these quarterbacks, and we like last week, Deshaun had a really good practice. I don't think Deshaun had a good practice today. I think that's why Todd Monken finds himself in the position of talking about his view and opinion on who the starter will be, changing pretty much on a daily basis.
All right, Daryl, rather. I was so entranced with what he was saying that I lost track of how to say his name, and I've known him since I was 9. Daryl, Jared Verse, introduced to the Cleveland media today, also got out there on the practice field. First impression of Jared Verse.
Has a quick get-off, but didn't see him in team drills. He just did the individual positional stuff, and Monken said after practice that's by design. They'll work him in and get him a full workload when he's ready to go. He just got off the plane last night. But, what do you know? The Browns' edge rusher, though, participating in OTAs. We're not used to seeing that. I'm sorry, that was a little low even for me. But
I don't think so. I think that's usually about as low as you go.
Yeah, certainly very quotable.
Dylan Gabriel would say you go lower.
Yeah.
Actually, Dylan Gabriel would be like, look how high he is.
Well, I'm going to leave that one alone.
He's really short, Daryl.
Yeah, I know. I'm very, very well aware. I am curious, though, both of them wearing the number 8 jersey. Gee, I wonder who's going to have to give theirs up.
Yeah, what is going to happen there? I find that because even if they
Dylan Gabriel's going to need a new number. That's what's going to happen there, Jonathan.
Are they waiting though? Because if he doesn't get the linebacker classification, he won't even be eligible to take number 8. So are they waiting to find out how they classify him first?
Yeah, I mean, I got to be honest with you. When I'm doing the graphic for the video, I just put Brown's edge rusher because I don't know. Is he a defensive end? Is he a linebacker? He's coming from a 3-4 into a 4-3. So. I'm leaning more towards he's going to be a linebacker, not a defensive end. We'll see. But,
Because if he's just a defensive lineman, then it's 50 to 79 and 90 to 99, right? And so,
right, he's going to have to be a linebacker if he does want to keep 8.
How embarrassing for the Browns, though, if they're like, Dylan, you have to get rid of your number 8, which is, for a quarterback to give their number, is incredibly embarrassing.
Oh, no.
And then he does it, and then the NFL comes back and is like, well, you don't get the linebacker classification for reasons X, Y, and Z, and then you have to go and pick, 58 or something instead. Like, that's you want to really mess this up, that's how you do it, Daryl.
I really think the NFL just needs to get over themselves and let the players have the numbers they want, if we're being really honest with it. Like, that was the one thing that annoyed me with Kevin Stefanski when, the rookies had to go through him to get whatever number they were going to wear. Kevin Stefanski was the big decider on what jersey number you got. I mean, can you micromanage that anymore? So, yeah, I honestly don't care what numbers these guys wear. If that number makes you happy, you should be able to wear it.
I like this development for you, Daryl. That's a very pro-person development for you.
That was like an old man yells at cloud right now moment for me.
What'd you make?
Let the kids wear what they want to wear.
What'd you make of Verse behind the mic and how he was able to at least deliver his message to you guys, the media?
Yeah, I loved him talking about how he's not here to fill Myles Garrett's shoes. He's here to be his own player and be the best defensive player he could be and aspire to be the best defensive player in the NFL on the best defense in the NFL. I thought he was fantastic. It was a great introduction. I really appreciated that he did not gloss over his disappointment in being traded. Not so much that he was traded to the Browns, but that he was settled in LA, going into his 3rd season, really liked it out there. And I respected the candor of him expressing that he was really angry that the Rams traded him. But on the other hand, he was grateful that there was a team out there that really wanted him. And he also ended up in a trade featuring Myles Garrett, right? So that obviously is a compliment to him in some ways as well. I thought it was a fantastic introductory press conference, and have a feeling that we'll be hearing plenty from him in the weeks, months, and years to come.
All right, Daryl. Obviously, the Browns trading Myles Garrett has brought out the cynics, and the fact that they're probably looking for the quarterback in 2027 has brought out further cynics.
They should be looking for the quarterback in 2027, but we already knew that.
When can Browns fans expect the Browns to consistently be good or winning again?
When they find that quarterback.
Nailed it.
I mean, it's the missing piece to the puzzle here. You've got a good young core, which Verse fits in well with. He's in that age group. He's in that experience level. But until they have a quarterback, they're dead where they stand. I mean, I hate to be that negative for Browns fans because they deserve a winning team. It's been a long time coming, not just a winning team, but a consistent winning team, and not just a playoff berth every 10 years, and then you got to suffer through 9 other double-digit loss seasons and have the NFL draft be your Super Bowl and cling to the hope that the GM is picking good players that can help get this on track. I think that they've got a good quality nucleus of young players right now, but the only way I think for them to elevate to a level that has them competing where fans will like to see them compete, and that's the postseason, they got to have a quarterback. Now, I did like what Jared Verse said today about his first impressions of the Browns because, again, he's coming from a team that was a player or two away from making the Super Bowl, right? And the Rams have been a consistent winner out west for the most part. I know they had a couple of tough seasons after they won the Super Bowl, but they have bounced back organizationally. And him basically, and I'm paraphrasing, but essentially what he said is, that's not a losing football team that I practice with today. The way they practice is really, really good, and reminds him of winning teams. He likes how they get after it. And
is there
I thought
a chance
that
he was lying based off of what you said happened at practice today?
Well, I think he's talking about the defense more so than the offense. But I do think that was, that was nice to hear. And, hey, maybe he is trying to make a good impression and doesn't want to rip his new teammates. But I do think that there's some truth to that on his side of the ball, because that defensive side of the ball has been pretty good the last couple of years. And the question is now, without Miles, can they still maintain that level? Will Verse be able to come in? And I don't expect him to be Myles Garrett. I don't expect him to have the same impact that Myles Garrett had. But, I do expect that he's going to be a good player. And he's going to make some plays. So, once they get the quarterback, they'll be set. But I don't know when that's going to be. I wish I could tell fans it's going to be next year, but there's no guarantee, right?
JP, permission to treat the witness as hostile?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, Daryl, let's say they draft the quarterback in 2027.
Yep.
When can Browns fans expect the Browns to be good again?
Again, it depends on whether or not that quarterback performs.
All right, no further questions.
I think it's gonna. I think it's gonna be. You need what? Maybe 2 years to figure that out.
He would throw you off the
Maybe
witness
3?
stand if he could.
Yeah,
I know. I can't
You're
speak in
out of
absolutes
order.
right now. I don't know who the
court's out of
quarterback
order.
is. I don't know what to. I don't know what to expect from. I mean,
you
look,
said that like the Vlasic Pickles guy. Oh, counts out of order.
It made it classier. All right,
yeah,
Daryl.
I wish I had a definitive answer, but hopefully whoever they end up drafting in 2027, we see it right away, and they're the offensive rookie of the year or whatever, right? And their career takes off from there, and it's not a situation we're waiting 2-3 years down the road for the player to round into form.
What'd you make of Jim Schwartz's first public comments since not getting the job?
I think that explains why he didn't get the job, but I also appreciate the candor. I thought the forced marriage thing was a pretty good line, that doesn't work in the NFL. But his account of how that whole thing went down and what I've heard as far as how that whole thing went down differs just a little bit.
How so?
He was pretty upset. I know he said in that interview he wasn't upset. I heard he was pretty upset.
Daryl, we appreciate you. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Goodbye, Daryl.
You bet, guys.
Daryl Ryder there, brought to you by Shabin Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
See Daryl tomorrow.
That's right. He'll be working with you tomorrow.
That's right.
That's
right.
nice.
Yes.
A 4-minute answer on a simple freaking question.
I really hope we get to nail down something more than the quarterbacks both suck. I hope we get there tomorrow with Daryl.
Hey, couple truth brokers tomorrow from 2 to 7.
We can hope. Yeah,
I'm not going to be there like Magic Johnson. No, not here. We'll react to what Daryl had to say and get you ready for the NBA Finals in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
with your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
In case you missed it, coming up in Carry the 2, 20 minutes here, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Curse both Mac and you for introducing me to this damn game.
I've been playing it all day long, and I've not gotten 82-0.
I mean, so if you
I've
guys
gotten
haven't...
76-6.
Yeah, my best is like 60 and 22. So apparently I stink at this. See what I did here? 56. I'm going the wrong way.
Yeah, it's tough. So if those don't know what we're talking about here, it's 82-0.com. 82and0.com is the idea. And you got to choose. It does an automated generator, and it gives you a decade and a team, and then you have to fill out your roster for the all 5 positions, right? And then once you have it filled out, it runs in an actual simulator that would project out how many games you would win in an NBA season. And the goal is to get 82-0. Kevin Clark got 82-0, and he was the one that first taught me, like, all right, it's doable. And now I had a buddy of ours, Fink, sent me a thing saying he got 82-0, and he showed me his team attached to it. So it's doable, but I've only got 76-6. It's wildly addicting.
All right, so far right now, I feel like I'm in a good spot because I got Shaq from the Magic in the 90s.
Good. Yeah, you need something like that.
Carmelo from the Nuggets in the 2000s.
Okay.
And Jason Tatum from this decade.
Yeah, so the problem is you're still going to need like a LeBron and somebody else of stature in order to kind of throw in there.
I literally just got LeBron.
Did you really?
Yes, I did.
Wait, read me your 4 again.
All right, so it is Shaq from the 90s in Orlando.
Is he your center in this?
Yes.
Okay.
Carmelo's my power forward of the 2000s. LeBron is my point guard of the...
The cool thing about LeBron is he's a cheat code. He can be all 5 positions.
Yeah, and I just got Kevin Durant. 73-9, baby. Woo! Oh.
They're punishing you for something. I'm not sure what. But that's the problem is you look at these teams and you're like, these teams are stacked. These teams are awesome. And then what it's weird is that they heavily weigh like the construction of the team. Mm-hmm. Like my 76-6 team, it's World B. Free. We just had massive numbers, obviously.
Mr. Buckets, yeah.
Jerry West is my my shooting guard. LeBron's my small forward. Alonzo Mourning is my power forward. And Kareem's my center.
And that got you a what now?
That got me 76-6.
Okay. 76-6.
Think about that. It's Jerry West, the logo.
Yeah.
LeBron, Kareem, World Be Free. Again, his numbers are just insane. But
that must be the guy that you're getting dinged on. They don't love World Be Free.
I don't think they love Alonzo Mourning as much. But yeah, I mean, I think World Be Free in this is like it's averaging like 30 a game. Well, but that's the thing is you got to be a complete player in all of this too. So you can't just be a bucket getter. You have to be somebody that does it all. Like it heavily weighs. Can you do assists? Can you do rebounds? What can you do to fill up a stat sheet? But it'll also punish you if you go too far in one direction. If you just get a team that can just only rebound and slightly do score in a slight margins, you're just not going to do as well.
All right, I'm a little confused here. Not about 82and0.com.
Yeah.
So Jordan Schultz just tweeted out, breaking, Russell Wilson is retiring from the NFL. Incredible career.
Okay, yeah, remember when he took the job with CBS, he had kept open the option of retirement, or of, he didn't say retirement. He kept open the option of, I might come back later. I might come back. I might do this. And obviously Jordan Schultz is saying he thought about it for 2 more days and decided that's not what he wants.
Yeah, so he just announced the CBS Sports thing 2 days ago.
Yes, and in that it was very clear in the rap sheet reports and all the other reports. You go back and check them. He's like, this is not a retirement. He's keeping that door open. And then clearly Jordan Schultz is saying that door is now closed.
Did all 32 teams call and said, Russ, you're going to love TV? Is that how this happened?
I don't know how you go from I want to play, potentially, I just want to do a little TV first and see how it goes, to then now all of a sudden being like, I'm going to retire for sure. We all knew he was retiring, in essence. It's just...
His play retired himself.
Well, maybe he realized, did he put together that the Hall of Fame classes are better 5 years from now as opposed to, let's say, 6 years from now? Is that what that was?
A little bit of Hall of Fame math.
Yeah, sometimes these guys, they play Hall of Fame jockeying a little bit, and so they kind of look out and they realize or come to the conclusion 5 years from now, lighter class, got a better chance to come in. 6 years from now, oh no, that's where player X, Y, or Z is projected to end up going, and then it is what it is.
Now, game 1 of the NBA Finals tonight. How invested in the series are you?
I was just thinking now, like if Matthew Stafford have to retire next year, that would hurt. I'm invested. I saw Ken's tweet like a half hour ago, basically saying that since the Eastern Conference Finals, he's just kind of out and done with basketball and wants the season to end. I bet there are some Cavs fans that feel that way. I'm really pumped for tonight. And I feel like you're pumped for tonight, but I don't know that everybody is.
I think I'm 1 foot in for tonight, meaning like I'm going to watch it, but if this game doesn't capture my attention, I'm out. Does that make sense?
I mean, Wemby on a basketball court at all captures everyone's attention, though, I feel like.
Yeah, so I think this is...
There's a uniqueness to Wemby that when you see him on the court just naturally draws you in.
Yes, but...
On this big stage, year 3...
About, 3 of the 7 games in the Western Conference Finals, Wemby was unwatchable?
Game 4, 5, and 7, I would argue. Yeah.
So,
in particular, games 4 and 5.
So, if we're getting... And the funny thing is, I've actually come around to, I'm okay if the Knicks win. I really thought that I was just going to be bleep those guys. And I guess my thing is, you know what? It's been since 1972. Okay, if they win, in a way I can say good for them. Almost like when the Red Sox won in 2004. Mm-hmm. By 2007, I was bleep those guys again. But 2004 was like, you know what? You haven't won since the early 1900s. It'd be cool to see you do this. And then if the Spurs win... I mean, I almost think it's just shut it down. I think you should be rooting for the Knicks just because if the Spurs win, there's no reason to believe. I mean, Dylan Harper is a rookie. Stephon Castle is in year 2. Mm-hmm. By the way, Vassell is a nice player. He's
really good.
Honestly, Fox is their 5th most important player. And they're only going to get better as time goes on. So I'm in a weird position of if Wemby wins, it'll be cool because he is clearly the best player in the NBA right now. Wemby doesn't win, it means we might all have hope again for next year.
I guess I'm already at the spot where the entire NBA should be scared anyway. Mm-hmm. And so if he wins it, he doesn't win it. What's cool about the greatness convo, and I feel like that's what we're just going to have with Wemby now. We've been waiting for a while, obviously, to see who is going to rightfully take over for LeBron in this. Wemby's the guy. This is the answer. So it goes MJ into LeBron into Wemby, and this is now just starting the... championships and everything else in between, the hardware calculator that exists in the NBA in such a big way.
I do wonder if there are Cavs fans out there who've already spun their way to saying, well, if the Knicks win, all of a sudden it makes the way the Eastern Conference Finals makes it look better basically for the Cavs.
I don't think it does at all, even though they haven't now lost in, a month and change. It's been, April 20th, I think, since they lost. April, somewhere around there. Somewhere around there. It's been a long time is the point. It's been a while since they've lost, since they've won 11 straight in order to close out the first, second, and now the third round. So, but it won't make me feel any better at all. No, not in the slightest.
I look at the Knicks winning the finals this year, and there's a reason or two I actually might give that. I think it was 6 weeks ago. I was like, whoever's coming out of the East is getting waxed. I might have changed this for a few reasons, but I'll look at this championship the way I did the Celtics' first championship with Brown and Tatum, whereas you got historic breaks in your path to the NBA Finals that allowed you to be healthy and the least taxed team in the NBA, and then I don't want to say it's easy, but you have an easier path to winning the NBA Finals because of how they drew the first 2 rounds. And then the Cavs just laying down in the Eastern Conference Finals. They've had so much rest. Even with Mitchell Robinson, it's a finger. Yes, I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but it's a finger. At some point, you're so well rested, I would almost be shocked if they didn't win because that's just it's historic how little of basketball they actually played in the playoffs.
It's a massive advantage. But think about how we just talked about these teams. We talked about the Spurs in a way of they're building a greatness and they're going to win X amount of titles. Meanwhile, the Knicks, I can't guarantee they're even in the conference finals next year.
Yeah.
There's nothing that if they're going to be in the finals, even if they win, there's a part of me that still isn't scared of this Knicks team.
Yeah, and here's the other thing. The Spurs celebrated beating the Thunder like that was their NBA Finals. If you think back to the Knicks, they swept you off the court, and they really were like, cool, yeah, we got one more. We got 4 more games to win. I think the Knicks have the kind of killer mentality. I think the Spurs spent it all because they think beating the Thunder guarantees you a championship.
I mean, Wemby, he basically acted like he won the title after that game.
Yes. I mean, and again, it's fine. I'm glad he's emotional. I think that's something that people like about Wemby. But crying and like the multiple Spurs players crying and hugging, it's like, guys, you got 4 more to win. I think I think it's a real thing that they might not have the mentality that necessary, and you only need to lose 1 game out of these first 2 games because you weren't in the right mind to all of a sudden Knicks got the advantage and Knicks can take the series.
I also wonder, I mean, there's a reason why there's steps to all this, and we constantly talk about the steps you need to take in the NBA, and part of that reason is if you have an awareness of what should and shouldn't be happening at this age for Wemby, then he also has to have the awareness that if he's being put in the Michael Jordan, LeBron James sphere, MJ didn't win till he was like 28 years old. LeBron didn't win till he was 28, 29 years old. Like that was 7-8 years into the league for these guys. It took time. Wemby in year 3 is one of those. I mean, that's rarefied air.
Yeah, Wemby's so good, so young that I don't want to bypass the era where we still like him because we start to hate him for how great he is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Like I do think once you expel the narrative of can you win an NBA championship. Well, that's the quicker you get to championship 2, and by the time you get post championship 2, it is bleep this guy. Can somebody break his legs?
I think where he's going to keep people though is that in an NBA where it feels like these guys don't even want to show up and do anything half the time. Wemby is like, I want to win the All-Star game. You know what I mean? Like I not only do I want to win the All-Star game, I want to be All-Star game MVP.
So I think that also is a generational thing. I actually want to throw Anthony Edwards in this as well. Like I know he has some superstar kind of things. The young dudes that want this, they want to take it from guys like LeBron. And not just that middle era that kind of followed the lead of LeBron's era, the guys who right now are like 28, 29, like the Tatums. These guys these young dudes want to play every night.
And what's also different is he's kind of bucking the trend of international players that seem as if they don't really care as much either.
Looking at you, Jokic.
Jokic, he'd rather be with his horses than he would play in the NBA.
My horses.
You think that guy's doing an NBA All-Star Game MVP? No, that guy's not doing that.
Yeah.
Like all those guys though, like it's just, and so he's different for so many obvious reasons and so many things that we haven't seen, but it's fun. One little tidbit, okay? Mm-hmm. So you're going to watch this broadcast tonight, and at some point, because it's been a big theme over the past couple of days around this series, at some point they're going to bring up the stat or the idea that, hey, Jalen Brunson and Rick Brunson are the first father-son duo to ever be in the NBA Finals for the same team. And you're thinking to yourself, wow, that's great. That's awesome.
Didn't Rick play like 3 games?
He played 10 seconds of Game 3. That's the part I want to dispel for everyone. I keep hearing that stat over and over again. I'm like, isn't that something? I don't remember him being like some sort of player that even saw the court. Like, wait, what? 10 seconds of Game 3 is what he got.
Yeah.
So when they're waxing poetic about this great monumental father-son moment in NBA history, just keep that one in the back of your brain.
The best part about that is, though, they can just show him checking into the game, playing the 10 seconds, and checking out.
You can get the whole film.
And like you don't even have to splice it.
They should splice it with the first 10 seconds of tonight's game for Jalen Brunson and be like, they match.
Put a side by side. Yeah, make sure. They even walk the same way.
Who did it better?
Jalen. 216-474-0092. How locked into the NBA Finals are you? And I do think it's fair to ask if a Knicks Finals win makes you feel better about the Eastern Conference Finals and how it went for the Cavaliers. In case we missed it, and goodbyes coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. Want to say a big thanks to our many, many guests, including James Palmer, Bleacher Report, at 4 o'clock today. Great stuff on the trade. You know what trade I'm talking about there. The Myles Garrett trade, the outlook for the Browns, when the Browns will be good again. Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com. Orange and Brown Talk podcast at 5:20 today. Great stuff on the trade. The press conferences from Todd Monken and Jared Verse today. And then also, great job out of Daryl Ryder today. If you guys missed a moment in our show, you can watch back the entire show on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. As always, subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. It is free, after all. You like free, don't you? In this economy, as JP said earlier, you love free. Get yourself some free. And like our videos, we desperately like to be liked. You can listen back on the free Odyssey app as well. So with all that out of the way, let's get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, we're going to start off with this Gilbert Arenas clip with A.J. Debonsa. Should I tell you the part you should be paying attention to, or do you want to just see if everyone gets there on their own?
I want to see that one. That one.
Okay, let's do that. All right, this is Gilbert Arenas with A.J. Debonsa. Here we go.
It's your city. No, it's not home for you, but it's been home for the last few years, and that is your city right now, right? So
Utah's also not a city, by the way.
What is it?
Salt Lake City. What are they called?
I mean, I'm just be honest. We didn't pay attention to Utah, so that's different. You know what I mean?
Salt Lake City was the city that you played in when you played the. And then BYU's in pro. You gotta be trolling. You gotta be trolling.
I mean, it was just one of those.
Okay, so obviously Gilbert didn't know. He thought Utah was its own city, and then he also didn't understand that AJ's from Massachusetts.
Yeah.
So he came free like Utah, you're home. Utah, great city, Utah. And AJ's like, I'm not even from there. First off, but that's all right. We can power past that. Utah, not a city. Here we go.
Well, here's the thing.
There's a lot to unpack in that clip.
I never really thought that Gil was known for his smarts.
Yeah, that's fine.
I actually wonder if you just said to like 30 average NBA players, what city do the Jazz play in? I bet you'll get at least 5 guys that say Utah.
Huh.
Yeah. And by the way, I would do that with a fair amount of athletes.
You can just do it. It doesn't even have to be athletes. Probably is it like a general populace thing as well?
Yes, absolutely.
I don't want to make it seem like all athletes are just dumb or anything like that. I think like the general population is do enough people just not consider is naming them the Utah Jazz enough of a curveball for enough people out there?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I just love how cocky he is about it all. I love the idea. He's not even from Utah.
I also just
like that he's from Massachusetts.
I like that he's completely nonplussed about the whole damn thing. All right, the NBA Finals were set over the weekend with the Spurs advancing over the Thunder. I don't know why I'm saying this as if I wrote this like 3 days ago. Now, this is a rematch of the 2026 NBA Cup Finals won by the Knicks. Does a Spurs-Knicks NBA Cup Finals rematch add any prestige to the Cup itself?
I've hated people saying, like, oh, let's party like it's 1999 and do all that nonsense.
Yeah.
The 99 finals, largely unforgettable, Nick. It was a 5-game series. It also was a strike-shortened year. There's so many things about that NBA finals that I'd love to just put in the rearview mirror. In fact, like when thinking about it, like what was my remembrance of it from a childhood on, it was like, that's largely unremarkable NBA finals. So I'd like to get far away from that as well.
What about the NBA Cup, which was played this year? Because that's what this is a rematch of, too.
Doesn't do anything for me there either, if I'm being honest about it.
I kind of listen, again, you and I, not NBA Cup guys, we're too old.
I thought you were a cupper and a streaker.
Well, that's when the Cavs had a chance to do it. Now, I'm thinking about the actual NBA Finals.
Was I a cupper or a streaker? I don't even remember which one I was.
You were definitely a streaker. You loved the Cavs streak to start the season.
I was not both, though. I was not a cupper and a streaker.
You could not abide cupping. Could not. And in fairness...
Then I'm glad I'm consistent about it.
In fairness, I haven't cupped since.
Is that right?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, there's been quite a Mitch Cup check about the whole topic.
Yeah, there we go.
But I do think there's going to be an element of, because again, the NBA Cup is for younger fans. That's where this thing's taken off, and I do think they're going to love the fact that this is a rematch of that game. And if the Knicks win it, we're going to get a lot of dumb takes. But again, people are into it, and that's all I care about.
I think I like that it's a rematch of the 99 finals more than I like that it's a rematch of the NBA Cup.
I just think it's really
in all the worlds of rematch.
I think it's a really fun bit of happenstance there.
Yeah, that's
so
all.
I'm happy with it.
That's all. All right. Mac, did we ever put in the Ben Johnson audio, by the way? Because if we did, I'd like to play that. I sent it to Jake earlier. We'll do this on the fly. All right, so Ben Johnson's doing his press conference. And you know, at these press conferences, they put down the phones. They have them at the podium ahead of time so people can record. I just kind of thought Ben Johnson seemed a little bit like a D here. Here we go.
We're speaking the same language, and that's always a good starting point. Oh, my. Good.
Now that you've got a year under your belt, how does it feel? How do you feel about your position, what you're doing, people you're working with?
Somebody want to take their phone, so I'm not interrupted again.
He just seemed like, the oh my was kind of funny, but like when you're watching him, he seems genuinely pissed off that a phone interrupted his press conference.
People like that are just... Ben Johnson, listen, I think he's a really good head coach, which gives you creative license to be an a-hole if you want to be. He definitely acts like a guy who's accomplished more already than he really has.
Oh, he definitely has an I've arrived type feel to him. But he did that before he ever even won a game, if we're being honest about it.
Yeah, you know it's not going to get better from here either.
Well, the mentality won't. That won't change at all.
Oh, no, meaning I think he'll be a bigger monster as it goes on.
I think this is going to be a comeback down to earth season for the Bears. I just believe in that. I think they had too many turnovers last year. I think they had a lot break right for them from a scheduling perspective, and this year it doesn't feel the same way. Like there's a lot that's going against them in replicating it. If he's able to replicate it, he's going to become insufferable.
So what is a comeback down? Because I agree with you, by the way, but what does a comeback down to earth year look like?
Probably
for
like
them?
9-8 and maybe finishing second or third in the NFC North.
Okay, yeah. And which, by the way, will still be a fine season, but much like when we went from beating the Steelers in the playoffs to the next year, I think he had 8 wins. It was like, gosh, I guess we suck again.
Yeah, I just feel like everyone's already crowned him, and they've made Caleb the anointed one, and that's fine. I like that. I like that for Caleb, but the Caleb and Ben Johnson pairing, they have to have more than just them to make it all work.
All right, the Memorial Tournament going down in Columbus today. Our friends at 97.1 The Fan in Columbus caught up with actor Rob Lowe. Why? I don't really know. On what celebrities he'd like to play a round of golf with.
Steph Curry, I'd like to play with. Timberlake, I'd like to see what his game is like. And Wahlberg.
Is that the most random
He named all golfers.
I think he just picked 3 guys.
No. All 3 of them are actually really good at golf.
Well, no, that I knew, but I think he just was like, who do I know that golfs?
Yeah, that might be fair.
And I got to be honest with you, I don't think Rob Lowe knows who is and isn't a good hang.
No, I think he just chose people that he knows golfs. That's all that was. I would choose LeBron because it would be nice to be better than LeBron at anything in life. And I'm a better golfer than LeBron.
LeBron for now.
By a lot for now. I'm shocked. His swing continues to. It might be going in the wrong direction. Limitless access to everything he's got, and his swing looks so janky. I can't believe it.
All right, guys. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murren. Big thanks to Mackenzie Flume, a.k.a. Flume Dog Millionaire. Flume Dog Millionaire.
Whoa.
I got sidetracked because I just got 81-1.
81-1?
81-1.
What?
Yeah.
What's your team?
Yeah, this is the best part is this roster really doesn't strike me as that impressive. Jalen Rose is my point guard. Dejounte Murray is my small guard. Tracy McGrady is my small forward. Elvin Hayes is my power forward.
Yeah, monster, Elvin Hayes.
And Wilt Chamberlain from the 60s is my center.
That's the thing. Chamberlain's numbers are so extreme.
Yeah.
You need to have Chamberlain on your team in order to win this, I'm convinced.
Yeah, 81-1. Hot damn.
Wow, nice.
We got there.
I'll be playing all night to get 82-0.
I'll be playing all night myself. On 82-0. Guys, come on. I'm a father. JP, good stuff.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
All right, guys. We'll see you tomorrow on a Thursday. We'll be reacting to the NBA Finals, the latest from Berea. See what the Gardos do tonight against the Yankees as well. See you guys tomorrow.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.